Hello and welcome everyone back to Vault Tour San Antonio 2024. Again, I am Aaron, aka Orion, and we are here to get going with Archon. Things are moving really quick, so I'm going to try and get our decks and stuff on here. Papers out, I see you on there. If audio and everything is sounding good, please let me know. I need to get the decks and players. We've got Dave C versus Red Train on here. Looking good? Awesome. Alright, so let me take a look at the table, make sure things aren't moving too fast there. I need to get my timer ready.
Archons, attention please. Only one question remains. Are you ready? Round one begins now.
Or not. Good luck, everybody.
Okay. All fine, nice. Fantastic. We got it up here. The names are not correct yet. Actually, the name on the top is correct. Dave was on here last night, and he is back. But we got to get these decks set in here. I am going to try and do the deck names as much as possible, but deck names are just ridiculous. So we'll see how it goes. And this is like, looks like it's Celtic English or something on Dave's deck name. Red Train on the bottom here. Oops. And I did get the timer going, so we should be good to go there. Again, this is Archon round one. We do have 37 players in Archon today, and we're going to try and get through these rounds pretty fast. So it's going to be 6 rounds, basically shotgunning until dinner break. We're not going to take a lunch break, so just be aware there's going to be a lot of games on here, kind of running through fast. And then we will take a break and then jump into Alliance. Okay, we've got player, and now I need deck number 2, which is okay. I think we're all set. If everything is looking good for y'all, everything's sounding good. We've got Red Train on the bottom on Petulant Preston of the Forum, which I believe is a Worlds Collide deck. Red Train actually has several good Worlds Collide decks that I've seen. I'm assuming this is one of those. Dave on a Grim Reminders deck. I'll be sure to get the sets of that next time, because that's actually very helpful. Time has started, so they're probably just checking mulligans here. Amber should always be yellow. So I talked to Dave specifically about that. He said he's going to try and use the less transparent amber. Deck lists are also flipped up now because deck lists are open, so hopefully they're a little bit easier to see on the actual cards when the amber gets put there. Get my wide screen going. Okay. Dave starting off with the Tribute Collector with a discard pip. Discarding Flotsam Spewer there. I'm going to get the sets on here. That would be helpful.
You don't have any ammo for me to capture. I'll pass to you, and I draw 2 cards up to 6.
Star Alliance?
Yep.
Piece of cord?
Okay, go fight.
That looks like a
First person to fight.
piece of cord. Both players getting 2 amber from that piece of cord, and that's going to be slowing down any fighting for a little bit. Yeah, so we see a little bit more of the hand. And again, I apologize about the camera. This is the camera that they have here. I don't think there's a whole lot we can do to make it better.
First officer
I'm just going to make do with what we can here. Again, I'll try and call out stuff as we can. We've got a Kirby coming down with the Explo Rover getting attached to it, and then a First Officer Frayne. And then Kirby is going to be playing the memory chip. So big turn there for Red Train, getting lots of cards moving fast and getting that archiving set up. Not exactly sure what this deck is trying to do, but I mean, getting Kirby down early is never bad. Getting that extra efficiency off of the memory chip is also good, and then again that piece of cord will shut down some fighting from Dave. He could just go for it right now, go for the fight. He'd only lose 1 amber instead of the max of 4.
Fighting with Husband Boost for Amber.
Welcome in, Zoc. Glad to have you here. I am very excited. It's going to be a fun day. I was just saying, there's going to be so many games. This is going to go fast. So I know the other Vault Tours have had some like big gaps between games. If the games are very short, that might still happen, but we're going to do 6 rounds back to back here. We're going to really try and get through because we really want to do both formats concurrently here, but we have a limited amount of time in this building. So Dave does go for the fight there with the Tribute Collector, taking the Kirby off the board, losing an Amber. And then we see, alright, so this is, I think I know which deck this is now from Dave. This is Grim Reaper and then the Mender. Mender is going to purge that Kirby from Red Train's deck. I believe the Peace Accord should be gone as well now. We'll see if they catch that. Get Dave's set. Mender is a very interesting card. It's a rare. It is going to purge a card from either discard and then ward each Spectre. It's going to be a long day. We're expecting basically 11 hours of KeyForge with like an hour break in there for dinner, so that's why we're here, right? That's it's going to be fun. I'll see if I tag out some other people. Drazcor sounds like he'll probably be back in for Alliance, but we might get a few other people in here as well. Sydney's here and definitely could step in for a little bit, but all depends on how people do and everything as well, so don't want to hope anyone gets knocked out fast unless my voice starts to go. Yeah, heal and ward each robot. Oh, Mender is robot, and then the other one, Soul Tender, is Spectres. Yeah, cool. Good catch. Okay, so Red Train wanting to strip the ward off of the Grim Reaper there, but not able to because of the taunt on the Mender. Already a tough spot. So this is, I've run into this deck before of Dave's. The wards can be very, very tough to deal with because Mender can just keep rewarding the board every turn if you are able to kind of double wipe it. So it gets nasty fast. Especially with that Grim Reaper too, your stuff starts getting purged, but the Mender just keeps warding stuff. So the purge that's hitting you from the Grim Reaper is just hitting your wards instead of actually purging your own creatures. The lighting is much better here. So like they have a good setup for it at this building. The lighting is good. We have a good space for it. Like it's up on a stage. It's nice and dark around it with like just the right lighting. It's just the camera on there is just like a kind of a old school Logitech webcam, and it just. It's what they have to give us, so we're just working with it. So we got Thought Catcher coming down on Dave's side, and then the Tribute Collector there fighting into First Officer Frayne. Losing the ward, going to be capturing another Amber onto the Mender. And then we do have that Grim Reaper Reaping to strip its own ward and purge the Commander Chant. That is 2 cards now purged for Red Train. Oh, and then a 3rd card purged because of the Mender Reap. So just really, really going to town on Red Train's deck there with that Mender ability. And then the Grim Reaper just kind of adds to it. So see if Red Train has any ways to kind of deal with this board. Again, we haven't seen 3rd house for Red Train's deck. I might have caught it in the hand there, but I'm not able to see the hand at the moment. We've only seen Star Alliance and Logos get played so far. And this will be a Logos turn. Going to do an information exchange to steal some Amber back. Cutthroat Research just going to be for Amber generation. Oh, Red Train forgetting to do the archiving from the memory chip there, so getting that first and then going through the sequencing, no problems there.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Wormhole Technician, Lead Eye, Archive, draw 6.
And then we got a couple creatures coming down. Eddie's not able to do archiving because that does empty the hand. Or no, there was an archive. There was one card left. So we got 2 in archives now. And then the Wormhole Technician. Oh, the camera just did like a focus thing. I wonder if I can try to get it to autofocus a little bit better. It like snapped for a second. Okay, so Dave is going into Mars, not using the Geistoid board here. Going to try and get some cycle going. So Grabber Jammer coming down Mars first is going to fight into the Wormhole Technician. So going to try and slow down more of that efficiency for Red Drain's deck. We've got a Terrible Teammates. See what the discard is. Looks like an Equidon card. Pen Pal, I believe that was. And then a second Terrible Teammates discarding the Scrap Scrounger. So Dave just ignoring the Equidon for now. Really just cycling, probably trying to find more of this Geistoid to just push that board advantage. Eddie stays on the board. Not much incentive to kill it because you might have a chance to purge it when you go back into Geistoid, so just leave it there until you need to deal with it. Still waiting to see what Red Train's third house is here, unless someone has it, if they've got the deck pulled up. I want to say it's Dis, but I have no idea. I could look it up, I guess, but I've got things open on every screen already, so... Oh, show us the hand. We're so close. Saurian. Okay, so Saurian, Logos, and Starlight. So we've got a Tau Vapors here. Just going to just keep that archive going. So it's going to be a big archive. We're already at 4 after this Tau Vapors. And if there's more Eddies, that could really come into play. We have another 2 more information exchanges. So just stealing 2 more Amber there. Again, getting that efficiency going with the archiving. We do have the... what is that artifact called? Seismo Entangler. So Seismo Entangler is actually really big against this Geistoid board. If he's not able to deal with it for a little bit, he could just keep calling Logos, keep archiving until he's got the tools he needs, and keep that entire Geistoid board from reaping. So very, very big card there if he's able to take advantage of it. We've got Encounter Golem. So very interesting Revenant. This one is when you play an action, I believe it goes to the bottom of your deck instead of in the discard, if I remember right. And then if you are haunted, when it's destroyed, it goes to your archive. We've got the Spooky Charge just going there, but getting flipped to the bottom of the deck, so now we know bottom of Dave's deck is ready to Ecto Charge. Grim Reaper is going to reap and purge the Eddy. So that is first Logos card purged, I believe. Tribute Collector is just reaping, Thoughtcatcher reaping, and then Mender is just going to keep going on this train of reaping, warding, and purging. And now, since Mender is robots, Grabber Jammer is also going to get warded by this. I'm not sure if the Encounter Golem is a robot. I assume it's just a Spectre. But we'll see in a second. Dave deciding what card to purge here. It's going to be the Cutthroat Research. So just making sure that some of the scaling control is getting dealt with. Yep, and we do see the heal and ward on the Grabber Jammer. And then the ward going back on that Grim Reaper as well. So brutal start from Dave. Being able to have the Grim Reaper and Mender early on is what this deck wants to do. Having it early, just picking apart Red Train's deck. But we have seen, again, lots of archiving happening on Red Train's side. We do have the Seismo Entangler down, so could just keep going with that game plan of archiving. We see several Saurian cards in there. We do see a Tribute, so possibly stopping the key, but the question is, can you do anything with it? We don't know it's in archive, so there's a possibility of something like a Imperial Forge, if you can get it captured onto Strix, which I believe was one of the other cards in there. So depending on what's in archive, this could be a really big turnaround for Red Train here. Won't necessarily deal with the board, but being able to steal that much Amber and then forge with it could be huge. The question is, how long can you wait before popping that combo, or just having to use those pieces to stop the key instead? Looks like we've got a Kirby and a Quintrino Warp, or Quintrino Flux. I can't remember which one is the Worlds Collide one. Which is not bad, but again, you've got to get past the wards to really do anything. You could just go for killing the Encounter Golem, but that doesn't seem... Well, I guess if you do... Let's see, if that one is houses... Or is that one power? I've never been able to keep those two straight. I think that one is power levels, right? The Worlds Collide one is power levels. Okay, so choosing to go Logos. I'm not sure if we saw the archive or not from the memory chip. We do get the archive from the Eddy, and then we are going to get the Seismo Entangler hitting Geistoid, so just stopping that stuff from reaping. This is going to stop the key as well. The Eddy is plenty of tax to deal with.
12, currently 12 though.
Dave's 8 amber there, and Red Train is on 5 amber, so not quite getting to check that turn, but hopefully getting a little bit slow overturn from Dave to just kind of get a chance to breathe. Again, keep the setup going for that Saurian payoff. Again, I don't know exactly what's in the deck, but if there is that Imperial Forge with the Strix there, that could be a very, very big turnaround. So we'll see what he can put together. Flex his power. Thanks, Chad. Appreciate that. And there's no sheep in here today, but also the light hasn't turned off yet, so we're looking on the pluses, right? So Dave, we see a decent amount of Equidon in hand there. Generous offer, Forbidden Tome. Rumor Sower is a not Rumor Sower, Historian Lee Darkin is a pretty interesting one. Again, more ways to kind of recycle some of those same cards. Is it 2 generous offer? Oh, no, just 1. I'm not sure what that 4th card is. It might be one of those artifacts. Oh, Mid-Year Festivities is what that one might be.
I'm gonna go.
Which is really interesting right now, right? Because that actually takes all the amber from your creatures and puts them in your pool. Choosing to go Mars. Okay, so just going to fight the Eddy off. Not worried about purging it right now because, again, the Mender can purge it from the discard anyway. So you don't necessarily have to purge things from the board as long as they don't get, like, exhumed or something, which is that doesn't have disc, so that's not going to happen. So he does choose to discard the Forbidden Tome, not wanting Red Train to get any more efficiency than he's already got going with that memory chip. And we've got the Red Death and Glixo Proliferator coming down on the board as well.
We'll call it Logos.
Dave must be haunted because the Red Death did ready. He has discarded a lot though, so that seems correct. We have a 3rd Eddy coming down. We've got the Seismo Entangler coming again. Gotta assume that's going to be hitting Geistoid again. Although that does open up the Mars turn to do some big stuff with okay, so Dave double checking there. He is not haunted yet. So Red Death is not ready, which is actually pretty important for Red Train's decisions here. So stopping the Geistoid an even bigger hit to Dave's plan. Just getting more archiving going, you know. So that's 2 more cards in archive for Red Train. That's, I believe, 8 total now. Again, jacking up that key cost, so Dave's unable to forge this turn. Sorry, I'm like leaning into you guys because I'm riveted. I want to watch the game, but I also don't want to just like... I guess I'm just in your corner anyways, if I have to. It's probably better for my eyes to be back here. Okay, so we've got Mars turn going again. This is a pipped up Destructive Analysis, so Amber, 2 draw pips and a discard pip. Nothing in archives for Dave, so nothing to really... Can't do any extra damage with it by purging, but this is going to give a lot of efficiency here. Discarding Scrap Scrounger. Deal 2 damage to the Eddy, and then that will get flipped to the bottom of the deck because of the Encounter Golem. Counter Golem is a very interesting card. I haven't seen it too much, but it seems like a card where if you really find the right deck for it, it can do some nasty stuff. Reap with the Glixo Proliferator. Bringing back a Mars card. We've got Mars first. Yeah, makes sense. That one's going to get archived. So interesting, could have just grabbed one of the the terrible teammates before you play the Destructive Analysis, so that you have enough damage to kill the Eddy just with the Destructive Analysis, but choose to just fight with the Grabber Jammer there. Again, if he ever gets to use this Geistoid board, he's going to be able to ward and heal it. But we did see again that Mid-Year Festivities in hand for Dave, which gets him 5 amber from his own creatures at the moment, and again only kills 1 of them so far, so that could be a really big turn. we'll see how greedy he gets with it. If he wants to just keep capturing. Again, I don't know exactly what creature control is in Red Train's deck. We did see the Axiom, and there's the Quintrino Flux. So that's going to hit all
Let me
the...
see if I'm haunted. I don't think I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not. So this is naturally destroyed.
Quintrino Flux on Geistoid.
Is that correct?
You get these two.
I thought Quintrino Flux was the power level in that house.
Order you want these in.
Are we wrong on that?
Think it matters?
Yeah, I don't know what those either. But I still. Good choice.
Can we double check that, chat? I'm not sure if that's a big enough one.
Okay. Gonna play Kamashi Kirby. Play Axiom of Grist. I will board this.
These two die.
Does have the Axiom as well, so I think there's a world where he still can strip most of those wards and blow up
Archons, less than
most of those
25
things.
minutes remain in round 1. Less than
Even if it is power
25
level?
minutes remain in round 1. Remember,
Okay, this one is house, okay.
Play style, your match
KeyForge.
results. Both players do need to report.
It's tough.
Please do so
Those two
promptly.
cards are too similar. So Dave does get his first key though through that, even with the taxing from Garcia. So that is going to cost him 8, but that does mean he's back down to 2. I'm hearing conflicting things now on chat.
I'm gonna go Ekrodon.
I think we're too far gone. And again, with the Axiom, I think most of that still happens. It's a little bit different sequencing maybe, but
Capture onto Rapper Jammer and his neighbor.
what we're going to see here is Dave do the mid-year festivities anyways, which is going to get him all that capture
Destroy my
damage.
historian darkened, so I steal 2, and then you get this back.
Yes, those are the flipboards for keys. They're fantastic. We talked yesterday. The yellow key is a little bit iffy on if it actually is colored yellow.
Then I'm gonna play
But you know,
festivities. I'm gonna get an amber. I'm gonna choose.
gotta have some style here. So we're gonna have mid-year festivities, which is going to gain him an amber, and then choose 9 creatures. It keeps popping up. I have this
I'm
like
gonna have to remember I only have 5 of these things in here.
it is power. Okay, it's too far gone now. I think that's something that like they should have known. But I told them to try and let people play unless it seems like it's going to be hugely impactful.
So grab the indulgent available.
Don't think we're quite at that point. We do have a shopping spree from Dave as well.
No scrap decks. It's not a very clear reminder. It's not a reminder.
Yeah, so that is a miss there. That's okay. Again, we're so used to playing with the other one, I think it's easy to get them mixed up. So Dave now sitting on 11 amber for key 2. Red Train has that huge archives that's been built up, but we don't know exactly what all is in there. We know the Axiom has been played, so maybe a little bit less chance to ward the creatures we really need to. But the real question is, can you answer this key and do your combo in the same turn? It's all 1 tribute. I don't know if there's more tributes or not. So Dave got some interesting cards there. Looks like a Technorachnophobia and then
Draw a card.
another generous offer. So the Technorachnophobia should just mill the rest of the deck.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And doesn't get a steal there. I think there was 4 Geistoid. They look similar. They're named similar, and we've all been playing with Warp for the last like 3 sets, right? Because I think Quintrino Flux was in Worlds Collide, and then they switched to Warp for, I think, Mass Mutations. So in 4 sets, we've been playing with Warp a lot more. But again, game 1, everyone's kind of on their like coffee buzz. You're at the high table. There's, you know, things like that are going to happen.
Horribly shocked by this. You call Sorian?
Are you pulling your archive?
I am pulling my archive.
Bad news for me.
I kind of want to let the players play for the most part. Okay, so Dave, drawn back up here.
Alright. Play diplomacy.
Alright, so we are seeing a Saurian turn for Red Train. I don't know, I'm assuming he took his archives, because we haven't seen a Saurian call yet. Let's see what we got. We got Quester Jarda. Now the light's doing it. We're doing so good. We see the tribute on the Quester Jarda, so really interesting. Might be playing it pretty safe here. That's not going to be enough to stop the key. Second tribute. Okay. So we saw the Shrix. I don't think that got discarded by anything unless I missed it. So choosing not to capture all of this on the Shrix, there might be a 6 Semper coming, which would actually be pretty devastating here. So that's going to be
We're going to play
10 Amber. Oh, an Exile. Oof. And we did see kick flip the next key. That's right. So the mid-year festivities was just played. That would have actually been a crazy card for Dave to hold for one more turn in case of something like this. He has reshuffled, so there's a chance for him to find it again soon, but now he also has to deal with these Shrixes and try to protect this Quester Jarda. So really, really big turnaround there for Red Train. Very strong turn. 10 Amber swing, basically. I guess it's a... Oh, and the Failing Strike. So he's not even going to have a chance to protect it or anything. All that Amber is going to Red Train.
Which would give you 5 in this back, and I'll if you succeed, you have 5 in that.
Got a Red Regalum, and then a Trifectus Ludo coming down as well.
Shed my last chain, draw 2 and 5s, and your turn.
Okay, I will go.
So Dave looking like he's got a pretty awkward hand there. Got a generous offer for Forbidden Tome and then just the Scrap Scrounger, so...
I'm playing Scrap Scrounger with a discard. I'm going to discard...
Got a couple Mars guys in there as well, which are just not really helping too much. Gonna get a discard on the Flotsam Spewer. Generous offer is going to steal 2. That was a huge turn. Very, very... Especially since he was able to do all of that in one turn, right? It wasn't even really something you can counter. So Red Train forging key 1 there, using all that Amber on the Shrixes, might as well just keep it safe, and then starting turn with another 11 Amber here. And then Dave sitting on 5.
I will call
didn't quite see what all was in his hand there. Technoarachnophobia could do a little bit. Really need to find that mid-year festivities, although against these Strixes, that doesn't really help you a ton. Choosing not to exalt the Red Regalum, that makes sense, but is exalting the Strixes.
And that is the intervention. I will draw to 6. I have to shuffle to do that.
Archons, we have just over 15 minutes remaining in round 1. Archons, we have just over 15 minutes remaining in round 1. Remember to report your matches, both players, through playstyle.
So,
if you have issues,
huge flip
please
in this
report
game.
at Turn HQ.
Dave very much behind the 8 ball now, trying to find an answer for the Saurian board. That looks like that was the mid-year festivities. Looks like he's going to go for Technoarachnophobia first. Mid-year festivities still not doing exactly what you want it to do. Oh, it's right there. Never mind, so it's not in hand unless he has 2 of them. So you do get a steal off the Technoarachnophobia, off of 5 Geistoid cards. Gonna get a Scrap Scrounger.
Then I'm gonna play a Shopping Spree. Discard.
And then Shopping Spree.
Mender.
So we see the Mender go. We're gonna get the Boiler discarding to do some damage to each creature, and then the oh, I forgot his name again. Abductomatic. I gotta remember it starts with A. I keep wanting to have it start with some weird X or something because it's a Mars card. So Dave, I think staying there, he really wanted to find the mid-year festivities off of this Shopping Spree. He does get a generous offer, and looks like one other Geistoid creature, or Equidon creature, so going to be able to get another steal 2 here. Discarding a terrible teammates, and then there'll be a generous offer to steal 2 more. 1 copy of Festivities? Yeah, so milling that off of the Technoarachnophobia hurts pretty bad. Not sure what else he's got for creature control outside of like the Grim Reaper. And we see a pretty rough hand there for Dave. I think there might have been a Plague Winds in there, which just doesn't quite do enough, especially since the Strixes had that armor. The boiler damage did not really affect them. Red Train not technically starting the turn on check for key 3, but all he needs is 1 amber to get there. Also has to think about stopping the key, or at least taxing the key for Dave. He does have the Red Regalum, which could do it here. The Dark, yeah, it's just going to be all day. I'm going to have 12 hours of octopus arms to get it going, but it's worth it. It's worth it, right? We didn't figure out a solution either. I didn't find any tinfoil. Didn't have any at the breakfast. Well, so it's possible, Jason, that he did forget about the exile, but the problem is he also had Red Train also had the Phalanx Strike. So it's just like there was no chance for Dave to respond. He just basically needed to forge with that amber before Red Train could capture it. It was a very, very tough thing to have an answer for. Because even like keeping a taunted creature on the board doesn't help you because the Phalanx Strike gets past that. And his draws have not been a lot of Geistoid. So we're looking at 10 amber for Red Train, 4 key 3.
It actually is a little wider than that, but
He is going to forge for all 6. We did see that Ecto Charge get discarded off of, I believe it was the Technorachnophobia as well. Let's see what's in there. Mender is gone. Sapper's gone. Yeah, there's the Ecto Charge.
Dice to 8 cards on the discard pile.
Just trying to see what options he has, but his hand did not look.
Dice to Haunted. Grim Reaper comes in.
Okay, so we've got Grim Reaper coming down. Coming in ready because he is haunted. We've got the Encounter Golem. Oh, he's got the Veil of Ectoplasm. So he is going to be able to stop this key. Doesn't necessarily mean...
For each dice to 8 cards,
check at 12? I think it's 10 for red train. Oh no, 12 because of the Strix's, you're right.
Grim Reaper and 3 onto the Scrap Scrounger.
So we've got a damage,
Archons, just over 10 minutes remaining in round 1.
and then a bunch of amber getting captured on these 2 creatures. Dave going to be purging that encounter golem with the Grim Reaper. How is this like?
I'm going to purge my Encounter Golem.
Sometimes it's like 15 minutes, other times it's 3 minutes. We are purging one of the Strixes. So Dave has stopped this key. Doesn't mean he's safe yet, but he has survived for one more turn. Is giving himself a chance here. If Dave has Veil, which he did, he's fine for 1 turn. This is still a very, very live Saurian board here that can really just fight these creatures off. I don't think Dave has a way to recur that Veil. And I'm not sure if there's another key cheat or not. Let's see, I see some Mars in there. Red Train going Logos. Gonna Neutron Shark, so we're gonna be blowing up some stuff. There is a lot of Logos in this deck though, because most of the core was purged with Starlands and a lot of the Saurians on the board, so there is a chance that this just fizzles after 1 hit. But we will see what he flips. It is Logos, so there's an Eddie gone, so the Shark is going to stop there, not being able to kill the Grim Reaper. The Scrap Scrounger should be leaving the board. And that's the whole turn, so wanting to get some cycle going, Red Train feeling like if Dave deals with the board and Amber this turn, he needs to have a follow-up. So looking for some draw here. Red Train is now on 8 Amber. I don't know if Dave's Mars can handle that, so he's got the Destructive Analysis in hand, which can draw him 2 cards. So he's maybe looking right now to see what those 2 cards might even be, because he has... Okay, so it's going to be a Mars first? Or is Mars first archived still? Mars first is archived. But the problem is you can't get back the Grabber Jammer. So if you had a way to get back the Grabber Jammer here, that would actually be able to stop the key along with the Mars first. Appreciate it, Sky Knight. I love doing this, but it helps so much that we've got a good community watching and everything. I'm so glad that Ghost Galaxy has their own stream going. Like, this is new for them this year, and I think it's just going to get better and better that they have more visibility going to their website, their product, their YouTube, and everything. And so I'm just happy to get to help with that. It's a lot of fun. And it's also just, I love these games. Like, this is a fantastic game. This is round 1. We're going to have a big day of this. It's going to be great. So Dave does go Mars here. We're going to get the draw pips off of the Destructive Analysis, but I don't see... Oh, he gets the damage. Okay, so he is going to deal with this Saurian board. All of the Amber does not...
I'm pretty sure you got this.
That Amber shouldn't be going to Dave, right? Because of the Ludo? I don't think it's going to matter. I don't see a way for him to take Red Train off check here. There is going to be a Mars first, Ready and Reap and Archive. terrible teammates. We'll discard
Discard story and darken.
Lead Darken
That's you.
for nothing, and that is the GG. So very, very close game. Again, there was the... Yeah, he shouldn't get that Amber, but I think he was just playing out the turn. There was the weird turn with the neutrino warps. I can ask... I tried to get kind of a definitive line with the judges on when they want me to come out there and when they don't. It's really hard. I think the way that the Saurian turn played out, I don't know if it really matters, because you hit... Because the Axiom still does so much even after you just hit a couple of the power levels. I think you're still pretty close to the same board state. They might have one or two more creatures on the board, but again, the Exile with the Phalanx Strike doesn't care what is left on board, and Dave wasn't really able to call those houses the rest of the game anyways, right? The Grabber Jammer got taken out later anyways. Or Dave blew up the Grabber Jammer himself, right? So he got the value off that, and then it was... Yeah, so very, very close game, but huge, huge Worlds Collide turn from Red Train's deck there. It is a very weird deck. We saw at the beginning where its strength can be is with that warded Mender board, and how it can kind of just slowly pick away at you. Just didn't quite have the follow-up in some of that, though. I mean, how do you follow up? Grim Reminder doesn't have the scaling Amber control, so when a play like that happens, what do? You just have to try and keep whittling back. And we saw he whittled back very, very hard. He captured a ton, he stole a lot, but it was just such a big turn play, and he needed to be able to answer the board, and he just was not able to do that. Having one or two more creatures on the board to fight that off just still doesn't quite get you there. So, yeah, I also spelled Red Train's deck wrong. Sorry, guys. Yeah. We'll see. The Sizable Entangler was also huge. There's a few of those turns in the middle where being able to stop Dave from using that board really gave Red Train so much more time to just keep archiving. Kept drawing into the Eddies as well to keep getting those, and ended up getting purged. That Saurian turn was just nasty.
So I'm like, alright, well, whatever. I'll play the turn out.
I'll tell him you said so, June. He'd probably agree with you though. Both these players are awesome, both Texas players, so some clash of the state here, but how's it going? So we've got 3 minutes left in the round. Again, we're going to try and churn these rounds pretty fast, so we should be back on very soon here. I'm going to cut us back over. I'm going to try and take a quick break, just make sure I'm getting water and stuff. Again, this is going to be like a 12-hour day, which I'm very excited for, but I got to make sure I'm getting my breaks in there, and I'll have to get the decks and everything set up for the next round. But stick around. We're going to be fast. We're going to be back here very, very quickly for round 2. I'll make sure everything gets updated and stuff, so... No, Dave is awesome. He's a fantastic guy. Red Train as well. Both awesome members of the community. And a great match for us to start out. So I'm going to cut you all off for a few minutes here, and we will see you for round 2. Thanks for watching. Alright, welcome back everyone. How about this? We're back before the timer is done. Like I said, we're going to try and bust out these matches. I am getting the info put in right now. We are about to start round 2 of Archon here. And we've got a returning player again to the stream. We got Flightless Pheasant is going to be player number 1 at the top. And then we've got Liquid Squash from Team Rebound is going to be player number 2. So let's go ahead and go to the table, and I'll finish getting this info in here. Okay, also clarification or kind of follow-up to last game. There was a resolution of a card that I did not end up talking to Marcus about. I asked him afterwards if that was big enough, because he kind of said, like, anything big he wants me to tell him. He said that does count, so I will be a little bit more active in trying to go make sure the game is clean. Looking back at what happened, though, if they had played it differently, it actually would have given Red Train a bigger burst to start and stop one of Dave's big Amber bursts that he got. So in the end, I think it was very not as consequential, but I will try to be more careful with that moving forward. Okay, we've got...
Attention, Archons.
It's spelled weird, isn't it?
Are you ready? Marcus, are you ready? Round 2 begins now.
Let's see. Does someone want to tell me how you, if that's actually how you spell it? I think it's no vowels in the liquid part for Liquid Squash. Someone's on Discord and wants to check that for me. That'd be great. Events are going to be stacked, so we're doing Archon right now, and we're going to have Alliance afterwards. We're doing 6 straight rounds of Archon, just all afternoon. We're just plowing through these. So this is Y Hayes. Okay, let's take a look at what we got here. Dave's Curse stream kicking in. It was a very, very big turnaround, and it, like, GR is just going to really struggle to answer something like that in general. Again, I'll probably go back and look at that multiple times just to see how it would have changed the resolution, because I think you still kill the Mender, because I don't think it had Amber on it. And you definitely kill the Grabber Jammer, which did not die until Dave destroyed it. But if you play those differently, the Grabber Jammer does die that turn, and it had several, like a decent amount of Amber on it already. So, yeah. Dave didn't seem upset about it. I think he was struggling to find answers at the end anyways, so I think it was the Saurian turn that really did it, regardless. But, yeah, I'll try to be more on top of it moving forward. So, Flightless Pheasant on top, playing a Vaultmaster 24 deck. Seen some of these opened here in the past couple. It doesn't seem like the decks have seen that great. I think there's been a lot of cool ones opened here. I opened mine last night. It's doing some cool stuff. Things like Mark of Dis being in there. Some of those disruption cards can be really, really nasty. You can get both Unfathomable and Disruption in the set. So it'll be interesting to see. So I know Flightless Pheasant is playing one, and I know actually one of my locals is playing Vaultmaster 24 as well. Liquid Squash playing a GR deck here, getting some more Geistoid out. We're going to have to get used to seeing a lot of Geistoid, and there's just going to be everywhere, but Tribute Collector and Reaver there, and we've got the Seeker Needle down for Flightless Pheasant. Looks like we had the Spears, Helmsman Spears getting discarded off the discard pit there. Ooh, very, very conservative turn there for Flightless Pheasant, just playing down that Pyro, getting a damage pip, and probably trying to handcraft towards something. Ooh, interesting Star Alliance turn here. So we've got the Near Future Lens coming down. Flipping the top of the deck, you see a pipped out, what's that guy's name? The Exchange Officer. And then we see some Mars cards getting flipped there. So, again, Liquid Squash's hand, basically open information at this point, and then a Maverick, Mehmet, and Starline's also doing some work, I think archiving that Helmsman Spears. So catching up on the stream here, players in Alliance, we don't know yet. Their goal is, I think, 32 or less, because that reduces the amount of rounds by 2, and we have a pretty fixed amount of time we can be in this building, so they're really hoping that there's kind of a nice sweet spot there for how that plays out. Oh, is this a Hollowfest deck? Yeah, that could definitely determine a lot in this matchup, and maybe that's what Flightless Pheasant is kind of handcrafting towards, is some of that Hollowfest stuff, but also the Shadows lineup. So that's what I've seen from these Vault Master decks, is that the Shadows can be very nasty. Low on creature control. I think that's a big thing for Vault Master 24 in general. Outside of Brobnar, it can be really hit or miss on the creature control. It's basically all or nothing board clears. But in Shadows especially, there's very little besides like hit and runs. But the Shadows can do lots of stealing. You guys are seeing more about these decks than I am. I should get a third monitor to look at the decks, but we'll just try and see it as it's played here. Near Future Lens will give us plenty of info anyways, so lots of Mars in hand there for Liquid Squash, but doesn't look, I can't tell, I don't think there's a Rebel, so I'm not going to be able to ready and use much of that here. See a Memrox in there, which maybe this deck is working towards that Winds of Death Memrox huge burst that Grim Reminders can do. Okay, Proliferator coming down, getting protected there by the Tribute Collector, and then we have the Distant Void Prober getting played off the top with the Near Future Lens. It's got a discard pip on it as well. See what gets discard here. Looks like maybe that Exchange Officer. No Star Alliance on the board as far as creatures makes that Exchange Officer not great, but it has the 2 capture pips on it, which might be pretty important. So yeah, we see a Dark Lamp getting discarded instead, choosing to hold on to that Exchange Officer. Got a Red Death, which is not going to be doing too much to start here. Liquid Squash is not haunted yet. We do have a discard pip, and that's going to discard the Exchange Officer anyways, so didn't matter too much. But big Mars board here, 4 creatures. Red Death does not ready. Good catch there from Flightless Pheasant. And we've got a Scoop Up, and there's a Dr. Xylox. So again, yesterday we did not see a whole lot of Dr. Rebel combos. Like, it was very, very minimal. We saw some other Mars stuff, especially with Key Abduction and things like that, but did not see sort of that creature comboing that I expected to see, so maybe we'll see a little bit more of that from Liquid Squash here today. Flightless Pheasant looking at a decent board. Looks like he's got Brobnar in hand. I think that was the Hollowfest. We'll see if that comes down this turn. The really big question with Hollowfest is always, do you have a way to kill the Get Hammer? Okay, going for Star Alliance instead. Just going to do a board wipe here with the Grand Alliance Council. A fantastic board clear. So ignore everything I said about Vault Master 24 as far as creature control. There are good cards in it, but again, the Shadows can be pretty minimal on that. What is it? One other house. Oh, Dis is very strange too, where it has like Gateway and Unlock Gateway in it, but not much else aside from like Mark of Dis that's targeted control. The cute cat sleeves, yeah. Was that from Red Train? Those were awesome. I don't know, does Nick have, or Liquid Squash have them too? Okay, so Liquid Squash is sitting on a Winds of Death Key Abduction deck, and lots of Mars creatures in the discard now, so Flightless Pheasant definitely needs to get stuff going. So Flightless Pheasant might be playing this kind of carefully. He might not want to play the Hollowfest first. He might want to try and find some of the combo pieces and just play them, so that after the Winds of Death, he can then Hollowfest them all back. But we'll see. We do get the Hallowed Festival going off here. It's going to hit target Spontaneous Awakening. So only one capture. And then some other Starline stuff in there. Event Horizon. So definitely haunted at this point for Liquid Squash. I said I was going to take care of myself over the break, and I definitely did not. I just talked to people. And I'm also talking to people now, except you can't see me. My voice is going to be in trouble. Okay, so near future lensing out another Distant Void program. Got more Mars on top, so this Mars is just relentless for Liquid Squash. Being able to really filter out a lot of that Star Alliance. Flightless Pheasant is not haunted yet, very little in discard again. He's been very careful, just very, taking time to handcraft and stuff. Liquid Squash is going to draw Mars first and an Infiltrator, and we see the Ecto Charge on top, which he might be close to just being able to get the Ecto Charge off.
You are for sure.
Maybe not. Looks like maybe
Well, I mean, you had
12 to 15 cards in discard there, and you need to get a decent amount more Amber, so...
I'm going to play Broken Axe Outpost and
Well, he's got a couple Geistoid cards in hand there, so we do see the Winds of Death in hand, so that's probably coming down soon here, but it might really depend on if Flightless Pheasant actually commits to the board. We do see Brobnar turn being taken there, getting the Gauntlet, getting the Broken Axe Outpost out, not playing anything else. So now he is set up to fire the Get Hammer, except he doesn't have a big enough creature to run it into, so he's going to need either some damage pips or something else. I guess he could Broken Axe first to destroy the Tribute Collector, and then run Get Hammer into the Red Death, but you're then throwing another Brobnar creature on the bottom of your deck, which isn't ideal unless you do that, and then Holofest, and then use the Gauntlet command. So there is a line where he could fire it this turn. The real question is how much he wants to commit to it without having seen the Winds of Death. And again, we see the Winds of Death in Liquid Squash's hand here. Grabbing for Star Alliance cards there. Or just taking a look. He's got 3 Mars in hand and 2 on board, so that's a pretty tempting call. Just get more Amber, keep moving. It would archive the Tribute Collector if he wants to play the Scoop Up, but you're fine with archiving creatures if your plan is going to be the Winds of Death anyways. Looks like he's counting creatures here, and there's a good bit in there already. Look like maybe 7 or 8. Maybe even more than that. It's too fast to count, but lots of options here for Liquid Squash to get some value out of this turn. Taking a quick peek at the Archon card there. Again, knowing what all is in Vault Master 24 is tough. We're all not very used to it yet, but Archon card being open information helps that out, just to kind of double check what's there for artifact control or for Amber control or even creature control, things like that. So that Ecto Charge sitting on top might just be getting played by the Near Future Lens just to try and get some more burst. We'll see. I don't think I saw any other discard pips. But if you're planning on going Geistoid next turn, you might just play the Mars here and get that Ecto Charge in hand. See if you can Ecto Charge next turn into a key, and then Winds of Death. Yeah, so he goes into Mars, gonna reap with creatures on board. Gonna Near Future Lens the Ecto Charge here, gaining the Amber. Yeah, not getting the heat sheet off that. Flipping a Haunted House. So yeah, his Geistoid turn here next turn could be pretty brutal. So, knowing the Holofest is in there, Liquid Squash is probably deciding whether or not it's worth playing the Scoop Up here, because Scoop Up takes out that Harmonic Attune very, very nicely. The problem is, I don't think Liquid Squash is getting to check unless he plays the Scoop Up. So, very, very big decision on which way to go with this. Is going to play the Scoop Up, so getting to check, just going to try and press the pressure here, make this Holofest turn have to do a lot of work. very quickly. But Flightless Pheasant also has Shadows, so there is a chance this Shadows turn, if he goes Shadows here, just takes him off check. Star Alliance. I think we did see a second Grand Alliance Council. Okay, we see the Holofest, so we're going for it. Again, the Red Death is now open, so Get Hammer is able to just run into that with the Gauntlet of Command to fire the whole combo off and just really start going to town. We've got the Brick, we've got the Volca, so Harmonic Tune must have already been in hand. Or he's searching the actual deck for it now. So, man, he had a lot of Brobnar cards in the end. None of them were the actual pieces he was looking for, it seems. Alright, Harmolatoon comes down. Brick Nasty comes down. Get Hammer. Volca. And we've got a second Brick Nasty. Ooh! This is going to be a lot of Amber. Gauntlet of Command, the Get Hammer into Red Death.
The Red Death.
On Destroyed is going to
Get Hammer returns to my hand.
enrage and ready, and it's going to go back to hand because of the Harmolatoon. Also that splash damage going in on the two creatures there, so we are going to be able to take out the Doctor's Eye Loxifrex without too much worry. And that should be, yeah, he got the 2 Amber for the fight as well, so this is going to be a big turn, but the Holofest was burned, so you're probably losing most of the combo after this turn, but you'll still have the Get Hammer. You just won't have the Harmolatoon anymore if Liquid Squash is only able to do a Wind to Death here and not able to take out that Harmolatoon before doing the Wind to Death, which I think we saw most of the draw. I don't think I saw a way for Liquid Squash to do that. Okay, so we see a second fight in there from Volca, which is going to take out some of those creatures, get a little bit more Amber.
Gain your 2 from the fight.
Yes.
Harmolatoon fighting into the Distant Void Prober, which is going to be the last ping damage. Oh, no. Okay, so this is where he needed to play the Volca again. Okay, I'm going to go, because I didn't do it last time, I'm going to go do it this time. Oh, he's catching. Okay, Liquid Splash has it. I don't have to get up. Really, it's just the seed is coming. I don't want to get up. So, catching that there was not the splash damage there. Looks like he's going to let him just take that back, replay the Volca here, and then do that fight.
Finish him.
Back to your hand.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that the same brick that... Oh, no, because there was the Harmolatoon that fought. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. So board state has been corrected. We do have the brick fighting into the Red Death just to get it cleared away. An extra Reap with other brick there, and then the rest of the band coming back down. And he is going to hold the Get Hammer, which I think is... I'm not very practiced with Holofest, which is funny because it seems sometimes like it's something you don't need to practice that much, but like I think that's a very heads-up play to be holding that here instead of just playing it back down, even though Winds of Death would give it back to you off of the Harmolatoon. It just gives you that much more flexibility if you draw into more Brobnar, and Liquid Squash does have an answer for the Harmolatoon. Like it's a very careful play, but I think just to kind of keep this Brobnar pressure going, I like it. We'll see how it turns out, but Liquid Squash now, again, does have a very big Winds of Death turn if he decides to go that way, but with the Get Hammer being in hand, you know that you've got at least 4 Brobnar creatures coming back down next turn if you just pop the Winds of Death here. So you gotta wonder what's worth it. Also, big Amber pressure from Flightless Pheasant here with the 11 Amber. No KeyForge yet for either player. For some reason I thought Liquid Squash had one. Am I missing that, chat? Did he forget to flip, or are we just... Has it been a slow burn so far? We do see the Geistoid called. Gonna get the Haunted House down. Gonna near future lens this Commander Dirkscar out. And that is a Strong Feeling, which is an interesting card. We haven't seen a ton of capture outside of the Tribute Collectors. I guess there's the Holiday Festival as well, so possible for that to have some value. Okay, we are going to see the Winds of Death here. So going through and archiving creatures first, doing this in proper order, proper sequencing. Flightless Pheasant only getting the one card, the Pyro there. Got the Barabnar creatures going to hand, except for the Harmonic Tune, which will go to the discard. That Commander Dirkscar should also be going to the discard. Flightless Pheasant taking a look at that archive quick because it is massive. I don't think we've seen the Key Abduction yet either, though, so unless I missed something in the archive already, that was early on in the game. We'll see what happens on the draw here. There's the Key Abduction and a Ironics Rebel. So, clock is kind of ticking for both of these players. There's nothing for Flightless Pheasant to fight into, so we know can't really do a whole lot with the Barabnar turn if you just dump those creatures back down. Which I should have thought through that would be part of what happens in the resolution of the Winds of Death, is that there'd be no creatures left on board for the Hollowfest creatures to kind of reset with. Again, there's no ready and, well, yeah, there's nothing to fight against. There's no way to ready the whole board.
You got a judge call.
Flightless Pheasant taking some time just to look through what to do with this. We are going to Subtle Chain. So, this is huge. This Subtle Chain could hit the Key Abduction, which would be brutal for Liquid Squash. We know he has the target, so he has the ability to get it back, but it would stop at least one turn of key cheating here. And it's not. It is the Prototype Harness. We're going to see a Lights Out for the Amber. And Ronnie Wrist Clocks. There's no Amber to steal. We're going to Seeker Needle the Ronnie Wrist Clocks just to get it going, to get a little bit closer to killing it with the Seeker Needle. So again, if I haven't missed this, Liquid Squash is on 0 keys so far. So he is going to have probably a free key and then a big burst this turn. But I don't believe he's not going to forge all 3 keys in this turn. I don't think he's even going to forge 2. It's going to be 1. And depending on what is in the shadow for Flightless Pheasant, it's going to be a tough call. But the problem is we know Flightless Pheasant just has a handful of Barabnar after playing that Shadow's turn. Which I think he needed to do because the Barabnar again only gets... Barabnar would have gotten him to check still because he would have been able to Gauntlet of Command for 1 Amber. So Liquid Squash checking the Archon card there again, just seeing kind of what follow-ups there are to this. But there's not a whole lot you can do to follow it up. The really big question for Liquid Squash is, do you leave the Mars on the board or do you just keep it all in hand? Ronnie on the board against Mars is risky. That's very true. I think we've seen... He's been able to see everything that was drawn, right? So we know there's not like a Hypnotic Command or anything, but there could be those Distant Void Probers, which could just get discarded to archive or to do the capture. I can't tell if those are flipped or not. Those keys are very strange to me, but I don't think there's been a whole lot of Amber gained for either side this game until the Hollowfest went out. I know there was some stealing that happened early on, but it was just a lot of kind of creatures and milling and stuff. But you might be right. He might have 2 keys already. And if so, that would just be game with the Key Abduction. I'm trying to remember. So he had when he played the maybe it's one KeyForge, because I think when he played the Ecto Charge, that put him to check. And I don't think that check ever got answered, so I think he's got one key. I think he forged the blue key, because that's the one that looks different, right? It's kind of darker background and stuff. We'll find out soon. Yeah, I think one key fits how much Amber has happened in this game, in my mind. We are about to find out. So, choosing or deciding whether or not to discard that.
Not haunted, so haunted house is going to discard.
Oh, not haunted. So the Ironic Rebel actually getting discarded there by the haunted house is very rough for Liquid Squash here. He really wanted to pull that with the near future lens, but a good catch that not being haunted, that haunted house should trigger and discard that top card. You think it is 2 keys flipped? I feel like if it was 2 keys flipped, this is a 1 card turn, right? You have, there's no taxing. You have more than enough in hand to forge for free.
Archons, just over 20 minutes remaining, round 2, just over 20 minutes
Doctor's Allox threats
remaining,
off of the
round 2.
Mars first is able to ready and use those guys anyways. Going through sequencing here, we're going to get a discard of not the Distant Void Prober. Just gonna be the Snippy. Okay, so just choosing to take out the Ronnie there with that discard pip, and then we're gonna get ready Doctor and ready Proliferator. So again, getting rid of the Ronnie, not gonna be able to fight in with the Rebel either to get the extra combo going, or an extra proc there. Yeah, the Mars first should be. Okay, Mars first gets Archive by Proliferator.
Void Prober, you don't have anything to capture.
Discarding the Distant Void Prober. Oh, gonna reap and then play it. Okay, so just going through all the pieces of this Mars board. Yeah, checking there's nothing else to bring back. Gonna have a reap with the Void Prober, which should be enough to tax now. I think that puts into Haunted with the Snippy discard, but maybe not with the Proliferator. Okay, so there's the key abduction. We're gonna do a quick count here to see how much that gets him. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay, so they don't even go through counting. He knows it's more than enough. So we're gonna get the target, bringing that key abduction back. So now it is 2 keys to 1. I want to go check to see if Flightless Pheasant Forge is there. I will be right back. Okay, confirmation from the players. Definitely was haunted, very close there, but got the tax, so that means Flightless Pheasant does not forge on the 7 or 8 amber that is there. Welcome in from Brazil, and we got people all over the world. We're actually at a time where people all over the world should be able to watch. Okay, so we see the Barabnar board coming down. We're going to get a Might Club of the Gad Hammer into the target for 2 amber here. Off of those Brick Nasties. But that is not going to answer the 7 amber. That Liquid Squash was able to get that turn, so that should be game. Alright, so there you have it. Grim Reminders wins Key Abduction, strikes.
It was.
We only saw a little bit. I know there was a decent amount of that yesterday in the sealed
you are
pool.
playing
It's not
the
what made it
exact
to the
reason
top
that
cut.
Crypt
Neither
Reminders
of the
is
top two
2
players, Dave
You're
and
doing the
Borlami,
exact
have
thing that is
Wind's
why
Key
Crypt
Abduction.
Reminders is 2 strong.
They each might have one of those cards, but not the other. But there was a few of those floating around. I think we only had one on stream that was Flaming Hobo's deck that kind of had both Key Abductions in hand. Basically just got the win from that. But we get it here.
If he could play the verb.
Flightless Pheasant had a pretty big brown art turn there, but yeah, just kind of that Mars follow-up was very brutal. Being able to just get that big board, and Flightless Pheasant just not really having a way to utilize that brown board after it got bounced back to hand.
I decided I wanted to play it
could
because
have.
I like it and it does
Trying to think
things
what
I like, but
what your options are, because he played the Ronnie into no value, so could have done the Brobnar turn the turn before, and then played the Ronnie this turn, but again, that Winds of Death Key Abduction just can kind of end games that way. It's hard to find lines to really deal with that. Outside of just being more aggressive, so we did see Flightless Pheasant was kind of really trying to find some of those cards, taking some slower turns at the beginning there, trying to get the Hollow Fest set up, and it just didn't quite get there in time for him. So good games to both of these players. Let's hop back out here.
I've got another game in me at least, but I have a feeling.
So, for those of you just joining, we just finished round 2 of the Archon tournament. We are running Archon and Alliance back to back. So, we're doing 6 rounds of Archon right now. It's going to be lots of KeyForge. We've got 15 minutes left in this round, so it'll be a little bit before we're back for next round now. A little bit of a break. But again, we're going 6 rounds straight through until dinner. We're not taking a lunch break today, which means I also need to make sure I have time to eat. After the dinner break, we'll start in the Alliance rounds. But next will be round 3. Okay, so I'm gonna get the timer going, and we will see you all in about 20 to 25 minutes. Thanks. everyone, we are back. Gonna get to the table really quick here because about to start the time.
Tournament begins now.
Okay, we've got Red Train back for round 3 here, going against Frozen Tauntaun. Need to just get Frozen Tauntaun's deck in here really quick. It should be a deck that people know well. I'm gonna try and spell this. It's an Archon name though. It's something. But what is important is no Grim Reminders at this table. We have Winds of Exchange versus Worlds Collide. Psycho Rubius is deck name, known pretty well. There's going to be a Grunt Worlds Collide deck. I know I should know this deck. It's been a bit since I've been looking at some of these. Both of these players are X and O, and they did just announce this is not going to be the final round for the X and O players. They will have to do one more to ensure their spot in the top cut. So 4 rounds for them. You have to be 4-0 to make it in. Cat ones are back. The Angry Cat sleeves there for Red Train, and then Frozen Tauntaun on the green up top. Let's go! More KeyForge, right? I'm excited. So it should be a pretty interesting matchup compared to what we saw last time. Winds of Exchange is going to be a lot more. I can't see that Archon card at all, so I'm not sure if it's got Unfathomable in it, but that disruption could be really big for kind of shutting down some of Red Train's stuff that we saw, some of those combo pieces. Also just big board. If Red Train has the same start as he had against Dave, getting the piece of cord down there early, both players getting the 2 amber off of that. And we do see Unfathomable there, and we're going to see a Befuddle. I would expect that to go back into Star Alliance, but we'll see what he calls. And then 2 Kelp Minders just to kind of get a board going here. We're going to have a Crushing Deep just for the amber. I need to change. This is round 3. Okay, we're good. Good at me actually being on top of stuff this time. Okay, Red Train only able to play Star Alliance, just putting down the Explorer over there and passing turn. So we see a mix of cards in Red Train's hand there. It might be a little bit tougher to get the archiving going, but I think one of those is the memory chip, which is a really big one, as we saw in the game against Dave. We've got a replay pod coming down very early. That's a pretty scary one when you have the Mars tokens, right? We're going to see a Mars needs amber as well, so making that Explorer over capture one from its own side. Damage pip coming in from the Mark II generator, which also made the token there. So, Frozen Tauntaun going pretty quick here, already up at 5 amber, not quite a check yet, and again, that piece cord is on the table, so gonna have to find another way to kill that Explorer over if you want to maintain the amber. We do see the memory chip coming down, archiving the card. We know Red Train had some Saurian in hand, so expecting that to be those Saurian cards getting archived, and then we got a little bit of steal happening there from the 2 information exchanges. So not a bad turn follow up there from Red Train, just slowing down the amber generation a little bit and getting the archive game going. See if there's any artifact control from Frozen Tauntaun. Again, Psycho Rubius deck. I should know a little bit better, but there's a lot of decks to keep track of. Could look these up beforehand, I guess, but I'm running to get back here once they do the pairings because stuff kind of starts moving fast at that point. Timer's correct, so we're good to go there. Okay, Frozen Tauntaun having a think here about exactly where to go next. Seems like a tempting Mars turn. Oh, gonna be Saurian. Alright, so making more tokens, those coming in warded as well off of the Arm the Plebeians. And Is that a capture bid? Maybe not. Okay, so no capture bid on there. Kind of looked like it. Got Ballistego coming in. No reason to exalt it because of that piece of cord being on the board. There's just really looking to fight at the moment. And then the Aquila Lone Hero and Chancellor Dexterous. I believe that token should be readying up too. I'm sure we'll catch that in a second. So going pretty wide here already for Frozen Tauntaun. We did see decent creature control from Red Train's deck, especially since there's a lot of the same power creatures on here. That will be done correctly this game, no worries. We do see a Star Alliance turn, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of those Country Fluxes coming down. We see a Commander Chan. There's the Flux, so probably hitting the Chan and then the 5 power creatures. Yeah. So taking care of that, getting the board down to size a little bit, and then we got a Kirby coming in, getting down that Seismo Tangler. So again, that sort of soft creature control that's just going to really limit what Frozen Tauntaun's board can do. It's kind of an interesting sort of soft lock between the piece of cord and the Seismo Tangler. Can really control turns while you just kind of keep building towards your big Saurian board, and big Saurian turn. We saw what that Saurian turn can do. It is a massive swing of Amber. But we'll see what Frozen Tauntaun can do here. Sitting on 4 Amber, and Red Train also sitting on 4 Amber. Nothing under the replay pod yet. Can't quite tell what's in hand there for Frozen Tauntaun, but we'll just see what gets played out here. Looks like a decent amount of Unfathomable. Yeah, so we see another Kelp Minder come down. So that's the 3rd Kelp Minder, so there's going to be lots of drop hits going on in this deck. And we see the Fathom Reaver, so that making a token and slowing down Red Train's draw. Red Train now incentivized a little bit to maybe have to go against his own piece of cord and do some fighting. We are going to see a bounce on the Eddy, and then a Befuddle. It's hard not knowing what they call here. That is going to be check. Almost wonder if you call Saurian just to try and force some of that stuff out. Or it's just going to be Star Alliance. But Star Alliance can play off house, right? It just can't replay the Eddy, because the Eddy stops your key. I think you really want to get this key through before more of that combo gets built up. We'll find out in a second what house he called, based on what Red Train plays. Again, Befuddle does not stop Red Train from choosing any house, so he can still use like the Seismo Tangler if he wants to slow down the Mars or like the Unfathomable from doing too much stuff next turn. But I'm not going to be able to play. Okay, so we're going into Star Alliance, and it looks like we're getting a Reap from the Explorer, Reap from the Kirby. We'll see what gets played. You can't actually play an off-house card from the Kirby, so this will actually be interesting. Hope that gets caught correctly. And we see a second Quintrino Flux, so that will kill 3 power creatures, and he's got 4, 5, and 6 to choose from. We'll see which one he decides to go for. My guess will just be the Fathom Reaver, even though, yeah, because there's still going to be a token on board.
3 to 5. Or 4, 3 to 4, sorry.
Ooh. Mars creatures are supposed to go under the replay pod. Right, one of those did die. Yeah, I'm going to go tell him really quick. Oh, he's got it. Okay. I got to let these players, they know what they're doing. Just, there's a lot going on. So we see Tribune Pompous, and I didn't quite catch what that other creature was going under there, but it also was not a Mars card, so no actual Mars creatures under the replay pod yet. Then we've got a Frame coming down for a capture, but that is not going to be enough to stop the key here.
They still have Kirby in play. Yeah, they'd be active for Kirby. He may play a non-Star Alliance.
You have to play fight or reap with it.
I read with it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
And we got an information exchange. So, stopping... Oh, wait, no. That one can't be played. Because of Buffalo.
Draw 2, 6.
So we had a Buffalo play,
Yes.
and you played a Buffalo
Okay,
card.
so that one we are catching.
Oh, that's true.
You can't play that.
Is not able to play the Logos card, even though the Kirby gives you a May. The Befuddle is a cannot.
Make sure
So
you
you
lose
cannot play an off-house card there. So that does mean that Frozen Tauntaun is going to get this key.
You wouldn't have been able to play it.
So I drew after that.
I'm going to have to say you're going to have to discard it at this point.
Okay, which one do I discard? I think it was this one, but I don't know for sure.
Well, don't I look at his hand and pick which one?
So that should be in your hand.
That should be in my hand, yes.
And which are the ones that you believe?
Okay.
Because this is the official way that we resulted. So
Okay.
if you believe you know which ones they are,
I believe that it was
one of those two.
These
I'm not sure exactly what's getting
Now,
discussed
if you
right
confirm
now.
that it is those two, and
Just
you are
talking
perfectly
through
well to say no,
what happened on that
I
turn.
mean, I honestly can't.
then you get to look. He basically gets to these two cards go into the hand. He gets to look at your hand, and he gets to mix one back into your deck. That is.
Oh
and it
man,
is an
so
informal
it's
warning.
going to be an overdraw because of that now too.
No, it's an informal warning because you didn't
Oh,
play the
okay.
cards
That's
correctly.
brutal.
So it's not a big deal. Do not freak out about it. It's just,
Yeah.
and then that card will get shuffled.
That's
back
unfortunate.
Into your deck and obviously recut everything.
Overdrawing because
Yeah,
can't
no
play
worries.
that.
Thanks, guys.
Does make it rough, but
Sorry, I
yeah.
popped up.
Again, do want to make sure that it's a clean game. Double check Marcus does want me to call that stuff out now, so yeah, just want to make sure everything's above board. But that is hard when the board state gets to that point after it happens, because the resolution is to do the overdraw rules, which are basically not a discard, but putting a card back in the deck. Frozen Tauntaun being able to choose a card. So we see the Eddie going back in. Yeah. So, gotta be frustrating for Red Train, but hopefully it doesn't rattle him too much and we get a good game going forward. Again, this deck has lots of other answers coming, so first key might not be vital here, but we'll just have to see where it goes. He is still ending this turn in check, so he's got 6 in pool there. We'll see if that holds. A Saurian call here from Frozen Tauntaun. See the I'm not gonna remember what that one's called. Compared to Drusilla to destroy a friendly creature, and then it's gonna have a capture pip on it, so that will stop the key here.
Remember how that captured? Yeah. Yeah, land.
I'm gonna fight. Alright, I can't fight. 'Cause it-
Looks like this Aquilia, who is very much not alone,
Is it gonna trigger?
might be
that's gonna trigger
fighting.
my right, the capture.
Judge.
Right here.
Judge. Yep. He's choosing to fight to a key.
Well, I might be too.
Might.
Okay, so just talking about the resolution of the peace accord. The peace accord will,
Does he?
I believe, it fires first.
Happen?
Oh no, if it's after a fight, then that means the creature is destroyed. So I think I'll have that. But I have to look at the peace accord wording, but I think he does not get to keep that number off of the frame.
It'll be destroyed.
But we'll see how Marcus
No,
works
because
it.
it's going to be, you're going to fight into here,
I'll lose my amber.
you're going to lose your amber that you don't have, and then you're going to get it back.
Okay, so I'll fight. This will take.
Okay, so Marcus ruling that the loss of amber happens first, and then the creature is destroyed. So I think it must be if a player chooses a creature to fight or something. interesting one. I'd have to look at the specific wording, but that's the way Marcus rules it. So we're gonna go with that for now. Piece of cord is now gone, and we're gonna have a recruit there. So no exalting happening, so it doesn't get archived, but just kind of a slow build on these Mars creatures. And city state. So that key was definitely not getting forged regardless. There's going to be a lot of capture damage. That's going to be the rest of it captured. And that will turn off Red Train's Axiom, which we know is one of the only other pieces of creature control because both of the Contrino Fluxes are gone. And now we see the Epic Poem as well, hitting that Aquila Lone Hero that already has 2 Amber on it, putting it to 3 and gaining 3 Amber for a Frozen Tauntaun. So really, really big turn there of Saurian creatures. Interesting thing, he did not pop the replay pod to get that the creature that was under it, the Tribune Pompidus, which would make this a very big board as well in terms of just power. So choosing to leave that there, just wants to get Mars stuff, Mars comboed under there. We can see in there he's got the Ironics Rebel. Red Train going back into Logos. We're going to get an information exchange and Eddie, keeping the archiving going, especially with that memory chip as well. I can't quite see his archives, so I'm not positive he's getting that archive every time, but he knows that's his game plan, like he's very practiced with his deck. And we are going to see the Scyther Entangler, I'm assuming hitting the Saurian here. Could be the Mars though. Just there's been a lot of Saurian turns, so maybe expecting a Mars turn coming. We see a Psychic Network in there as well. Only 1 Amber to steal, so I wonder if you can try to find a way to kill one of your own Drusillas here, or the Aquila Lone Hero, to try and get 2 Amber back in Red Train's pool in order to steal with the Psychic Network, or if you just go for the 1 steal and keep going from there. But again, we do know Red Train has, I think it's 3 information exchanges, so that Amber might just get stolen back depending on what he was able to draw here. And as always, we're just waiting for this Saurian turn. We kind of know what he's building towards now and how hard it is to counter. But he also kind of needs Frozen Tauntaun to get to a certain amount of Amber for it to be really as effective as he hopes. Mars turn coming down from Frozen Tauntaun. We've got the Weaponsmith and then another token being made there. The Grunt, again, the 3-power Grunt, that card is not on the screen. So just to make sure that that's clear, that's a 3-power Mars token creature. Ironics Rebel coming down between them. The damage pip going on the Eddie. Okay, so I can see what might happen here is one of the Grunts with Amber on it fights into the Eddie, and then you at least steal the 2 off of your 3 ready Mars creatures. We'll see if that's the way Frozen Tauntaun decides to go here. Looking at what's under him, because whatever it is going under the replay pod. Yep. So fighting that one, and then it will go under the replay pod. We don't get to see that, so that was also important with what happened earlier. Those cards did go into the discard and then under the replay pod, which means Red Train knows what they are. In this instance, the way it's supposed to be played is he should not know what those cards are because they are Mars creatures when they get put under there. Okay, so we will... Ooh, he's just gonna pop the... Interesting. Popping the replay pod now, so whatever he was under there as that token must have been something he really wanted. There's the Psychic Network to steal Red Train's last 2 Amber there. Looking for some scaling Amber control, and again, double tributes can do a good job of that, especially if the Exile's still there. And we actually know Red Train had the Exile in hand. Weaponsmith is going to Reap. We're going to get a Reap from the Grunt, and I think a Reap from that other Grunt already. And we're going to get a, what is that one called? Something Master. Vault Keep, Ironics. I should know that card. He makes a token when it comes on board. Looks like he's got a draw and a damage pick on him as well. Vatminder, Ironics Vatminder. I got it. Come on today. I never eat breakfast. I had so much breakfast and a lot of coffee. That'll probably last me another hour, and then we go downhill. All right, so massive board here from Frozen Tauntaun, lots of Mars. Again, Red Train does have that Silent Hangler, so there's got to be some decision here on whether it's worth kind of one more turn, stopping or letting him forge this last or second key. We do see a Starline's turn, so it's going to be a lay of the land. Not sure exactly what's happening here. Red Train should just be looking at the top cards of his deck. Frozen Tauntaun checking what those tokens all are. Again, can't really see Red Train's hand, so I'm not really sure exactly what's happening there. Something like a Red Alert would probably feel pretty good here, but we do see an Explo Rover coming down. Second Kirby.
With that, I'm going to play Tribute.
Playing a Tribute, so he really wants to stop this key.
I will exalt it. Just capture 2 more.
And we are going to Exalt and capture all 4 there onto the Explo Rover.
Draw 3.
So still some things I don't think we saw from Red Train's deck, so I'm not sure if he actually is sitting on something like an interdimensional graft in this deck, or exactly what. See how Frozen Tauntaun reacts here. I think he really wanted to get that key through, just knowing what's coming in the Saurian. Going back into Mars, gonna use that Weaponsmith to take out the. Come on. Take out the Explo Rover. Get that Amber back +1. So now you're sitting at 9. So what he does from here will be very telling on what is in Red Train's deck. Again, both Archon cards are known information for these players. So if he stops here, we're basically expecting a big steal. Instead, he plays another Psychic Network to steal 2 more, going to 11. We'll get a second fight on the Kirby from the second Weaponsmith. And then it will be 5 more Reaps. So that is a pile of Amber for Frozen Tauntaun. Checking one more time to make sure that there's no interdimensional graft. I think it is mainly the Tributes, which can still do a lot, but I don't know if they're going to be quite enough to stop this amount of Amber. Making one more token there off to the side. Get ready up, and we'll get a reshuffle and a draw on Frozen Tauntaun's side. And Red Train needs to find some answers for this. There have been some archiving, but hard to know if it's been quite enough, if he's found really the pieces he's looking for. Axiom does do a lot more work here, just hitting at least all of that Mars, and the replay pod is gone, so you don't really have to worry about it all coming back right away. Again, it doesn't really hit the Saurian that you need it to, but at least dealing with this Mars would be a good step towards kind of getting some rebalance in this game. Red Train having to think here, trying to decide what house to go into. Not nearly as big of an archives as he was able to build against Dave. So might hold off for one more turn if he has found maybe the last Eddie. I think he's got one more Eddie left because the one that was reshuffled in the deck from the overdraw I think is still to come.
I know you have it in the deck, but I know you have it.
But if you do that, you're not doing the Axiom. Which I don't know if he has the Axiom in hand, but I don't know if he has any other board control tools to shut down this Mars, which is just going to be able to reap for 8 Amber on its own and fight off basically anything you put on the board. Looking through his discard, so just want to make sure he is aware on top of what he's got left to draw into and everything. This is a big turn, so definitely want to make sure that. Call right. Looking at the archives. So maybe about time to pull that Saurian. We'll see. Welcome in, Captain. It's been an intense day so far. So we are seeing the Saurian. There's the tribute. It's going to exalt and then tribute again. Here's the question: does he have a third tribute in hand or not? No, it's just the exile. Switching out the Amber there, but it's all going to be going to Red Train this turn, most likely. So that's going to be exiled over with 5 Amber on it, which does not stop the key from Frozen Tauntaun. So let's see if he has a way to kill it. Let's see, 1 Shrix. He is going to exalt, so that means we're probably seeing an Axiom here. Both Ludos coming down also make the Shrix exalt a little bit safer. Phalanx Strike is going to deal 3 to the Quester Jarda, and then 3 to one of the tokens. Alright, so still a big Amber swing there, like that. In most games, that is a fantastic turn to be taken. The problem is just how much Amber's Frozen Tauntaun has already been able to build up here. Ludo's still on the board. We do get the Exalt on the Shrix. So Shrix also threatening a little bit, but again, plenty of tools on the board to deal with the Shrix. You just have to use the resources to do it. We're going to see 6 Amber to forge for Frozen Tauntaun. It looks like he still has 6 left, so already in check for key 3. And Red Train is on check with 8 Amber. 9-10 if you count the Shrix, but again, might not be long for this world. Up on 16 minutes left in the round as well. We've got, yeah, I'm going Mars, just gonna reap across the board, I think. Might use a couple of these guys to fight, or he's got like a Kaboom in hand. I don't know if this deck has that, but this kind of feels like a turn where you might do that, although it does kill all of your Saurian and give a lot of that Amber back to Red Train. But you're basically just trying to give him something that he can't deal with here. Maybe just choosing to ignore the Saurian board as well. So we got both of the... So the archives are pulled, so an Eddie here doesn't stop the key. Even though it'd be 2 archives with the memory chip as well. 2 tributes are gone. I don't remember if there's a 3rd in this deck or not. You have some information exchanges. You have the Axiom to try and clear the board, but I'm not really sure what other answers you have here for Red Train. So, looking through what options he's got, just trying to make sure he's exhausting all of his options. Looks like a Logos turn, since we see an archive right off the top there. Gonna have a cover research. Okay, so that's actually a good start there. That's 2 amber off, and that is gonna get Red Train 2 check at 7. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left. Eddie puts key cost up to 8, if I'm counting those right. Might be 9. Second Eddie is going to stop the key. Alright, so we still got a game. We're still in it. Both of those Eddies are going to tax up to 10.
I choose to. Oh, you have 12?
Does he have exactly 10?
That's what I thought. And I'm going to make sure you can't
6.
Mars.
Oh, maybe he does have exact. Oh no, the Eddies would. Sorry, the Eddie's got a third archive, so key would be 12. Looks like Frozen Tauntaun might have close to 10. My earlier count. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 maybe. Either way, not quite enough to get past those Eddies, but now we see that Tribune Bomb has come down, so all those dinos are huge now. We do see Capture Pip as well, probably from that last dino off the edge that we can't see. And gotta expect there's just gonna be some fighting going on. Gonna take out an Eddie. The Quillia taking out the second Eddie. And I think you might just hit the Shrinks here, or just Reap. So we do just get the Reap. And that'll be turn. So, Red Train did buy a turn that will be... Oh, that is not a KeyForge. So the last creature on the left there is Faust, which means key cost for Red Train is now to 10. So that will stop the key for Red Train, which is very brutal. I think definitely needed to get that key through in order to have a shot here. But this amber total for Frozen Tauntaun should be up at 10. Oh, it looks like maybe 12 now? It's so hard to tell with these gems. So back on Red Train to see if he can find another answer for all this amber. Oh, did he do that at the end? I missed that. For Mars. I mean, that makes sense, but I missed him doing that completely on that turn. I was more focused on him being able to stop the key was actually the huge part. So deck is exhausted for Red Train, but didn't look like there was a draw through. Which means all those Eddies. I think he's only got 3 Eddies, and I believe they're all in the discard now. I'm not sure what he's got left. Maybe the Axiom, but the Axiom does not stop. Oh, we see a Tau Tau. So Desperation Tau Tau, we're gonna archive off of the memory chip, starting Logos turn, do the Tau Tau to draw through and just try and find one of those Eddies. I think is basically where we're at. Might have 1 or 2 steals. I don't know if 1 Eddie is quite enough if Frozen Tauntaun is on 12. That puts Red Train at... I think that'll make the key cost up to exactly 12 if he finds an Eddie on this draw.
Something else that steals.
He might have another information exchange in hand or something like that to get Frozen Tauntaun down. But you're also not dealing with the board with this Logos turn, so that Faust just stops you from really getting any traction of your own while you're dealing with this Amber Total. But it's what you gotta do, it's what you gotta do. So just gonna shuffle up and see what you find.
Prolonging the
Cut. Do a quick shuffle. And the Angry Cat draw.
No. Got the information exchange, but not the
Gonna get an information exchange. And the Wormhole Technician, and there is the GG. So Frozen Tauntaun taking this one. This is an intense game, I think. Yeah, there's some small chances for Red Train to get back in, but the Befuddle turn, it was. It was hard. It's hard to know if it would have done enough here. Again, this board very difficult since Red Train had to burn those Quintrino fluxes very early in the game, and we didn't see the Axiom come down, if I remember. But again, that also is a little bit tricky, and that doesn't kill those dinos from the board. So yeah, just kind of what you expect. Winds of Exchange, not necessarily the best matchup for Worlds Collide going into Winds of Exchange. Just Winds of Exchange being able to put out so many creatures, and then replay them and stuff with the replay pod. There's just a lot of pressure there from that Mars, especially getting the Psychic Network 2 turns in a row, and just being able to reap for so much. So congrats to both. Again, this is not quite all it's going to take to qualify. There will be one more round for our X-Men players. We'll be back with that in probably about 20 minutes. Again, we have about 8 minutes left here on this round. So, for those of you just joining, we just finished up round 3 of Archon here. We've got 3 more rounds to go this afternoon. The next round will decide our 4-0s who go directly into the top 8. And then we'll have 2 more rounds of play-in to see who the next 4 are to make it into the top 8. And then once we're done with that, we'll take a break, and then we'll go into Alliance. So, be on the lookout for that. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and I'm gonna get just some more water and keep things going here. But big hand to GG guys. They're running things pretty efficiently, pretty cleanly. Like they're ready here to go, and they're getting a lot of KeyForge in. So it's been a good weekend so far. Excited to keep it going. So check back in about 15-20 minutes, and we'll get going with round 4. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting started with round 4, which will be the first top cut. I don't know how you say that. 4 O's will be officially in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For the top cut after this round, we've got Flaming Hobo versus Dr. Sheep. I need to get the deck names in here really quick, but they should be, well, at least Dr. Sheep's deck is well known. I don't know if Flaming Hobo, I don't know if I've seen this one before.
Yeah. Like 2 or 3 times.
Okay. I have Dave here with me.
He top 4 Tour like that last year. It was the one after he won with Unity.
Okay.
Round 4 begins now.
I like it.
I don't remember. I mean, other people have played it. It's a good deck.
Yep, so we got that one on top, and that is a GR, or what was it?
As well. It's like a Bryozoark thing.
Okay, I heard him mention the Sheep. I hope you don't like your actions. So
Yeah. It's very, very good at protecting Bryozoark.
that could be.
There's some really interesting synergies going on in there that when they come up, I can talk about. And then Pink Fraud.
Yep, Sheep is on. Alright. Too much upkeep. We did start the timer already, so a round has started, and we got the wonderful sleeves.
Yep.
Did you get to use those or no? That was just.
No, I didn't get those sleeves. He gave me a pack of the sleeves that we're not allowed to use.
Oh, I need to. I was told very explicitly to make sure. Of some things from Marcus as well. Double check that, but I think we're good to go from what I see.
Yeah, he said no stickers on the stream.
Yeah. So Sandhopper down already for. Sorry, let's get this up so you can actually see what's going on here.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, this took me about 4 rounds yesterday to figure out.
Yeah, and I was like, who has Sandhopper? Obviously, it's not the Coda deck. Cool.
It's a fast start from Sheep, except it's not library access, so that's a lot of your library access ammo gone already.
Quarter of it. Yeah. I guess more than 3 out of 11. It was a reverse time.
Looks like it.
Okay.
Yeah, those sleeves are amazing, aren't they, Cindy? Sorry, get you the chat here. Wookiee is here in spirit. We don't have Sheep back in here yet. We need to get cut out. But since Sheep is playing this game, we can't have him in here to watch himself.
It's true. It's true. That would be unfair.
Complete cheating. We blindfolded him yesterday.
Actually, right now, Sheep's out there standing with all of the Yu-Gi-Oh cutouts, so Sheep is now a Yu-Gi-Oh character.
That seems
appropriate.
Yeah, would work. So reverse time shuffle there. I mean, the Brain Eater is big enough to kill Bryo if it comes down soon. But
so the thing that it can do is, let's see if he plays it, but it has the Sandhopper and I believe the other one's called Offering to Kill a God. It's got 2 abilities. One of them, you
destroy a creature.
Destroy a creature, put a card from...
I think it's creature. Or can it do a card?
Yeah, it's a creature.
I never pulled up another window somewhere with like DOK or something.
Yeah, no. I got it right here. I want to make sure I read correctly because the way it works is pretty interesting.
Alright, Sheep going forward with some Shadows stuff. Gonna do some damage, some stealing, and then gonna pop that Research Smoko to get an Archive. But that does damage the Brain Eater, so less likely it's gonna get the draw off of that. Bubble staying on the board though means he can bounce that with a Sandhopper if he wants to just do more disruption, putting stuff on top of deck. Going Broadmoor instead. Ragnarok Prep to stop some Amber there, and tokens are Prospectors.
Yep.
Or yelling Wookiee. Happy Wookiee? I don't know what face that's supposed to be. It's Wookiee face.
The little banner that you probably can't read on top of the sleeve does say Big Dog.
Nice. And, what's that goblin? That 2-power creature.
Looter Goblin, probably.
Looter Goblin, yeah. Okay, so we do see Battlefleet with just 2. Shoulders drawn there.
You don't get to see what I'm drawing.
I see terrible teammates for some burst. First, clean up a few things, just 2.
There's no keys, right? So Sam
Yeah.
doesn't do anything.
Yep. If he has a big hand of, do you want to purge Logos creatures?
You want to? I mean, it has not fantastic Shadows creatures, right? Isn't it? Let me pull up his deck as well.
Yeah, this is a very spicy. Why are you watching, Gorlami? Aren't you playing right now? Did you lie to me?
No, he should be playing. Maybe he's got a buy.
Oh, it is possible. We did have 37 people in this tournament, which did make it so we had to have one more round for the X and O's to make top cut. But does mean there's a bye.
Did he end up purchasing stuff?
Is that check? So he must have, yeah. I didn't catch what all it was. It's only creatures, right?
Yeah.
I thought I saw a wild wormhole in there, but
This thing's got like a Batman in it, right? No, it doesn't. It only has 3 Shadows creatures.
Dodgers.
Yeah, a Dodger, an Urchin, and a Carlo Phantom.
Yeah, so I feel like you almost want to purge the logos after you've done your library access.
Yeah, I can see it. A lot of Logos creatures in there.
I mean, like, what if you're playing Pink Fraud? What do you do knowing that there's going to be Bryo coming in however many turns, and it's going to be really tough to kill that one?
Yeah, that's true. Pink Fraud has not a lot of board clear. Most of it is, in fact, gone already. Orbital Bombardment, and
yeah. So we see a generous offer, going to steal 2, taking the sheep off check for that key 1. That's the first Amber for Flaming Hobo.
wow, you guys weren't kidding. The Reap Out Amber is hard to see on this.
Well, so the camera, we've talked about this, the camera is also not fantastic. I'm glad to have it, but yeah, it's also not great. Sandhoppering, whatever that token was.
Could be a Bryo.
Could be a Bryo, but the bubble's also, oh, Fizzle. Interesting. I guess you don't care too much about that in this deck if your token is Prospectors.
No. But yeah, like I was saying earlier with the offering Kilgog, it can, if you kill the Bryo, you kill one of your creatures, put the Bryo under the offering, then turn the offering into a token, use the Sandhopper, bounce the token into your hand, which is the Bryo, use the phase shift off that to play the Bryo. So even if he fights the Bryo, it gets 1 turn of actions.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Sheep here. And then we see another generous offer, and then the closed door negotiations get a Hobo to 7 Amber. We do see the graft in Sheep's hand, but also some shadow stuff. I'm not sure. We do see bait and switch, so it can take him off check with shadows. But Flaming Hobo, I'm assuming, doesn't really care about getting these keys through. He just really wants to get his setup.
Did he steal 1 or 2 there?
Should have stolen 2. Right?
Yeah. How much Amber did
He was at 7.
Okay,
He was
got
at
it.
1. Okay. Lights Out, Color Phantom, and the Dodger. So Dodger and Phantom.
There's the other half of the board control.
But technically together, they could fight off Bryo, because there's not really any taunts in what to exchange for Bryo. There's very few, unless you have Sanctum. Oh yeah, that's this has been my life all weekend, and I wonder why I'm getting a headache.
I'll just start rocking like this.
There you go. Chairs aren't bad, at least. It's not just like a folding.
Yeah, adjust the lumbar on this thing. I don't know how. Whatever.
Good luck. Okay, so we see. Okay, Bryo is down. We've got the Skullback Crab doing a damage to kill off the. I guess I have another damage pip there to
I
kill
believe there's
the
2 damage pips on the.
Toxicuta Venom?
Yeah, you see.
Yeah. So that one of those kills the Carlo, and the other one goes on Dodger. So chance to just kill the Brio here, but you send the offering to kill a god can bring it back, basically.
Yeah, but we're not got the hand. Also, if for some reason the Brio ends up in the middle, you can always Sandhopper the Brio back into your hand and then put it back down on the side.
Yeah. Alright, so Sheep going with some actions here. We're going to do Wild Wormhole to kill off the Skullback Crab, and then second Wild Wormhole?
That was an interdimensional graft.
Oh, the Graph killed the Brio?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, he's only on 7, so not a huge loss there amber-wise, and Sheep does go to check here. That'll be 6 amber. 1 left there for Flaming Hobo. Sheep at check. So, I mean, that's Brio gone for now is pretty big for Sheep. Really needs to kind of get things moving. Doc Bookton probably stays on the board.
Yep.
But you just burned your Wild Wormhole, so library access isn't looking great. No KeyForge yet, so the general doesn't do anything. Let's see what the Sandhopper goes for here. And then that's Tutor's Trap?
Yes. It trades a token to someone else.
Does he have much capture? Do you know?
I don't think that's really what the deck is trying to do.
Ooh. That's not bad. So using the Shock Herder, getting played off the Sandhopper to have that Swapper fight into the Doc Driscoll and swap sides with it.
Doc Bookton. Not Bot Bookton.
Did I
Bot
say Bot?
Bookton. You said Dr. Driscoll. Which
Been in here a while, alright?
which is a Star Alliance card that nobody's ever played.
There's another doctor. There's Dr. Sheep, there's Dr. Driscoll. I just can't keep them all straight anymore.
Yep.
Especially when some of them aren't actually doctors. Do you see a KeyForge for Sheep?
Yep.
And library card in hand and another Battlefleet? Oh, Key Abduction, Battlefleet.
I do wish that Bot Bookton was a robot.
Yeah.
It's not. That's my only qualm with the entirety of KeyForge.
I find that very difficult to believe.
No, I mean, for sure. It's just a logical inconsistency. It breaks my immersion.
There's another one though, right?
No.
Awakened Titan literally has a graveyard on its back and it's not a location.
Okay.
But Lollop
Okay.
is.
Okay. Fine. Fine.
Just-
Fine.
If you really look. So let's see. I didn't see what all he drew there. We know he's got the Grabber Jammer and Key Abduction. There's only 2 Battlefleets in Throg, right? So both of those are gone.
Yep.
Squawker.
And the reverse time's gone, so I can't set it up.
Taking damage. Key abduct me.
Okay. Fighting off, not putting the damage on there because he's just going to pick it back up with the Key Abduction and then play it again.
Shortcut.
And reverse time with library access in hand there, so could be a big turn coming up. Not having your booked in. I almost said some other doctor again.
Could be trying to set up this card for reverse time. It looks like the cards that got purged off of bad allies are the Locos creatures. There's 2 of them in there at least.
Yeah, Quixo and not sure about the third one, or second one. So another general coming down, making 1 token this time for the one KeyForged for Sheep. Like we said, we got the reverse time and the library access in hand for Sheep, so gotta decide when it's time to pop that. I think I saw 2 more logos, but I feel like he shouldn't have much logos left, right? He's got to be almost out. Ornate Talking Tray
Yep.
coming down on Hobo's side.
Omni, make a job.
And we're going to steal the Grabber Jammer.
Interesting. I'm always hesitant with stuff like that with the Mars stuff because it will go back into his hand when he elections.
So you could there take your Swapper back and then fight with the Swapper.
No, Tourist Trap has to be a flank creature, I believe.
Oh, okay. So it's not quite as good as just the exchange program. That makes sense. Ganymede Archivist. Thanks, not tonight. So we got Quixo and Ganymede under. They're purged from the Martian to make bad allies. And auction off to purge an artifact, and that's going to just be his own. Get some extra amber. So we're seeing that. 1 key each, 3 amber for Dr. Sheep, 4 amber for Flaming Hobo.
He could also be digging for the EMP blast.
Oh, we are going for. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the EMP blast.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty big. Especially if the Kilogog comes down before the Bryo comes back.
Yeah.
Library access getting popped this turn, so we'll see what he can do. I think I saw a archive card. Lab work. Not slap lab work, just lab work.
First time, I'm going to.
Right, trap has to be a token, but he could have swapped the token with the swapper if the swapper was on a flank. And then since the swapper is ready, he could have then used the swapper.
Oh, no logos cards in the. That's good.
Oh, that was left
That's
to
good.
draw? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this should be
So
a huge...
all the logos cards are getting shuffled into the deck, besides the ones that are purged and the reverse time.
That's very big.
Oh, Andrew, Trap, you have to give them a token and take a flank creature, I believe.
I think in the end it comes out to about the same, because you'd still be getting the swapper back, right? If you fight with it, it still goes... So he'd still be left with the swapper and a token.
Yeah.
So it would be net 0 change.
But it's more fun.
Okay, there's the lab work, drawing a card, and then archiving. We did get the Spectral Tunneler down as well for an extra draw.
Play, make a token creature. Action, choose a friendly token creature and an enemy creature. No, it does not have to be a flank creature.
Oh.
I was thinking of, this is different cards. Exchange program? Is that what it's called? One of them has, it's got to be, I'm pretty sure.
Must be if that one's not.
Yeah. Exchange program has to be.
Okay. So the library access did kind of fizzle. Even after the flip, it looked like it was going to be good, but didn't quite get there. We see a befuddle. I'm guessing that's into Logos.
It seems like a very reasonable guess.
Double bit there, and that is 7 amber for Flaming Hobo. Sheep not quite able to get into check with that library access. We've got Kamalani down, so now setup for Bryo's getting even bigger, but he might not even need it the way things are going. He's keeping a lot of pressure on. And a lot of that shadow stealing we saw got put in the discard with our reverse time, so... Oh, we were also wrong about the Goblin, who's a grenade snib.
No, wait. Grenades? There's no
Oh, Ganymede, never mind. I was lying.
Ganymede is in the purge.
Yeah. I can't read either. But
You know, card gamers.
yeah. Okay, so check and discard here.
I will choose.
Do you just discard your shadows and try and draw into more Mars here for Sheep? Could go Equidon and just reap for 2, or fight to get a draw, but I don't know how that draw helps you because you can't play it that turn. He's got 4. He's got both routine jobs in there and stuff. Do you discard the Mars?
Somebody suggested that she call Equidon and reap twice,
Equidon.
which is allowed.
Yeah.
Might actually even be right here, yeah?
Right, it gets him in check. There's nothing. You could fight back
You
to
fight-
get your doc.
get your-
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, I was going to say it wrong again.
Doc.
Booked it.
Books in.
This one.
That's right, Ketzer. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Where all there is below the picture is just a little circle or some numbers. There's not actually any text. Sheep would probably argue the exact opposite.
This one
There's
will.
only text. There's only math.
Reap to 6.
Did he go Arc?
Yeah!
Way to go,
Good
Sheep.
job, Sheep.
And good call, Sunday. So getting a check and getting an extra draw. He just fought it into the general. Fought the token.
No, I think it was a. Oh yeah. Fought the General Zawara with the token, and then we get to check, draw a card.
Looks like that token was an Earthshaker, which not very impactful here.
No, I mean, kills your swap, gets back.
Yeah, but you also don't need to kill anything else on the cheap side. So.
Honestly, I don't think the swapper's going to be doing a lot more reaping this game.
How many befuddles does?
2.
Okay, so both befuddles are gone now.
Mm-hmm. One is a damage pip, one is an amber pip. Well, 2 amber pips.
Amber enhancement.
Enhancement, yep.
Which is different than the enhanced that I might have in the text. Needs a better word for some of these things. Turbo's checking his own Archon card.
SMH.
Come on. Gotta be more practiced. That's fine. He's probably trying to figure out what he's got left. Draw. So we haven't seen a ton of Brahma, right? We got the Shock Herder. We've seen a few.
Seen a Hershey's back.
Yeah.
Make a token, lose 2.
Prep. Okay, so
Here's
stop
that
that.
A that the grad student was talking about. Yep. Somebody called it as well.
Is it 2 Ragnarok preps?
It is 2 Ragnarok preps.
And we've got Heave the Huge, gonna kill that token right away, get an extra draw. Using the Esquire.
So Raid and Rive there, just for the amber.
My club. That's Club Might. Shock Herder having to come out.
And it took damage from the Heavy the Huge, which is enough to get through the 5 armor.
No one knew that because no one tracks. You used to track armor, didn't you?
No.
No? Oh, that was one of my locals back in Colorado. Track armor.
I just get annoyed when people would track armor because like they never updated it right, and it just became like a maintaining the game state hazard.
So, this is a tough spot for Sheep because we know he's got a bunch of steel in hand, but Hobo only has 2 amber. So, is it worth taking that Shadow's turn? I think he also has another Poison Wave, maybe? Or the Poison Wave that he got reshuffled, which only kills Shock Herder and Kamalani, which gives you 2 more tokens if you're Hobo, so it doesn't seem fantastic.
Shadows.
Mars, it's got 5 shadows. Like, so much. Oh, he's got the lights out too, so we could do bounce the dock back. All you're looking for is Mars. I maybe don't.
Yeah, probably not. It's also not that useful for playing Hobo.
Kamalani makes sense.
With an amber pip on it, interesting. But it was an enhanced calamari.
Oh, right, but he's gonna do the poison wave, so we didn't want the tokens to come out when he kills it. So we'd rather it be off the board. What was the second bounce? Another Brahma creature? What was at the very end? Oh, Rowdy Skull. So that's fine. That's a good bounce. Better than no creature. Just poison wave.
I glanced away for a moment and missed what the other one was. Just I was double checking that it was in fact an amber pip.
I know what's watching it now. You called me
Yeah, it doesn't want the dog looking back. I think he's really hoping to just get
I saw the swapper, so I figured that
trying to set up for a key abduction. So you know that and both battle fleets are in deck. He's got 1 in hand, right?
I'm curious if he discards the other routine job. I would hold it. Oh, and the band. Yeah, okay.
Nope. I think he's kind of all in on the key abduction here, right? Like, he just wants to draw as much Mars as possible.
Sure.
If he gets this key through, then it's pretty possible. Flaming Hobo did flip the deck, though, so possible that the Brian is coming back out.
And the befuddles.
Also, the Befuddles could definitely hurt that game plan.
Crushing Deep would also make it very logistically impractical to key abduction.
Thinking about it though. Just going back into Brobnar.
Ragnarok prep. Oh no, that's not Ragnarok prep. This.
I think that's. What was that? This one's Ragnarok. What was that last one? Oh, the one where you kill 3 and lose 2?
Blood?
Oh. Does that hit his own creatures?
It's Vow of Blood. Deals 2 damage to each damaged enemy creature.
Okay, just that. So it doesn't blow up his own board. Rock Skull comes back down. He reaps for a couple, makes a token.
Gets that second key. Alright, let's see if
Yeah, this will be a huge turn. It's got
Battle Fleet, key abduction in hand. Only 3 though. Maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to think if you wait a turn. It is tough.
yeah, because Hobo's not in check, right?
No. How many keys does Hobo have anyways?
He's at 2.
Where are his keys?
I think he's using this one.
Huh. Alright. Fair enough.
I'll go and just check how many keys he has.
And now I've stolen the spotlight.
Plan all up.
2 to 2. Get some more reps in this deck. Maybe I'll bring it again to Vegas. Get a little bit better.
Let me see a call. He's going for it.
Yeah, I agree. Can't wait because of the Brion befuddle. It's just not a lot to go off here.
And what's he need to? He's got quite a ways. Okay,
Through
he's
the
got
battle
the second
feat.
one.
Drawing 3. So that's up 6, down 2, plus 10. I think it's too short.
There's none captured or anything, so killing stuff doesn't help you. So you just burn it all and try and get as much amber as you can. That's
Yeah.
enough.
I think you need 1 more Mars card to go off, which is the argument for waiting. Right? You'd have to draw like literally Battle Fleet and 2 more Mars cards. I only drew 1 more.
Yeah, 10 cards. 2 amber.
One off by not taking archives. Can't get the battle.
You can go big with Orbital and get to check right. How would he get amber off of Orbital? Besides 1, which would then be net neutral because it gets a card out of hand as well.
Gonna go orbital. And yeah, like I said, I think you just do as much as you can this turn. Try and get the check.
Oh, just get to check. I see. Okay, yeah. There I go.
'Cause you don't get the
reading
key.
correctly.
Could archive your own bot book, or oh my gosh, I said bot this time. Doc book with the sample collection. So blowing up some creatures with orbital bombardment. To sample collect. Oh, just killing the Doc, okay.
It feels like a misplay.
Not picking up the doc?
No. So I think you're supposed to do that after you play key addiction. Or is he just not in the play? Good to check. He's just passing at 5.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 2 short. So it didn't matter. Yeah, only one spot. What?
Does he have face
As we
shift?
push on here,
I will verify that after I wake this thing up. That is. There is a no. No phase shift.
So there's the key abduction.
play that in the land, right?
So he is a check now.
Okay, so he did play it.
But he already redrew.
I don't think you redraw on that turn. Too many cards at the end. There
Check at 6.
Okay, maybe that's it. We just thought he was done with the turn, but he was. But yeah, you're right.
you go. But you would have one more amber captured if you did it the other way, which is important when there's a tourist trap in play, right? Because now if he wants to steal your grabber jammer, it steals with his amber on it. So.
Okay, there's Kamalani coming back down with the amber pit. General's coming back down. Wow, this is a close game.
Yeah. What?
See? It's not a timer. It's just it decides. Hasn't been enough life in this room. Okay, so there's the tourist trap taking the grabber jammer.
Right. The sad, amberless grabber jammer.
Okay, so
Oh, there's probably a damage pip on that.
gets a draw and then purchases his mic club to get another amber. So he is now a check at
Not heavy in play was the right answer.
7. Sheep is on 6.
Confirm amber pip auction.
Sheep has wild wormhole, and I think that is it. Or you could pawn sacrifice the token to try. Oh, he's got archives, right?
Do you have it at 7 or 6? 7. 7.
No one knows because of the rebound tokens. Dave.
They're awesome. Man.
They look great in
We
person.
got them made like 6 years ago. Still using them.
Oh, I mean the cards in his archives are Flaming Hobo's cards, so. I guess he has one of his own that he lab worked a while ago. We don't know what that is, but. Does he have a draw pile left? Is it just that one card?
Might be. The
So we should know.
there's this giant smear going across the entire right side of the board. And it's like, what is that?
No, I had to hit something off of the general.
Which ends in something that might be cheap stack.
But if there's only one card left, then he can figure out exactly what card that is to know if the wild wormhole saves him or if he has to. I guess going for the draw. Either way, that card is, I think, his only way of winning. Is whatever that card is.
Don't ask logos card.
Has to be a Shadows card that he can then play. Either off of a wormhole or.
I can draw it, but it's logos, so it doesn't.
Wait, can we hear them? Oh, we can hear them from your phone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Draw, I can't draw a second.
Been in here for how many hours? I suck at this. Sure.
No, it's fine. I was thinking like, oh, like yeah, they said the thing's on, but like we can't.
No, I have no volume
it'll-
on. So unless you have it, I think we can just hear them there, which I hope they can't hear. But nobody said it.
Yeah. I don't know. I just heard Sheep's voice. I guess Sheep's voice can pierce drywall. It's a pretty impressive skill.
Just not that big.
No, I just.
It's okay. Jazz chord, I got nice and close yesterday too. We're in this closet together.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, totally makes sense. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we are going for the Logos Wild Wormhole into...
Big money, nothing.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, besides big money, it's Urge Carlo Phantom.
2-1. Amber. Holy cow. That's crazy.
What I needed off of the first
I don't know what turn you're talking about, Lord Jim. Was
So
that
we're
last
saying
round?
that Sheep should have. So I was saying that Sheep should have played Key Abduction, then played Grabber Jammer, played the Squawker, ready, replay, right?
Right.
The other line that's also better than what happened is play the Grabber Jammer, play the Squawker, ready, play the Key Abduction, discard the Grabber Jammer. Because then it doesn't tax you.
Which is what saved Flaming Hobo that turn. We don't know if he had another Amber control or not. He might have had to bounce something else with the
I don't think either of us.
Sandhopper. Most of his Amber controls seem like those. He has some Generous offers, right? Did he or no? And then the Ragnarok moves.
At least one generous
Probably
offer.
shouldn't have played this at the end.
Two. Both of them have damage moves.
So there's a chance he could have found something else there, but stealing the Grabber Jammer was a pretty good way of not having to burn your other answers. Still get the check, so. Alright, so that means Flaming Hobo is now officially in the top cut, so in our top 4, hopefully in a few minutes we'll actually have that full list, or I guess just when we come back, we'll have the full list of our first top 4, and then we should have 2 more plan rounds. And I missed exactly what Josh said earlier, but I think if there's only 2 more rounds, we'll actually be able to start Alliance like 2 hours earlier than we expected.
No, so what he said was we're not starting Alliance before the announced time, but instead we're going to do the sealed finals after this.
Which is your finals.
Which is myself and Golan.
Which would be awesome if we can get that in.
I get to. Sadly, Ewok ruined my hopes and dreams of being the first person to get second at a Vault Tour twice. But who knows? I could do it 3 times, but that's not as second 2-2-2. Like that's way better.
All right. So yeah, how did you feel Archon was going today? Like just since we got.
Went all right. I went against 2 Worlds Collide deck and then a Grim Reminders deck. I was just playing a deck that it's doing pretty well for me. It's a Grim Reminders deck, but it plays more like Worlds Collide deck. I wasn't expecting to do that well. Went 1 and 2, so can't complain. I guess you guys saw it at round 1 on camera.
Yeah. Was the field? I mean, I feel like the last 2 rounds we haven't had any GR. Do you feel like it's less Grim Reminders than you expected?
I mean, I saw a lot more Worlds Collide than I expected, which is great because Worlds
Which
Collide
was 1?
No, 2.
Oh, all right.
Worlds Collide, Grim Reminders.
Oh, really? Who's the second? That was
Noble 1.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, so we've seen that. We've seen Coda. We saw Vaultmaster 24.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did it win?
No. Holofest though, but I went against Wind of Death, Key Abduction.
That is what knocked me out, actually.
Yeah. We'll see what we get at the top tables, but I mean that's not what Hobo's playing, right? He's got.
Nope.
And then we also saw Frozen Tauntaun with a Winds of Exchange as well. So.
Nice.
Yeah, so definitely some good variety, and games are actually going not to time, but also taking a while, so we're not just like on for 5 minutes and getting off, which feels good. But we still want to take some time for us because these rounds are going fast, so we're gonna log off here for a bit. But I would expect, again, we're going fast. 20 minutes, we'll probably be back here with
cool.
round 5, which will be the X's and 1s, the next 2 play-in rounds to get the rest. So thanks so much for watching, and we'll see ya. All right, everyone. Several updates. We're back really quick here, and we've got some good news as well. So, the way things paired down with 37 people, we actually have a bye this round. We only had 2 of our undefeateds go through. So we have 2 4-0 players, which just qualified for Top Cut, which is going to be Flaming Hobo, who we just saw, and then PFB. That's their screen name. I'm not exactly sure. We didn't get to see them on here. But those 2 are in, and then we have this round, which will actually be our last round of Archon before Top Cut. The way things went out, we have 5 matches happening right now, and we have 6 spots left, and there's a bye for one of the other 2 1s. So that means that person now becomes 3-1, which means they are, or sorry, what round are we in? Yeah, they become, sorry, they're 3-1 right now. That means they become a 4-1 after this round because of the bye. And that means they are automatically in, and that person is, oops. Wow, I cannot do this. Magic Duck. So, Magic Duck is also in along with Flaming Hobo and PFB, and we have 5 more matches that will be happening. Let's get to our table right now because they're about to start, because this is also a super exciting game. I need to get stuff updated. We're going fast. I would have brought somebody else in here, but they're moving really quick here trying to get this going. Timer's going. We've got SC Steel versus Dr. Sheep. So Dr. Sheep are just on. Let me get Steel's deck list on here really quick. But again, 2 big-time Vault Tour players. I think these 2 have been to more Vault Tours than most KeyForge players in general, especially in the last 2 years. Steel is playing Oct, the Dourly, and Triumph.
What, you've been having fun playing this deck?
And I believe that's a GR deck.
In here somewhere.
And we know Sheep is... Oh no, wrong one. Sorry, y'all. We're getting there. But they have started. Sydney's starting off with some Geistoid. Just getting the mill going. Looks like a Spontaneous Awakening. Sheep getting some logos out. 2 Quixos could actually provide some good efficiency here, and a lab work. So getting the archiving going early. And player 1 is good. Deck 1 is... Okay, and we are now on the X's and 1s. This is round 5. Like I said, they're blazing fast through this stuff. I'm trying to keep up. This is X and 1 players, and this is the final qualifying round for Top Cut of Archon. So, I said we'd be here for a while. This might mean we're going to take a bigger break, but what's going to happen, what we just talked about with Dave, is we have the finals of Sealed, which should be happening after this round. We're going to do that before Alliance, because we already set an Alliance start time. We want to hold to that for any players that might have left and are planning on coming back at that time. So instead, we're going to have that best of 3 Sealed Alliance final between Dave C. and Gorlon. But first, back to our game. Steel is doing some Untamed stuff there, getting a Dew Fairy down, and then Grave Pixie. I'm not sure if that Grave Pixie died to something, maybe a damage pit. Or there was some discarding happening, maybe just setting up for wins later. Again, I haven't seen Sydney's deck, so I'm not positive what all is going on with this, but we will see pretty soon. Dr. Sheep maybe incentivized just to go right back into Logos. Oh, maybe that's what, sorry, So I missed that turn. I think Dr. Sheep went into Logos that last turn, fought off some of that Untamed stuff, and got some more draw going. So if he's up to 8 cards now and we're in Archive, we could see some of that Mars coming out really fast. Steel here getting a regrowth with a draw pip, so getting that Grave Pixie back. Oh, and we've got Sabira, the medium. We'll see if she's got some ways to flip the discard to get that Sabira trigger. Get my chat caught up here. Now that I'm actually caught up to the game that's happening. Yeah. Big Dog Part 2. Right, and so like I said, we've got 5 matches going on right now. Those 5 players will all make it into the top cut, or all the winners make it into the top cut, along with Magic Duck, who got the bye this round and is just in the top cut because of that bye. So we got some shadows coming out from Dr. Sheep here. Could be a Nerve Blast and a Relentless Whispers to take out that Spirit Medium. Just does not want to allow for any shenanigans happening there. Dodger coming out, and a routine job, so lots of amber being stolen from Sydney there. Sheep going up to check at 6, Sydney sitting on 4 amber. And we've got the Wookiee sleeves are back as well. Both Sydney and Flaming Hobo are running those. Alright, SC Steel looking at a decent hand of Mars there. I think you're too worried about holding that. Oh no, that's not Glimmer Spore. She's got the Grixim the Diplomat, who is a very odd card because you can dump all of your amber. You can become cool board control if you do that, but very risky. But we do see the Brain Dart coming down on the Dodger, which is fair. The Dodger wants to fight. Discarding the double pip BR Geist. Is playing the Diplomat there. Diplomat is a 2-power elusive. After Reap, lose all of your amber and then destroy an enemy creature for each amber lost. It's a very, very interesting card. Very situational. Choosing to keep that instead of keeping the BR Geist is really interesting. But SC Steel getting to check here, also getting that. Is that a Legacy Biomatrix backup? I think that's what that is on the Grabber Jammer. Stopping the key for Dr. Sheep there, but Dr. Sheep going into a Battlefleet turn, and if he has the key abduction, this can actually disrupt some of Sydney's board here, bouncing those Mars creatures back to hand, and really losing the value of that Biomatrix backup, if that's what that is. It might just be a Jammer pack, but I don't think that text looks correct. Okay, so there is the key abduction right away just to get those creatures bounced. Yeah, it is a Biomatrix. Interesting. Okay, so we'll see what else he does with this Mars turn. Looks like the EMP blast is in there. It's not. I don't know how relevant that is in this matchup. Looks like he's just going to play it for the Amber. Play his own Grabber Jammer, and then a Squawker to ready and Reap with that Grabber Jammer. So big burst here for Dr. Sheep, going up to 9. Stopping the key for Sydney, who I believe still has 6, but the taxing from the Grabber Jammer is actually going to stop it.
You're checking 9? Check 9. Okay. I am.
Alright, let's see how Sydney responds. We know she has the Grabber Jammer, which could do some taxing. Looked like we saw some Equidon Steel in there as well. We've seen earlier in this tournament how potent that Equidon Stealing can be. But when you got Target, you've got, oh, is that Aberrant Warp Event? That's such an interesting card. I really don't like it because it can force you, if you're playing against someone with Aberrant Warp Event, it can force you to have a creature for them to Hypnotic Command. I've had that happen to me too many times by one of my locals. It's painful. So we get a discard on Sydney's side. So you discard from the top until you find a creature, you play that creature, and then you destroy another creature. And you do that for each player. So now Sheep will do it, he gets the Carlo Phantom, and Sydney will destroy the Grabber Jammer, getting that captured Amber back. And there was a drop hip on there as well. I don't think we saw what was drawn with that. Oh, it's not Equidon? Oh man. Sorry, the symbols are a little bit tough to see what's in their hand, but thanks for the check on that, Sunday. We did just catch a glimpse there of a card I heard about earlier, which is a 4-pip Terrible Teammates. This is pretty nasty. We have 2 Grabber Jammers coming down, so this key will now cost 8. Assuming it goes through at all here. Got a draw pip on one, and then a discard on the other, discarding the Look What I Found. Just kind of thinning out that team. Seems like she's really going for it. Just plenty of Mars control here. Still have the target to come down, but I imagine we play the Terrible Teammates and then archive that Terrible Teammates with the target. Diplomat comes down. It's also interesting with that much Amber generation in Mars, the Diplomat actually becomes pretty strong creature control if you need it. If you need to pivot that way and your opponent isn't doing as much Amber control, you can maybe sacrifice some of that Amber to get the creature control you need with the Diplomat. When you see the target come down here, gotta wonder if it's, yeah, the BR Geist makes sense. Very, very powerful utility card there. I'm not sure what the other card is in Archives. I don't know if we've seen that. Somebody in here might have caught that, but based on that archive, I would assume it's another Geistoid card. I think if I should know what that is. If the Grave Pixie Steel might have been haunted when the Grave Pixie died, it might be that. So Dr. Sheep does get that key through. Sydney holding on to that heavy picked up card. Probably worried about Team TP. Does Sheep have Team? Oh, he's got Graft. Yeah, worried about the interdimensional Graft, so just kind of playing it safe there. But also presenting a board that Dr. Sheep kind of has to deal with, especially with these 2 Grabber Jammers. He does have the Dodger, which can take out one of them and get a steal in there. But he just did some Shadows turn, so I don't think he does much else with that. Yeah, it looks like he's got almost all Logos and Mars. Yeah, the Terrible Teammates is nasty. I just heard about that when I was walking around between rounds. That's something, but we'll wait to see what happens with it. Graft is very notable for Sydney not being too jealous with, or too aggressive with that Amber generation. So we do see the Shadows call here, which I think is just going to be Dodger fighting into. Even here, it's hard to say like when you hit that he's going to go for the Reaver just to stop any extra value from that. You have the captured Amber on the Dew Fairy. Got the Urchin coming down, so he is going to stop the key still. I think that puts SC Steel to 5 Amber. But only drawn 1. We still have 1 archive for Sheep as well. So this feels definitely more kind of like that chess match of like how big do you go to try and tease out the Graft, or do you just clear the board, go back to 6 and be done? Again, with this Diplomat, this is what's so interesting. She could reap with the Diplomat right now and wipe Sheep's entire board and then still get back to check with that Terrible Teammates. I think that's what she's going to do. This is awesome. Like, all the other GR stuff aside, seeing a Diplomat being used in this kind of strategic way, which is a card, like when this set first came out, I thought the Diplomat was awful. But in a high-level deck doing something like that, also in Mars helps, and with the great art on that. Like, just, this is just turn that I love. Okay, and there's the Terrible Teammates coming down from 4 Amber. So she does go up to 8 here, and we do see the Graft in hand for Sheep. So he is going to get some value back out of this. But his board is gone, the Quicksills are gone, so he's not going to be getting the draws off of those. We'll see what she discards off of these Terrible Teammates, if anything. There's a lot of Geistoid in hand, and I think we did see a Winds of Death in there as well. Yeah, that's a really cool play, isn't it? Okay, chooses not to discard anything, going to draw 1, and is calling check at 8. So, Sheep here has plenty of Logos cards to play, but the question is, do they really get you where you need to be? And the first one is going to be Wormhole into.
Do you get it from Wild? You get it from Wild?
Oh my goodness. That is possibly the best hit he could have gotten
He
there.
played
Maybe
Library
it's
Access
terrible, but
with Wild Wormhole.
yeah, so what she's explaining right
Wild
now
Wormhole.
is this Wild
Played
Wormhole
Library
actually
Access.
triggers
What is the draw result?
the library access because it's playing it before the Wild Wormhole finishes triggering. So he should get a draw just from the Wild Wormhole. Yeah.
Draw first or play first?
What?
Wow,
No.
this
Wild
is
Wormhole
incredible.
hits.
This is going to be quite the turn.
Made it play. So
I'm excited to see this.
is there more drawing happening?
No, he's not going to draw. He's not going to draw an extra one off the wild card.
All right, this is it's been some good games. This is already my favorite game of the weekend. This is awesome. There's so much cool stuff happening here. So, library access turn now. We know he's got, I think, 4 other Logos cards in hand. Draw doesn't happen? I think it should.
Library before. Okay, so that's wrong.
Yep.
I disagree.
So the way it works is you play Wild Wormhole, but Wild Wormhole has not finished resolving. So you play and fully finish resolving the library access. That gets purged, and now the effect of library access is in play, and then you finish, after that you have finished playing Wild Wormhole, which then triggers library access's effect. So I think, I didn't catch if he actually did or not, but I think he did. We've got the the Spectral Tunneler going down, we've got the Logos Creatures coming down now, the Graft coming down, which is going to steal 2 when Sydney forges this key. Oh my gosh. Need Dave rockin'. And it does fizzle out there. So hard to say if that was actually good timing for him or not.
Not in check because of your.
He might have liked a little bit more setup, but when you're already sitting on the 5 cards in hand, you kind of, he's not going to have another chance better than that kind of later in the deck, so it maybe was the best time for it to come out.
I'm a flip.
So I'm going to go through and do a count here quick. A lot of shadows in there. 4 or 5 Mars. So should be still seeing a good amount of Mars. And SC Steel does forge key number 1. So it's 1 key to 1 key, but Sheep is at 6 Amber, but not on check because of the 2 Grabber Jammers here. Which again, she could just clear away if she wants to do a similar turn with a Diplomat, but you gotta think she's kind of used up a lot of her Mars cards. Again, didn't play that terrible teammate before when she could have. Doesn't take much, Sunday. There's nothing KeyForge related. I have simpler weaknesses like darkness. Anti-Batman. Without any kind of, I guess if I don't have any martial arts skills, that would also count as being inverse Batman.
Pulling my archives.
Alright. Steel working through what she's going to do. Looks like she's going for a Geistoid turn, pulling that archive. We see lots of interesting stuff in there, and we see 2 BR guys. I believe both players are hunted at this point. Also see the Winds of Death in there. And the second target, I think that's the second target. I don't remember if the first one got killed. Yep, so we had 36 for Sealed yesterday, we're at 37 for Archon today, and then Alliance registration hasn't happened yet because that is going to start at 7 p.m. tonight. The registration will be earlier, but the Alliance tournament will start tonight. We're expecting around 32 for that. Maybe a little bit less, it could be kind of high 20s. Alright, it doesn't even want to admit I'm here anymore. It's so rude. Okay, so SC Steel looking through the discard there, again seeing the 2 BR Geist. We also have an Ecto Charge in there. I'm not quite sure if that's live here.
I won't have it. Okay, so.
Yeah, it is stacked or back-to-back, which we thought we were going to be doing Archon for 6 rounds, but it sounds like they're actually, one, we're ahead by like 40 minutes. Again, huge props to the GG team. They are running things tight and very efficient today, and it's been really good. But also the way things worked out with the buys and kind of the rounds, we ended up needing one last round of Archon to determine our top 8. So we're actually going to get a little bit more of a break for. Well, we're not going to get a break because we're going to do the sealed finals after this round, I believe. So I'll grab someone else to come in. Maybe we'll get Drazgor back in here to help commentate that, or maybe multiple people just to kind of get me out of the light for a little bit and let me play some KeyForge. You know? All right, so we got the BR Geist coming. Oh, what is it playing? Oh, playing the Urchin. Oof. Did she actually get the steal for it? Might have done the Amber first and then done the steal. I missed that. But so BR Geist for Urchin. I believe she still has one more. We saw the Boo get played, which milled a second Winds and a in here somewhere.
16, 17, 18, 19. So I have.
It's a tough call whether you. I don't think you do the Winds here, even though you're pretty close to archiving all of your creatures with that.
We are going to Winds.
Okay, so she does. So she's possibly conceding this key. We'll see what gets, what she decides to do after this win. So there's 3 Amber going back to Sheep, and then you're wiping your own Mars board here. She could just BR Geist one of her Grabber Jammers, bring it back, and at least tax the key. Go through the archiving first. Both players getting a decent chunk archive, but wow, SC Steel getting a little bit more. Board getting cleared.
I'm going to put this on top.
Now you could also just BR Geist that same Urchin just to steal another one. I don't know if that's probably about a wash with the. Well, no, it does get you to check if you hit the Urchin again. We have to check if.
I'm going to
Check if Sheep is actually haunted, or if either player is haunted after that, because that was a lot of archives for both of them. Look at maybe just getting one of the Grabber Jammers back here. One has a discard pip on it, so I don't know if that gets you any extra value here, unless you're going to try to Ecto Charge this turn, which
actually
again, you maybe would have tried to do that before Winds of Death. We'll see. There's a lot of different options here, and that's why like BR Geist is very strong, but it's also a very interesting card because of all the different lines you can take with it. Kind of the sequencing of these turns. Okay. Going for the discard pip Grabber Jammer, so that will tax Dr. Sheep for an extra Amber on the key. Did she get her Amber for the BR Geist? Is anyone watching that? Oh man, it's just going. I'm gonna have to do Dave's like. You have to look very relaxed while I'm doing this, just to try and keep that from going off for a few minutes here. Okay, so discard the Grave Pixie.
We are going to play. That's silly. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Can't tell what that other Geistoid creature is. Is that a soul tenant? I got the Met, which is going to archive the Grave Pixie.
And then we are going to. Oh, I did not get the pick for the Geist.
Okay, so they are checking. She did not get the Amber from the BR Geist. That's what I was thinking, but they caught it there.
Because that math down.
And there's the Ecto Charge, which I believe will be a key cheat here. So 1 to 6. Discard pip on the Ecto Charge is very nice. They must have counted already, so she's probably talking through that. That gets purged, and she is now on 2 keys.
That's your only key cheat, right?
That is my only key cheat. And then I will play Absolute.
Oh, it's just a Tribute Collector. Okay, so Tribute Collector will capture one, and Grabber Jammer will tax for one. So she's still getting key 2 here.
Or up, I shuffle.
So I will forge for 7?
Yes.
Paying all 7 for it.
Alright, I will call.
Now let's see what happens to fight for this 3rd key. He also has his
I don't know if I'm going to quite finish you.
archive.
But
Have we
I
seen
think I'm going to set myself in a
the key abduction's been played already, right? So if he has, he might be able to draw through with a battle fleet to find that key abduction and just win. It's kind of a risky play too there for SC Steel.
Acto, and you still had
Had 6.
This
Well, I
we've
had
seen
to
both
Ecto
battlefields,
because that was moving.
yeah, I know. Oh no, this is definitely Acto.
Yeah, so there's a battle fleet for 5. Okay, which is not enough to cycle through the deck,
Battlefield.
No, I definitely. Yes, that was where it was. Okay, so.
but we know there should be a good amount more Mars in there. This is dicey.
Okay, we will.
Are you gonna flip? You're gonna flip.
I'm going.
Okay. Is your key abduction in there? Just profile.
So we know he used key abduction. I can't remember if he used one battlefield already or not, but he might not have. Oh, and he's got the big Martians make bad allies. Oh, that's gonna be so much anger from all those archive logos creatures and shadows creatures. Ooh, this could actually be a nasty turn for sheep.
Yeah. Right.
We will be.
So Orbital Bombardment coming down. So that means he doesn't have the 2nd battlefield. So it's either he played it already and I missed it, or it's in the bottom 2 of his deck, which is gotta be discouraging for him. But I think this is still gonna be a pretty intense turn.
6. 2 for 6. Yep. Do you care?
We haven't seen if
This can just.
SC Steel has a key abduction or not. I think that's about the only way. Well, I mean, we don't know what else she has for Amber Control, but this is going to be a tough one. So we get some creatures coming down. We see the Squawker to reap, and there's nothing to capture. And then the Martians make bad allies for 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so only 4. Not quite as big as I thought, but I mean, it's still check at 9.
Actually, I'm not going to flip. Because,
And we see some of. Did he just reveal the rest of his hand there? Maybe he just assumes.
Play cards. That goes there.
Bad ally.
There's my hand. Lots of shadowy things. 1, 2,
Cindy
3,
has the key
5.
abduction here.
Flip this. Ready these. Draw to 6. Say check.
Or do you have to reveal your hand on the Martian to make bad allies? Oh, I think you do because you have to purge every creature from here.
Untapped. Oh, no. Yeah. 0 amber.
It's been a while since I played with that one.
Arena. Flip, flip, flip,
Okay,
flip.
so we get a good look
There it
at
is.
SC Steel's hand here. Lots of Untamed. We don't know if she has a spooky charge. Okay, so just playing.
You're haunting. That for the pip.
Untamed for some handwritten stuff. This one.
And then
And
to discard.
Till the Earth will be reshuffled for some amber from Sabira.
I'm not doing that on stream. They think I don't actually get it.
No
Because of
worries.
Sabira,
Cat on the keyboard is.
That thing had
It's for some interesting comments, right?
this thing would be
bonkers. Of course, you'd still have to get haunted here.
right. And then look
We
what I
see
found. Hit that.
look what I found, but that's just going to do some searching. Wow,
Yeah,
so
that was good.
Dr. Sheep
good.
taking it.
Rotted.
3 keys to 2 over SC Steel.
I was afraid if
Really,
I
really
win,
interesting. I have not
have
thought
enough
about Martians make bad allies being such a good card to have when
and
playing
I
against
could not ecto. I
Winton.
wish I would have been able to have it in my
But
hands
that
and not
was
flip, but I couldn't.
very,
All
very
guys-
nasty.
like,
I mean, again,
what's
there's a
only
chance
great
there he could have just
was
drawn into the second
instead
battle fleet, and it would have
all
been
Geist Droid.
another
It's the first time I've got to go wins into.
you know, another like way you could have gone with that, but
Although I did purge 5 of them in an
really, really interesting.
I love this purging creature stuff.
Your library has
okay.
a wild wormhole.
So
Yeah, that was tough.
that means
that was pretty good. Oh,
Dr. Sheep is now qualified for the top 8 of this Vault Tour. We should have
This man said the
4 more games to finish up here.
These scrubs can't figure it out.
Yes.
Oh my god. High roll is away, sir. When do you want these decks? Swap.
Commentators. I don't know if people want to do any kind of interview or anything. I feel like this has been a pretty high-paced tournament, so people might just be tired, ready for a little bit of a break. Again, as soon as this round is over, I believe we're launching into the Sealed Championship, which will be Dave C. versus Gorlami. That should be in about... I think they're going to try and start it right away because it will be a best of 3, so it is going to take some time. That's going to be in about, I would say, 20 to 25 minutes. I'll get a timer up on there and post any updates. Again, we'll probably get some other people in here to help commentate that one, either alongside me or just taking my spot for a little bit. And then same with Alliance, we'll try and get some other people peppered in here. But this round happened very quick, so I wanted to I had to run back in here to get things going. So, yeah, stick around. We'll give you an update if that plan is going to be any different. Otherwise, 20-25 minutes, we'll be back in here for the Sealed Championship. So don't miss that. It's going to be awesome. right, really quick update here, guys. So the way things kind of shaken out, we're gonna actually try to get the Alliance tournament going. So what they're doing right now is just gonna try and make sure they catch everyone at the tournament and double check if they want to play. We had told everyone 7 o'clock was going to be the start, so we want to make sure that if someone isn't here and doesn't have a chance to hear that we're changing the time, we want to make sure we're covering everyone so they actually have a roster for the tournament. They're getting stuff from everyone, but that means we're probably going to do Alliance starting in maybe 20 to 30 minutes here. They got to do some deck checks and stuff, but that is a change to what will happen here. So I'm going to put another timer back up on the screen here, and then we'll kind of just go from there. But that is basically what we're looking at, is starting Alliance in the next 30 minutes or so, if we can get responses from everyone. Otherwise, we'll probably just hold it off until we hear from everyone, but it seems like they really want to get that going instead. So that is the update, and we'll reset the timer on that.
Hello, folks. We are back. I'm Drazcor. We're gonna have Aaron P with me in a moment. We are getting ready to do Alliance. Folks are finding their tables now, so Aaron's out there figuring out who we're gonna see at the table here. Now, while we're waiting to see who we get at the table, why don't I read off to everyone who we got, who made the top 8 for Archon. So top 8 for Archon is, well, I have 2 names here. So it's PFB, or also Melisma is the name that you'll see very often on the Discord channels. So he got a slot. Flaming Hobo got a spot. Magic Duck was able to get the bye for 4-1 to be in. Dr. Sheep has made top 8. Drazcor, this guy, yay, top 8. Unfathomable, also Dexter, we saw him playing yesterday. He made it. Gorlami is in, and also Odd Monster. I'll just do a quick shout out for ABR here, because there are 3 folks on my ABR team that made it in. So awesome to see folks in my ABR team in here, so I'm excited about this list. I do have the deck names. I think we probably don't have time right now to go through all those various decks, but I'll give you maybe just a high level, and during a break in the future, between games, maybe we'll actually walk through the top 8 of the Archon decks. But there is, we've got, I believe it's 4 GR decks. Let's see, 4 GR decks. We've got, I think it's 1, 2, yep, 2 WoW. There's a Coda deck in there, and then there's something else. What is it? There is, that's Coda, so I'm missing. Let's see, what am I missing? That is GR. Maybe there's 5 GR. Let's see, that's GR. This one is GR. That's Coda, GR. This is, what set is this? This is, I think this is Mass Mutation. So there's a Mass Mutation deck as well in the top 8. So we'll go through those in more detail in the future. But let's start talking about Alliance. So exciting, we have stacked the tournaments today. So Archon started about 10. Well, we got here at 10, we checked, we started cards hit the table at 11, able to finish that up, and now we're moving right into Alliance, so that's exciting. Managed to get all the folks we needed to here to get rolling on that. We also, so we'll see. I think we've got somewhere in the high 20s in terms of folks playing Alliance. So a few folks who played Archon are not playing Alliance. Like myself, I decided to come and cast and have fun with you guys here. I didn't bring an Alliance deck with me, so I would have been borrowing. There's tons of folks here, by the way, who are willing to lend folks decks. So if you're thinking ever like, oh, I want to attend a Vault Tour, but I don't know if I can play Alliance, or I don't know if I can play Archon, there are lots of people here who are willing to lend decks. So I could have gotten a deck, but I want to hang out with you guys. So we're gonna hang out and see some great Alliance games together. I'm excited to see what we're going to see, right? So I think what we've seen in the last couple of vaults is there's been a good, healthy diversity of different sets in Alliance. So I'm guessing we'll see that again. It's possible we'll see more GR this time. More GR has been opened since Rochester and since the Roseville vaults. So we'll see. Right now they're announcing the top 8 out there, so they're getting cheers and whatnot, so they shut the door for me so you don't hear all that background noise. But I know I've seen a couple decks that folks have been talking about, so I've definitely seen some GR. One in particular, I was looking at Flaming Hobos. He was walking me through the deck. It looks real exciting. Then I know that Z is playing Coda, so he's going back to the classics. And I know there's I heard somebody talk about a Scholar spam deck, so throwing down that the token that lets you draw a card on Reap with the Legionary Trainer, so lets you do it on Ready on Play. So we'll see some of that. I assume we'll see some Jenga, some Martian Generosity, silliness. We'll see lots of silliness. That's what our Alliance is all about, right? How quickly can you OTK, or how quickly can you lock your opponent? I'm curious if we'll see the something like the Morpheus Resurgantis locks. I know that those were around and those existed in the last couple of vaults, but I don't think any of them made top table. So we'll see. We'll see. So
Ballmasters? What are we talking about?
I was just talking about different archetypes we might see today in Alliance.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some interesting stuff. I've seen people were practicing at the hotel last night too. Really good stuff.
I was too busy enjoying myself to look that carefully, if you know what I mean. To look that carefully when folks were practicing at the hotel last night. But it was great. We had in the lobby area there of the hotel, there was, 12, 15?
Yeah, we had a good crew.
Maybe 20 folks just down there hanging out, playing games, having some snacks, having some beverages, and just having a good time hanging out. So, who do we have?
We have Max or Maximus in spot 1, and Julian, who I believe we had round 1 or 2 yesterday.
Okay.
Let's see. Geistoid.
So Geistoid. So we know Grim Reminders. That's easy.
I think they're both GR, and
okay.
I should put that on there.
Both GR. Yep. Yeah, I'm expecting over time as more and more GR gets open, the number of GR will slowly increase. But we may also see. It's possible to see some folks trying to hard counter GR with Dysanias and Infirmuses and whatnot. That wasn't super successful when folks were trying it at Roseville, where we saw a number of folks trying that. But maybe some folks have found a better way to play into that in the period between the vaults.
So,
I think we also have to flip our names, I think, if you didn't already.
I thought I fixed it.
Oh, no. See, we changed chairs, see? Look at this. This is the trickery.
Well, we're going to the table anyways.
We're going to the table. We'll get our names rectified after.
Okay, so let's get our big screen here so we can see what's going on. We got round 1 Alliance, so everyone is X and O so far. So, really cool, Max on the top is actually playing an Archon deck. I didn't grab the name.
Really?
I should have. I think he was playing it either for Archon or for Sealed earlier today, but yeah, so it's a vanilla deck, and then...
It's a natural deck.
Natural deck.
I don't know. Whatever you want to say.
You know, au natural. But it is going to be the Grim Reminders. We've got the Halloween Festival to start, so we're milling right away, and so I got a 2/2 hand there for Julian. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, getting yourself to Haunted, sometimes I know if you're just starting to play, Grim Reminders can feel like, well, all I'm doing is putting cards in this card, and I'm really advancing my game state, but you really are in Grim Reminders. There are so many effects that leverage being Haunted that I think it's valuable to get those cards off the top of your deck.
Yeah, and you can see there, like I said, from that 2/2 hand, just some Geistway cards coming down. I didn't notice anything super interesting discarded off the Holiday Festival, except for, is it a... Oh, what's the one?
I was too busy blabbing. I didn't notice.
Let's see if he shuffles through it here.
Yeah, look at it here. Oh, I saw Earthshaker there.
Yeah. Reaver. Tutor Ben Rilo, probably fine. Get that discarded. There's one other Geistoid card in there. The one, I think it's the one where you make them capture one from their own, and then it deals damage for the amount.
Oh, yes. The,
what's that called?
Is it the Veil? No, Veil is the one that's cards that you're discarding. It's
Geistoid again?
it's the other one.
I feel like it has like Vampiric or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, we got Mamet.
Mamet. So he's going to archive the Ben Rilo, or is it just card tip over it? He's going to archive the Ben Rilo. I think.
Maybe he was hoping to get the. Did he?
I'm just going to play this
Well,
creature. I can't use it because
Where'd the
where'd
the Halloween
Ben Rilo-
Festival go, and where'd the Ben Rilo go?
Why'd the Ben Rilo go on top yet? I don't know. This is where we have to pay more attention. So we're going to do that. How about that?
Yeah. Chat, did you all notice on that one?
Sometimes this hangs for me.
I might have missed something that happened.
There we go. Restart it. There we go. Now I can see the live chat. Cool. Okay. Alright, so Julian's going back into Geistoid. Take out the Mamet.
I think he's just stunning it with the.
Oh, stunning it. That makes sense. Okay.
And then hits back
The touchstone will start milling himself.
Also milling. So see the Covetous and the Rogue Operation.
Yeah, just a tough one. Rogue Operation, such a good card. Just great value. Both for getting yourself haunted and for the steal.
I see people on the giant keys, they put them on.
So a little bit of a slow start. Both of these players just kind of handcrafting, but he didn't play any cards from the hand that turn, so he's just using his couple board creatures, maybe waiting for something more that he could answer. Or looking for something specific in his discard.
Perhaps. I'm trying to look at what he's got there. Yeah, it's a little bit of a slow turn. But let's see how Max responds to that.
See some Equidon up there. There's out negotiates like we saw Dave.
There you go. He knew his opponent was going to let him draw a card. So, he got Boo, right? So that's big, right? Potentially, if he wants to go back into, he can go back into Geistoid with the Boo, get haunted, and then draw 2 off the touchdown. So that could be real nice.
So estate sale here, gonna purge something from that discard, and then get into Amber.
Purge energy vampirism.
And it is gonna be that
The Vampirism card. Yeah.
energy vampirism. You got it. There we go.
There you go. So you just have to not be under pressure to think of the name, and then you think of the name, right? That's how this stuff works.
I've just been in this room trying to speak card names to a computer for several hours today, so.
My Ken has card name.
Okay, Belligerent Guard is going to fight off the Tangler there. Estate sale going to the discard, and then I believe I saw. Oh, that's going to be a turn.
So this is where it's, had he known his opponent had Boo in hand, he might have made a different choice. But you don't know that, right? Yeah. Like, so you can't, if, we don't know how many Boos Julian has, but a single, if he's only got one in the deck, you're not counting on that being in there. So you're thinking, hey, I'm safe to leave the touchstone. Max may be saying, hey, I value my board, so I don't want my board getting stunned. So
Julian, looking at all those unfathomable cards, though, might just go for the disruption play. He gets some capture, and then gets looks like a Beam of Forgetting to put a card on from his hand on the bottom of the deck.
That might be good, right? I mean, we did just talk up the Geistoid move, but you'd prefer to do that when there's more on board. So
yeah, we're gonna see the Unfathomable Call, Call of the Void with an Amber and a capture pip on it. That's gonna go on the touchstone. I assume you exhaust the Belligerent Guard here. Yep.
If it was already exhausted, it would destroy it.
Oh, okay.
Just going through the rules. If it was already exhausted, it would destroy it, and Max would use an Amber. But if it was not exhausted, Beam of Forgetting, we're going to do a random card from Max's hand and put that on the bottom of the deck. And we can see a good amount of Brobnar there, and he does lose the Shock Herder, so that might have been a big enabler in Max's hand. So we'll see how impactful that is, but Shock Herder is just a great card.
We haven't seen Brobnar yet, so he might have a fistful of Brobnar. I was hoping to use that as the key, so we'll see.
And then the Gatewatcher?
I think so.
Gatewatcher. Because there's
You gotta watch that gate.
somebody's got
Somebody's
it.
gotta watch it. It's not gonna watch itself, right?
Coming down with taunt, but since neither player is haunted, I believe.
Don't think so.
So it's not going to have its full destroyed effect. Right, that one is if you are haunted. There's some of the weird, unfathomable ones where if you're not haunted, it does.
I think that's if your opponent's haunted, if I recall. We could actually look this up.
You know, Dave cared enough to do that while he was in here.
Yeah, he's.
We'll just let chat.
That's
tell
why
us
he's.
if we're
That's why
wrong.
he's a top-notch caster. You know, and we're having fun.
Yeah. Okay, so Veil of Ectoplasm coming down. This should capture for 2. I know we've got BR Geist and then something else in the discard already, so I'll capture both onto the Mets and capture 3. Yeah, 3.
Yeah, it looked like 3.
Doesn't do anything, so I will exhaust it.
Stunning the Met.
And that's going to turn. I'm at 4, draw 2, 1.
And calling it for turn.
Yep.
Interesting. So both players being a little bit cautious, it seems like.
Yeah. Yep. So far, we're not seeing either of these decks launch out of the gates as sometimes you do in
Alliance.
in Alliance. So
Well, Grim Reminder or in Alliance, but
Yep.
yeah. Both kind of trying to handcraft to their bigger plays. We do see the key cheat there, but I really agree with enable it.
yeah, you gotta make some real ember for that Star Alliance key cheat to work for you.
Scout P coming down looks like it's got 2 capture pips on it. Does Max even have Amber at the moment? I see maybe 1 there.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
1 to me.
Going on the touchstone again, so that touchstone has 2 Amber on it. Max's
It's
Amber is a
gonna
little
appear
bit
at a
tough
snippy,
to see.
and he's thinking about, do I keep this on top or do I go back? So he's probably looking at his deck here.
Tilted by 11 degrees is exhausted. I don't know if it says
No,
in
I
the
don't-
rulebooks how much it has to be tilted.
Well, I think
Maybe
it
does actually.
I don't think either of those cards are exhausted. Like, there's only one card in this game
shouldn't be
exhausted at this
anymore.
moment. So those 11 degrees are not exhausted.
Proton Siphon coming down, just getting an Amber. Again, that's not really doing anything since he's not haunted yet. And deciding whether or
He's
not to
getting
play
there. He's getting close. So
Forging Alliance here.
yeah, I think. I mean, you could if you've had a setup in hand, you could hold it. He decides to hold it. We haven't seen what the setup is, so he's gonna be holding on to that for a while probably,
Yeah.
since not much Star Alliance. That's the only Star Alliance card in hand right now. So Julian's packing that away for the long term.
Okay, so I guess I
Again, we could see that touchstone getting some draw pretty soon here once that brew comes down.
Yep.
Fathomable also doing a little bit of creature control, and we see the trawler there, but again, not haunted quite yet, I don't think.
It's 4,
Yeah.
5. Okay.
5 or 6.
Yep. Somewhere in there.
You just look so much more relaxed.
I am.
I
I'm
need
very.
to-
I'm very loungy.
I need to chill out.
Oh yeah. There we go. Oh yeah. This game's great.
Even with the big screen, I'm still
Well,
just
maybe I need some more sugar. We do have with us here,
straight from the heart of Texas.
straight from the heart of Texas. We've got beaver nuggets. So Bucky's beaver nuggets. They're basically just cornmeal and sugar. So we've got those ready to go if we need an injection of sugar here. But we just got injected into this game and out negotiate. How'd you like that transition? Was that good? That was good,
Good.
right? Yeah, good. All right. So the out negotiate, right? Looking through. That's why he's grabbing his opponent's discard to see, hey, what do I want to put back onto the deck there? Get some steel going.
Discard pip on it too, it looks like. Did you see what he got from the steel?
Actually, does he even have? Does his opponent have Ember?
Oh no, it's all captured. So.
But he still wanted to play it, right? So
yeah, he still could have put something on the bottom.
yeah, is it a May? I'm not sure if it's a May. Maybe it's a May. Alright.
Guard fighting off the Scout Pete.
Yep. So be curious to know if Julian's like, that's fine. I'm I'm still cool with my hold of the Star Alliance key cheat, or if he's thinking that maybe that wasn't the move at this point. It's hard to say, right?
Yeah.
We'll see as we see the deck, the plan for this deck play out.
wait. That was a misclick.
Both players are playing relatively carefully at this point.
Oh wait, no. This one. I'm confused.
I was interested to see kind of the final game plan of the decks. You know, these guys, at least Julian, did actually do the alliance, so put some different pods together. Could just be stuff that he thinks is valuable, high value, just going to try to get that constant pressure going.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, it's common to see a lot of key cheats, right, in Alliance. So it's possible we'll see an Ecto Charge, right? So he's thinking about Ecto Charge. Also in Unfathomable, there's the Dive Deep or whatever. So he might have the Dive Deep. So we already saw the Ray to ping the card to the bottom of the deck. So he might be remembering. I already forgot what it was, but he might be waiting to draw into some of that. And maybe he's planning on just cheating away and not having to get as much Ember.
So, deciding on the Slippy here, I think he was thinking about playing it to kill the Mehmet, but that Mehmet was then going to archive. Oh, he's putting it next to the Taunt. Going to deal the damage to the Belligerent Guard instead of killing the Mehmet. Doesn't want him to archive that. Not negotiate. Are going to boo.
There's the boo.
Got to capture the bond as well. So Touchstone, I believe, still has 2 Amber on it, so that's a 3rd Amber on the Touchstone now.
He's making it juicy.
Yeah,
Making that juicy target.
This is my side. Never mind.
Weird. I usually do that so people know what it's called. Discard top card.
Okay, so discarding on his own.
Get it. 2.
On his depths, Dexter, Snippy.
There's the Winds of Death,
Yeah,
yep.
it's the Winds of Death. Some Starline stuff there.
Same house.
No, it's just discard top 10.
Bridger.
It could have been me.
Yeah, I could have. We already found it.
Thought Catcher.
So we didn't see any piece of a dive deep or there. Doesn't mean he doesn't have it, but there's 3 cards set within the deck, so we have to still not see it.
So we do get the Reap with the Touchstone and draw 2. One of those being the Plow Sword, so get that down as well, just to start getting the creature control. And Plow Sword is an interesting card, right? Like there's so many small awesome things in Grim Reminders that kind of get overshadowed sometimes by the big flashy things, but just that like ability to disrupt your opponent, get their creatures kind of back on.
Here comes the Talent Scout. Strong card. Look at your opponent's hand. Play a card from their hand. Play a creature from their hand. That's pretty big. So
we do have 1 house overlap, which is Geistoid. So if we saw an Elbia Stray in there, you could take the Elbia Stray.
could be a real good choice.
Or that Nemo Leech just to keep your opponent from doing it. Or
Trawler.
Lots of good options here.
Yeah. Potentially playing the Trawler to take it away. I don't know that Max is haunted, but even just taking away from his opponent, because his opponent is haunted, right?
Yeah.
And can play the Trawler.
That looks like what he's going for there.
Yeah, so he's going to do that. Is Max haunted?
Well, I've had something like that happen to me already.
Yes.
Definitely need to make sure there's some cards that need to be exhausted right now. That Talent Scout should be exhausted, as should the Trawler. Get it together, guys. When you're on stream, like it is
So
like
much is-
there a little bit in the back of your head of like, oh, I don't want to do it wrong, and then like I feel like sometimes that can encourage you to sometimes do it wrong.
This one.
Is he figuring out? Is it being figured out that these things should be exhausted? A Talent Scout also has a draw on it. That's a real great Talent Scout as well.
What would be crazy is if we had the pull-up stakes here.
That would be a monster move.
Clever. Okay. I'll just ring with it then.
Deciding about the guard, just going to agree with that as well.
And that is. Okay, that's the end of turn. I will 2, 5, draw 1.
So this, right, in Alliance, you are sharing deck lists with each other, so it is possible to have thought that he might have the trawler in hand, and maybe fighting first with the guard is useful. But it's kind of a big bet to do that. So looks like Call of Geistoi going to fight down and get your Ember back off the Woodrick guard.
If he tries to use that talent scout, then
Tommy's wrong.
I'll go stop him. But let's see what happens.
Activate Plow Sword.
We're gonna go through the Plow Sword.
Looking through what's the worst creature in my opponent's deck I can just clog them up with.
We do see here Max was haunted, so when you played the trawler, he should have captured. So we're good there.
Put Belligerent Guard on.
Yeah. I think the casters that are casting normally just cast in the dark. They don't care. I think that's what happens.
I believe it. Just who wants to do this for 12 hours?
Man, just do it in the dark.
So I missed what creature got put up
You
there.
do this one, you get 2 back. You do that one, he's
We
down
got 3
1.
damage to deal from the Plow Sword here. Trying to decide where to put it. You could do the Met. This is not a bad thing for Max to archive just to get that Met off the board, but it looks like we're going to go for the old Tinker.
It's also not a bad move.
Since I am haunted and enters player.
Double straight coming down already. It's going to
And when he leaves, I get to capture.
capture.
Draw some more cards. We got a demo in this deck. Okay, so that's why he's piling it up. He's trying to create. Okay, so he did. It's interesting, right? So he was betting a bit that his opponent couldn't deal with the Ember on Elviastrate, or not Elviastrate, on the touchstone until he gets down the demo, which he did. So that gamble paid off.
Yeah, so we did see the Winds of Death get discarded, so maybe that's the other piece why he needs the demo and Winds of Death to really get the value off of that.
Well,
Did you see? Is that it?
I saw a Nightmare Inducer. Yeah.
There's a card in there that keeps looking like Spooky Charge, but he doesn't have Attained.
So it's
Sure that is.
unless it's a Maverick.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I know he didn't use it, so we're okay with it. But next time,
Yep.
just again, want to try to let him play with the small stuff, not just be hovering.
Top 10.
All right, we got a Technorachnophobia here. I've seen more Amber stolen from Technorachnophobia than I've stolen with other cards. I never steal with this card.
It also doesn't work for me. So
we see a Might Makes Right getting this card, so that's we see a little bit more of Max's land.
I think we see 5 Brobnar. Yeah. So should see a 2 right
I
there.
didn't even count. I'm bringing cards. I'm up.
Oh no, keep the discard order.
Yeah, ordering. Yeah.
Got 5.
He's got the 5.
Okay, I think that's something because he's got the Memets in there. I just want to make sure that they're keep it.
Well, I don't know how to fix it at this point.
Right. Well, we can make him shuffle it or something, but I need to have Marcus probably.
Yeah. I didn't see what the actual top was there.
Actually, man, sorry. I do apologize.
All right. So we're gonna return. Oh, he's gonna return the Technorachnophobia and the Boo to the top of the deck. And so that is, even though there was the misordering, we still pulled the correct card and still in back on top of the deck. It still should be the Technorachnophobia that was last. So we're still okay, but he has the opportunity to play it again here. Although I don't doubt he has 10 left in his deck. A little hard to tell.
Had Marcus come talk to him just to double check, make sure that discard pile stays in order. That is very important for Grim Reminders. Some other sets, it's maybe not as big of a deal, but now that Grim Reminders exists, that's a very key kind of technical component.
Yeah, before this set, like sometimes when I play with my kids, they would like reorder it just to like help them think about what cards were there, and I was fine with that. Playing couchy with my kids. Now it's like, okay, Grim Reminders, hey, can't do our kids. They're getting older, so they're getting. Turns out that's how humans work. They grow. They get older. Little humans become bigger humans. dishing out some damage on the trawler.
Did we get a creature getting placed from that?
I did not catch what it was. I don't know that they did not.
Damage and skirmish. Okay, so that's yours. There.
Oh yeah, he picked him up face down instead of like one at a time. Okay, so we got the snippets. Oh, the trawler needs to go back to the correct.
All right, you should really do those one at a time, right? You should really do.
Capture.
Yeah.
Do 2 draws.
Okay. Oh, there's a wins. Okay, he's got. So he's probably thinking to himself, "Hey, I've got my demo. I've got a whole bunch of amber out here. He does have board advantage, but might still be worth it.
So demo is going to reap here.
Depends on what's in there. At this moment, what's in their discard piles. I think the trawler's in the wrong discard pile.
Yeah. Plays the winds here.
He does not. He decides not to play the winds.
Okay, I'm gonna go Geistoid. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and take my archive.
I can tell him about the trawler.
Well, you can turn on the light while you do it. Alright, here comes an Ecto, which might matter right here because he's got the wrong number. Yeah, see? Alright.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Let's see how many he gets to. Yeah, the trawler should not be in your discard pile. Yep. There we go.
Oh, it's yours. Okay.
2, 3. Alright, it's counting over. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Alright, so he's got more than 20, so that the trawler didn't impact the count
it is
there.
even more, but this does have a 6 limit.
So he is going to be able to forge for 6 here.
Oh, so an Ecto charge, okay.
6 ember.
Yeah, I think he hasn't reaped with Talent Scout yet. I think he hasn't noticed that the Talent Scout is versatile.
Which is not quite at the level of something that we need to.
It's not in his deck, right? It's the deck that you're bringing doesn't have it. You may not be thinking to yourself like, hey, that's a thing I need to be paying close attention to. So
Ooh, we got a well of memory.
Oh, there you go.
This card.
Okay. All right. So he's purging the Ben Rilo and the Technorachnophobia.
And purging number 5.
Curious what he's going to bring back here.
Each card purged this way, you may return a card.
Archons, a little over 20 minutes remaining in round 1. A little over 20 minutes remaining in round 1.
Yeah, he's bringing back the Brick Nasty. So he's thinking about the might makes right, but you gotta load up on your hand to do that right here. So
there was the early Shock Herder. That was his, right? The early Shock Herder that got discarded. So I might go with that with the Brick Nasty.
Could be.
Think
about the Earthshaker.
Shaker doesn't do kills. That kills 3 creatures. It gets rid of the demo without you giving him the value of the others.
Yeah. Does he have the option to Alright, he does take the might makes right. Does he have? He still has some cards in hand. He could have purged some more and pulled back enough Brobnar dudes to potentially trigger it.
He's got the Awakened Titan.
Oh, okay.
And
all right. So he's already good. He doesn't need to
Buddy.
purge. Okay. So he doesn't need to purge more. That's why he's doing it this way. Okay.
This could actually be a 2-key turn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So no, next turn because he's in Geistoid right now. But next turn,
right,
will likely be another key with that Brobnar. We do see Julian getting key number 1 for himself.
Oh no, it's just a represent.
So now Julian knows that Might Make Right came back, and that's Brick Nasty came back. So he's thinking, might be thinking to himself, hey, all right, what do I do about this situation?
Well, you definitely don't want to wins now, right? Because that gives Max an easier time with that.
Yeah, that's probably right.
So,
and he does the archive. Yeah, so he's and he's thinking to himself like, hey, my opponent probably already has it, so maybe that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because he saw that his opponent had more cards in his hand. So if I see that and he's like not bringing back the big boys, I'm probably thinking it doesn't matter, and you might as well archive that, because then maybe you'll just have one Grabnar creature on board at the end of the next turn, which isn't really a threat. So better that than something else might be the thinking.
Yeah. So just continuing to use this Geister. It didn't look like he drew any more Geister.
No.
Gonna move that Lament to the bottom of the deck to deal 3 damage to the Lee Darkin.
I forgot the Lee Darkin is the first part. I just say Historian always. It's like part of the names I just shorten sometimes.
Check the 6 there.
Is that a near future lens in there?
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so he does have a near future lens. That's cool.
Pass with a check of 6.
Missing the Talon Scout again.
Yeah, I think Julian just doesn't realize that's a versatile card.
It's only, what, 2 or 3 Mistamber so far, and I mean that is big, but
it's gonna start to add up, right?
if Max is doing these free key cheats, like he's got almost enough creatures to do my mates right now.
He's got a lot of Brobnar in hand, right? So he's got his own archive there. He might even just leave his archive because he's got so much Brobnar in hand. It's like I'll just leave it until I want to use it. So that's 14 power so far.
Thunderdell, and then we've got the Lifting Buddy coming down, so that's an extra 9 power just from that card base. Across 2 creatures.
23 at this point.
Goes on the Thunderdell.
Yeah, Julian look at because Julian knows what he's doing, right? So he's like, what? He's thinking to himself, how do I deal with this, right?
Is that last card final refrain?
Oh, I think
that would
it is.
be brutal here. Except he only has. Well,
so
I guess
you play the Might Makes Right first, then you do the final refrain, right? So
yes. Oh, does he have?
Wait, so wait, did he
discard the Might Makes Right?
So maybe did he not have enough for it? Because
I'm pretty sure he's got the Awakened Titan.
So
we've got
maybe he
Chuck Herder, Fiery Jark.
He might not. I guess it doesn't matter if he brings out a bunch of stuff and it all dies, and then because he wants to have that stuff fire while Brick Nasty's on board, right? So he
but
wants,
only the Brobnar creatures count for that, which I think we're gonna have 3 Brobnar creatures.
Still, like,
yeah, but I don't get why the discard of the Might Makes Right first.
Yeah, he did discard.
Okay, checking to see if the Earthshake play effects do not happen with a final refrain. So what's happening here for those of you watching? Final refrain says put each creature from your discard into play, ready and fight with them one at a time, and then destroy each creature brought into play. So you don't get played effects, you will still get destroyed effects, and like we were just saying, Brick Nasty triggers will fire to get you Amber.
Brobnar. Yeah, Brobnar. That one. And I can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order.
Same with Fiery Jark. It is not.
This one and that one to destroy that one.
So we've got 2 fights into the Gate Watcher,
which will destroy the flying creatures, right? So no.
Includes that Lifting Buddy. Okay, so that's 2 of them done so far.
Oh yeah, I did take a lot of creatures out.
I mean, this is effectively going to be a Morgan Field, right? Like, it's enough power to deal with everything.
Should be, yep.
But that does mean you can sequence it correctly so that the demo triggers don't fire, right?
Yeah, kill the demo first.
So those 2 are dead because they fought.
Well, no, they both died because they.
Yeah, no, I was for Amber.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. Well, no, you don't
One
get
Amber
one.
from
Yeah, you
Brick
only get
Nasty.
one off of
It's fine.
Yes. That's why I was trying to
Okay, still got plenty of beef left. Fiery Jark will fight.
Okay, so I'll just fire reject to attack this one.
Okay, so
This one since I do.
so he's forgotten about the demo. So he's giving back the Ember, but he's generating a bunch for himself.
There was a lot stacked up on that, right?
It was 3 or 4, yeah.
Okay, I will use
Looks like it was
Earthshaker.
3. So exact as 9.
So I guess one for this one.
Earthshaker, right?
So you go
Yeah, it's destroyed after each one. After
Okay.
each
So going after the heaviest strain, which should be 2 more ammo.
Yup.
I guess it doesn't really matter. 1, 2,
Slippy, Touchstone, and then
and all these are
Okay, so we probably just show off the 2, 3. Okay, so
Talent Scout. Okay, so we got, looks like we got
Now,
one.
you had one more. Did you get the one from the Earthshaker?
Ion
The
Pins.
red-
So that is the final refrain, so that should be going
took out the
into
one that was capture stuff.
actually very, very important that Julian
And then final frame goes back to
moved
the
the Met
discard
on the bottom, because the Met would have come back and
I
actually
have one card.
archived.
If I can't discard a
Well,
card
if you'd
for
done
its
it
pick,
in the right sequencing, you could have
yeah,
archived the Met right
Yeah.
with the
at the
Met
end of
getting
turn,
destroyed.
Yeah.
comes on rest.
Then we got the Awakened Titan.
1, 2,
Yep.
3. So I got to shuffle.
So Max is at how much amber is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 7 or 8 amber there. So he
Yeah.
did get a lot of his captured amber back, right? But
Yep.
Julian is going to forge here.
Yep.
It is very close to being a check for Julian.
Yep, I think Max, if he goes back and reflects on this game, is going to think about, okay, how do I order to get that MMR that my makes right down?
Final Refrain is a strange
Yeah, Final Refrain is a big.
card, but
Yeah.
my makes right is kind of, yeah.
I'm going to declare.
You might be right. He might have just known there's no way for me to get it without killing the Brick Nasty because
Yeah.
it was kind of an awkward number he was at.
Well, he does have the 11 power dude in his archives, right? So, but that wasn't part of his plan, right? His opponent put that there, so he may have just not considered that part.
Let's play Winds of Death.
And then, okay, here's the Winds of Death after the flip, so well timed here, Julian.
Yeah, waiting for Max to
Yep.
flip
Since
the
I had
deck.
to shuffle for my draw,
Now getting
is the unexhaust before or after draw?
Unexhausted is first.
First, okay, so he's good. The only unexhaust one is on there.
So we're talking about whether or not the Awakened Titan should be ready. Readying happens before the
Oh, you're
draw,
good.
so we're still haunted
Good question.
until after the draw. So it should be ready right now. Big archive there for Julian, and then
Oh, second board will be
cleared by this Wind of Death.
You're good.
Julian also at 6 amber here for see what else he's got. I don't know. He's been calling Geistoid a lot, so I can't
Yeah,
imagine.
but you don't have anything. You have nothing left in your discard but your guys all die.
Oh yeah, that was cheap.
I mean, this puts him in a real strong position. Huge archive. His
got a
opponent
boot.
doesn't. He,
Cloud Sword.
he's gonna take one of those creatures, put it under his opponent's deck. Yep.
Thunderdell.
Okay.
There. I will.
And challenging Max to respond here. So Max should forge.
6.
Yeah. So it looks like he's
So
still got
a little bit of Ember control keeps him in this game. I think Julian has 6, so it's exactly enough. Do see? Yep, he's got a little bit
I'll
of
negotiate.
Yep, a little bit of steel going on.
Is that maybe a Veil too? But I guess you haven't played. You just flipped your deck, so the Veil of Ectoplasm is
Right.
not going to do much capture. It's that last card.
I think I do have something I can do.
You know,
I'm gonna go with
maybe another belligerent card.
Maybe you can play.
First, I'm gonna play him. You draw a
Yep.
card.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because I'm really ready.
Draw for Julian.
And may I look at your discard, please?
Wants to look at his opponent's deck here. Gonna do the out negotiate.
I
See
think there's anything with more than one pip, right?
Yeah.
Just a couple
It all doesn't matter.
pips there.
Oh yeah, I guess I can do that.
Pie pip
Use
though.
that card.
Yep,
That's
what's
fine.
going on. Yep.
Bottomless Depths is an interesting one too. Just
Play
also kind of funny to put it at the bottom of someone's deck.
There.
Bottomless.
this guy.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
One, and I
So keeps himself in this game.
I will discard this card.
Stealing one from Julian.
And with this
Julian,
one, choose a
there's
card in your opponent's
Okay, yep.
discard pile. Steal one or steal equivalent to the number of ember. So it's steal, yes.
And then Mac goes back to the
Put them
belly.
both at
Yes.
5. Max still able to re-put that belligerent
So he can get himself a check. So there is
That's,
an opportunity for Max here.
this won't do me no good. Came in ready, so I will tap.
There goes with that. Okay.
Ember, I am a check.
So that is check
And
at
I'm
6 for
draw
Max.
to 1,
Julian's sitting on a large archives of creatures, though, including a trawler. So we know he's got. Well, he's not haunted anymore, I don't think.
Didn't look that way. It
Like he was on 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And one just got flipped to the bottom because of that negotiation.
Yep.
It's even further now. So actually, it might be a little bit dicier for him.
Let's see.
He's relying on haunted.
So he still has
spells.
that Kichi, right? Although it's not really a great time to play it, unless he discarded. He played it at some point where I.
Oh, the Forging an Alliance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
No, it's still in there.
It is okay. So okay, so he's going to the fish.
He did take the archives as well, so he's got a lot of creatures.
So he might know he can get to haunted here, perhaps.
Looks like he's counting right now just to see how far he is from that. Oh, he's haunted. I didn't think he was that close, but I think that's what that dice means.
Is that what or he's
maybe,
2 away, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe
Definitely is 1 and 2.
He just holds them.
So he's playing out. All right.
Calp on an empty board feels
Yep.
pretty good.
Yep.
Gatewatcher going to come down to protect that, and then I would assume the Trawler comes out. It looks like he's also got Covetous Hema, which would also do the job here. So honestly, there's an argument to capture on the Hema and hold the Trawler.
Yeah,
And
give
capture
yourself
into
another
the
turn.
deals with it.
See if you can reap back in. Yep.
We do have the Nightmare Inducer.
He's just going for the kill right now.
Extra Amber. Nemo Leech.
So is he going to hold that, or is he going to play it out? He's thinking about it.
Playing the Wycolia. And looks like that's got a discard pit. Ooh, could discard that Rhea to get a ready to reap.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, I like that.
Don't have any like kind of crazy
I like that
targets, but
suggestion.
it's not bad. You know, you're just pushing forward.
Yeah, I mean, if you can just get yourself a couple more Ember Pips, right, you might be able to get the win here. So, it's either that, or you're saying to yourself, what do I not want to play next turn? Right?
Which he hasn't played Star Alliance much this whole game, right? So
Right. So
looks like he's looking at that.
yeah, he's looking at that. So yep, he's gonna go with that and reap with something. I guess the
Wycolia makes sense, just in
yeah,
case there's
increase
a
the key
creature.
cost. Yep, makes a lot of sense.
Let's see.
He's got the Memo Leech still. Yep.
Interesting hand there for Max. I couldn't quite tell if he has the Earthshaker, which would deal with Calp here.
Yep. So he decides not to play the Covetous to keep give himself another opportunity.
Oh, it looks like he does have the Earthshaker.
I'm going to go ahead and pull my archive.
Okay, so Max has taken his archives, got that rickety Cyber Giant,
So my first grab
and he's got a contested transfer, so plenty of ways to deal with the Calp here, but we're going to go with
Does he have the Memorialize the Fallen? Can he blow stuff
I didn't
up?
see one.
Yeah.
That does kill.
There's a Might Makes Right. He got Might Makes Right
in the
again. Can he
hand?
get to it? Can he just win right here?
Let's see, so he's got 11 plus. I see a Shockherder. I think he's at 21.
Okay.
Deploy this one.
So
I'll be ready. Oh, he's haunted. Fighting here is a bad idea.
This one with him.
so you
Can't fight there.
Can't fight
because
that.
it's haunt.
Oh, I need to for Tom.
And shock is also exhausted.
Sorry.
Marcus is asking him to make sure they're properly exhausted.
And he takes 4 damage.
So
So Gatewatcher,
yeah, it is
I
your
assume-
opponent.
Yeah,
It's if your opponent's haunted, so it must not be haunted.
He just flipped, so that's understandable. We got a concussive transfer.
Okay, there you go.
Pour
Yep.
all the damage on the Trawler here.
Yep.
Well, I guess I can only redistribute 1 damage to it.
Move all of that damage over to
All damage to it.
deal 7 damage to the Trawler.
This goes to the grave.
Effectively nuking it.
November.
So he's at
Can he get the Might Makes Right?
10 total power. That puts him up to 21.
Don't see the last card in his hand. I don't know that he has it here.
Son of a.
I think it's 2 belligerent cards. Because one of them got bounced, right? But what's
Yep.
the second one?
So that bounce might have saved him, right? Because having that belligerent
Yeah,
card
if that was
means
still on the
that,
board, that would have been the
yeah.
power he needs for.
Yeah. So the bounce of the belligerent guard was the
That's
game.
gonna be GG.
There it is.
There you go. So Julian taking it 3 keys to 2. Yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, that Max's deck has
Did
some.
up here, I was about to
That
do
Brobnar's
something
got
on
some
that
stuff
turn.
going on.
Yeah, for sure. Right. I think
Field wipe, I had freaking that one.
there was an opportunity there for Max to potentially capitalize on. I don't know that would
You
have
went cheeky,
fully
and that
changed
cheeky benefit
the outcome. Definitely,
I'm
Julian
waiting.
had some turns in there to play with the
It was good. It was close.
with the trawler and whatnot. But yeah, at this point, Julian is moving on. Well, I guess Max is as well, right?
Yeah.
We're 2-0.
This is first round, so nobody's out yet.
So Max has
Every game.
another opportunity now that he's played this deck, and see
I know that part will make you
what he can do with it.
Yeah. All right. Let's
Bring us back.
come back to us.
There we are, and our names are wrong.
You told me that like 40 minutes ago, and I never fixed
it's all
it.
Good. It's all good. So yeah, I think we're gonna see. Let's see how much time we are. Basically, we're at time here, so we're gonna see another match pretty soon here. So maybe we'll hold off going deep into the Archon top 8 decks until we get around where we have a little more time.
Yeah.
Between rounds, then we have a good chat about it.
Yeah, we just hit time, so
Yep.
we'll be back probably in about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
unless
just-
you want to just talk to them.
I can talk a little bit, I guess. I don't know, or maybe we should go. Actually, oh my God. Why don't we put it on pause and we'll come back in just a couple minutes.
We'll be right back, guys. Again, very quick. We should be turning this around, so we'll see you in just a few minutes for round 2 of Alliance. Alright, welcome back everyone. Like I said, very quick turnaround here. These guys they're doing great today. They're keeping a tight ship. We're going to try and get through this. So they just announced top cut will be for the X's and O's will be round 3, so one more round after this to know the first couple in top cut, and then we'll have I think 2 more play-in rounds after that. It sounded like one more and then one
Marcus
more game.
leaned over me after Josh's announcement. He was like, probably.
Yeah.
Like, not mathematically assured is basically what Marcus was saying to me.
We're learning a lot about 2LO this weekend, let me tell you. Which is interesting. It does kind of keep you on your toes a little bit, but also makes it hard to schedule dinners. We'll go ahead and get over to the table here.
And then if I'm haunted, I believe they're stunned.
Make sure everything is good. We're still on XOs. I should have asked them, but I'm pretty sure they got that fixed for us now. I need to get my timer ready.
Archons, attention please.
And we'll go to base screen. But we've got Don Fong, I think I spelled that right. Online name Striator on top. Doing the Brobnar, Geistoid, and Fathom GR. And then Dexter on the bottom is doing Equidon, Sarin, and Fathom Scholar Spam deck. So this should be a little bit faster game, my guess is. Scholars, win or lose, fast. So,
now
got the timer going, and we will get this game going.
So I think Dexter is Houston local, I believe, so he's relatively local. I think we'll call him a local for the purposes of this cast here in San Antonio. Strider is from the Baltimore area. Yeah, so he's...
Did I spell that right?
I'm not 100%, but so the Baltimore Vault is at his home store. That's about a 2-hour drive for me, so I've gone down for like their store champs and stuff and hung out with him and a good group of folks down in the Baltimore area. The Bay Witches is the team that they're on. Strider is on Bay Witches and Dexter's on Team Archons Corner.
So, nice. Yeah, Dexter, otherwise known as Unfathomable online.
Yep.
I think he started changing it to Dexter in some places, but
best luck.
He's had a pretty successful weekend. You and him. Successful weekends, top 8s.
Very, very excited. So.
Yeah.
All right. So who's got the draw here? Oh, we don't like our hand. We got Strider's going to go ahead and shuffle right here and get a new hand. Looks like Dexter might be holding on to his. So we got Scholar Spam from Dexter, Equidon, Saurian, Unfathomable. Did you get a sense of what's going on in Brobnar, Unfathomable, Geistoid? We don't see Mars listed there.
There's no Mars, so
no vodka.
But we've seen Brobnar, even the last deck, Brobnar can do crazy things, so it could be same Kichi they just saw that might make right with
here we go.
Death.
Immediately coming out with some Scholar Spam off that Legionary Trainer.
Draw, but turn 1 you can do the card, so see a Berserker Slam there is probably going to take out that Legionary Trainer, and we can be Cyber Giant. The Unfathomable in Dexter's is actually very interesting because you can't have Befuddleth with the Trainer type. So it has to be Befuddleth. Wow, that's
Befuddleless?
Befuddleless Unfathomable pod, but still good enough to be in a
I mean, in Alliance, Abyssal, there's an argument Abyssal Sight is maybe as good if or better even in Alliance because pinging the key combo pieces out of your opponent's hand can be so strong. So maybe we're going to see a lot of Abyssal Sights and a bunch of plunders or something.
I
Who
was
knows?
asking if you had another legionary.
So
What did Donphan do with the
I mean, my
Siren
deck
Jack?
has 4. Oh, does it? Okay.
Did he discard it or did he just keep it on?
Yeah, no. Technically, open knowledge.
he might have discarded it. I bet you he discarded it. He's probably thinking to himself, "Hey, I'm just going to get ready for my wins to death." That is my guess.
Interesting. Okay, so we got second trainer trainer coming down.
Yep.
It sounds like we got a couple friends of both of these players on the chat here watching this game.
There we go.
Got another token coming down. This one will come down boarded, but also ready. And we'll just start reaping and drawing like the scholars do.
Oh yeah. Make that ember, draw those cards.
I don't know if this is the same 4 trainer pod that was used by Z a couple or no, by Wookiee
Yeah, I'm not sure.
a couple volts ago.
Play Symposium.
Oh, the Symposium
Oh, yeah,
with
here we
the
go.
Brachus on the board is pretty rough.
You know what? I think this might be the same one that Wookiee used because I bet you it is. I bet you this is the same one because it's the same. It's all the same group of folks, right? Yeah, Dexter's on Team Archons corner, so that's in the team pool here. So this deck can rock and roll for sure.
Yep. So we got 2 reaps there from the Symposium with the 2 Exalts. Again, that Senator Brachus on the board means he can spend that Amber as his own if he wants to. Got a city-state interest there as well, just to capture Donphan's 1 Amber there. But Dexter is at 6. Can't tell how big his hand is. I think he's been playing about as much as he's drawing, so probably still around 6.
Nancy, your discard.
Just see if he draws in here, but I'm gonna check out the discard.
I don't know if you got a sense of the deck list. Does Don have? How does Don do it in the C department? Does he have things that can handle the situation, or?
I'll tell you, I don't have any clue.
Gotcha.
We will find out.
We're gonna
I mean,
find out together.
It's got Brodnar, which should have a lot of just ready to fight. It's got Geistoid, which should have things like Wind to Death and stuff.
Braveheart.
We have Elvius Stray coming down. I'm not going to be able to
I
fight
don't
it.
remember the exact phrasing, but it's kind of like Senator.
Sure what they're discussing
so
here.
For each Amber on like creatures, I can spend it as if it was in my pool. Yeah. Okay.
Senator Brachus being a vital part of this deck, I'm sure.
Yep.
Or really just like an extra.
I mean, it's
extra value.
City State Senator Brachus. If your opponent can't respond, could be devastating.
I don't know if this one has a Pax Soriano, which would make that just. But that, I mean, we've already seen 6 starting cards now from Dexter, so he doesn't have a ton left to draw into.
No.
This Amber?
Yeah.
I think
he's
it's
gonna use
unfortunate that the Wookiee used this deck last time. We don't see the Wookiee sleeves on Dexter's deck.
Somebody should have talked.
Yeah, we should have. I guess they would have re-sleeved it.
Sorry,
It's probably re-sleeved. So, who wants to deal with that?
So we see Dexter forging the key, using the captured Amber. We'll capture an Exalt. Only one of those was actually stolen from Donphan, but going right back into Saurian. Got a reap and draw here.
Rocking and rolling.
See what else he finds. We don't know if any of these tokens are Saurian cards. Brachus here will reap and then Exalt.
Is he clearly stating with his hand motions what he's doing? It's good, clean play.
I told him I want clean play.
There you go, yeah. What a clean
Very,
match up and down.
very
yes.
serious.
Yes.
But that is check at 8 for key 2.
Plus the number on Brachus.
Alright, so check at 9. We do see a crushing deep in Donphan's hand, so we can at least tax for the full 9 if he wants to, but giving up key 2 here seems pretty scary.
I mean, this is Alliance, right? If Don is setting up something big, then maybe he can rock and roll. So.
Oh, I was trying to figure out what that card is. So that's the Strange Torpedo?
Oh, that's the most effective Strange Torpedo I think I've ever seen.
Can
That's
you
like,
tell me what that card is?
I'm pretty sure it does like 1 damage to some stuff and then like stuns or something. I've never.
I'm just saying, do I get to look at them?
It's basically never done anything for me. But
you see one of the tokens was another scholar or a trainer, and then General Zobor. Does it also kill?
Oh, already
So, what does this card do?
yeah, I think it's 1
such a weird
damage
card.
with the splash 1, and like if you're haunted at archives or something like that.
Huh. We see the dredge there. That's not really going to do too much. We do have the tax.
Yep.
So this will be a KeyForge for all 9.
8 plus 1. Okay. So you do get to forage, but for 9.
But at least doing some cleanups. That is 3. If this is the pod we're thinking of, that is 3 of the 4 trainers in this deck. But once you're done with that, you just have the other 2 houses to deal with, which are also not like slapjack, right?
Yep.
Is that you must forge.
We can call it Judge.
Yeah. Judge.
Okay, talking through how this taxing works with the second Brachus.
Does Brachus text say May?
So, Crushing Charge was played on me, so my key next turn will cost my key.
Yes, but if you can forge at the start of turn,
So I
you
have an
have to.
Amber on Cinder Brachus here, which will allow
If you have more amber to choose from, you can take it from other places, but he still has to forge his key for 9 amber right now. Yeah, it should be ruled. We'll see. What it says. There might be something more just on the board, but
you must forge if possible.
You must forge if possible.
Yes.
Forging key is not optional unless it's like a key cheat that
Dave
says
was saying you could hear a
This
little bit
says
of what was
May,
going on.
That
but
says
since
May.
I can, I
We
have
could maybe
to.
turn this up, but that might get
Well,
microphones
yeah,
that we have.
feedback. We don't want that.
Let me
That's what,
Feedback
that's what we had
No,
done.
no, no.
no good.
But we can check.
So I think they're just explaining. Marcus is just explaining the situation.
I don't think this game is going
Players
right.
understand.
But it's
And we can both just guess.
There you go. There you go. I think they're complimenting each other on each of their bow ties. I don't know if you noticed their bow ties that each of them were wearing. On
Full
the-
tuxedos. Actually, everyone here except for us.
Yeah.
Full tuxedos.
Yeah.
Very formal event.
It's actually, except the hobo's wearing a t-shirt tuxedo.
Okay. Enough of that nonsense. So we do have the forge for all 9 amber from that Christian Deep. So at least getting destroying some extra amber for Donphan on that side. We do see a lot of Grobnar and Hinman, so hopefully going to be able to deal with more scholars. But you got to think at this point Dexter is ready to go into another house, start setting some other things up, and really just redraw into some of the starting cards.
Generous offer on my Cinder.
Generous offer.
There we go.
It's going to destroy
Blow it up.
Play out negotiate.
Interesting.
In and out.
Oh, and now
Yep.
Oh man.
Dexter is
So that goes on the bottom of your deck, and I steal 1.
Putting the dredge on
showing
the
the
bottom.
power,
Steal 1
showing
more.
the power of this alliance here.
Now I'm gonna play Shopping Spree. So discard my hand.
Shopping spree, so discard the rest of that massive hand.
All that.
There you
Yep.
go, we can see a Bryosaur
Oh.
and a Abyssal Sight.
Yep.
But
Yep.
choosing to discard all of it, what do you think he's looking for? 'Cause he's got a bunch more Equinox.
I mean, maybe he's trying to. So he can't steal anymore, right? But
Right.
maybe he's saying to himself, I just want to get back to my scholars as fast as I can. And I value those scholars more than I value anything else in this situation.
I mean, at this point in the game, it makes sense. If
Right.
Donphan kind of comes back,
Yeah, just press my advantage, right? I think is what he's saying. So
so we get an insurance policy on the token.
on the warded scholar. Okay, why not? Why not?
Well, we do see the Berserker Slam in Donphan's hand, but with the ward being there, I don't think I see damage crit being able to get through that. Definitely a tight spot for Donphan here.
So does he draw any Equid on there? Or is he going to? Is he passing it back to Don now?
Not sure if he's past turn. Okay. Yeah. Not quite sure where we're at here.
Yeah, he's looking through his discard. So he's thinking about some stuff, right? He's probably at this point thinking about if I play enough cards, maybe I'll flip my deck or something. There's at least a few to draw there. I don't know.
Some energy vampirism and a what's it called? Echofly. And
Okay, so it's done for us. Okay.
I go for the Geistoid turn here, just trying to get some value out of this board while he has it. Playing the Echofly, so we talked. Were you here when we talked about Echofly and how
No.
it gets? I was talking to Marcus last night about Echofly. It gets discarded a lot, and there's some of the scrap creatures that are definitely discarded much more than they are played. But I love that about the scrap creatures. They still have a use if they're played, but they just have so much cool utility. There's some of my favorite designs.
Okay.
Is the scrap creatures, like Bog Spitter, even Tutor Ben Rilo. I know a lot of people down on Ben Rilo,
Yeah.
but that handcraft
Because
is
it's
very
bad.
discard. That handcrafting
Is not so
being able
good.
That handcrafting
Is not so
being able
good.
to discard 3 cards from your hand, like turn 1, that could be great.
Giving your opponent a card there on your turn is more valuable than you getting a card on your turn. Don't worry, there's no Ben Rylos in this game.
No, I don't like his scrap effect. I like him as a creature.
As a
Is
creature,
what I'm saying.
okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Snippy, fantastic. Okay, so Dexter taking a look at the houses here, trying to see what he's playing.
It's like, yeah, what am I trying to do here? So I actually think this is the first time Dexter's played this deck during this tournament, right? So, that was his opponent's, right? So he's looking at, hey, how can you counter me? So how do I want to call my house here?
Well, and it does have Unfathomable. Don Palm's deck does, so you also need to be watching out for catching these. That is one of the biggest ways you can hurt
Play Extreme Toad, Infect.
Scholar's Bane is catching these. It can be brutal against them. But we do see an Unfathomable call. I believe that's.
Sure.
What is
That's that weird one where you put the groove counters.
Oh yeah.
It's like weird fish babies pop out of your chest or something. That's weird. That card, yeah. Okay, so he's discarding. Interesting. So he's discarding the Guild Spine School.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to try and remember what that one's called.
So we got a little bit of a slow turn from Dexter. But right, he hasn't exposed himself too much to a catch and release.
How do you feel about that shopping spree? Doesn't like we said, he didn't have any more Amber's Steel, so you kind of do feel like you need to go for something else. But the Unfathomable cards that were discarded there are like those are really tough ones to get.
I would have felt pumped personally, but you know, it is possible that he's saying himself, hey, I'm in such a strong position right now. I'm playing to not lose the game as opposed to like immediately locking down the game.
My mix right is that going to be, so we've got 10, 20, 22, so not quite enough. So I'm not going to sacrifice anything there. And he's got the Fiery Jark in hand, so Fiery Jark is one of those sag creatures that would not survive, so we're just one card away, one creature away from being able to get that mix right.
Yeah, we've seen some real close Mike Makes Rights today.
But that answers some of what we're thinking about, what his deck is doing, so it's probably going to be Winds of Death, Mike Makes Right kind of combos. Do you see Returning Champion there, so one of the big 10 power creatures.
Play Paxarion.
And I don't even think they're worrying about the counters.
Oh, there is a Paxariana, but
that's
it's just one.
Well, so what's really funny is if that had been played the turn before, even if Don Trump had the Might Makes Right, enough creatures to do the Might Makes Right, it doesn't work because you can't kill those creatures because they're warded.
That is funny.
City State Interest, capture one, to stop
Take a
Don
pause
Trump
check,
from-
I am checking at 6.
Yeah, it does not play the Crushing Charge, just discards it.
No trainers though, that turn is. I'm sure Don Bomb is not sad to see that. I really want to remember what that upgrade is called.
It's like extra mode infection or
Stream of
something.
Toad Infection.
There you go.
So we got one counter going off of that.
We're very haunted at this
I've
point.
got a Brio's.
That's not going to help stop me.
And Dexter not played check there. But I mean that. Well, the fact that the token got worded again is actually kind of nice for .com. You can actually do some stuff, maybe play your wins or whatever without popping the insurance calls.
Right.
Yeah. Take my
I don't know if we've seen wins yet. I don't think he's got a ton of creatures in this card.
You can use them.
Oh, we see a Brio.
You see a Brio there.
Interesting. Not.
So at this point, yes, he's going to stop the effects. And the wards actually help.
Wards are big.
Yeah, the wards help quite a bit. But even just member pips are useful here. So.
Oh, is he gonna be our Geist? Dexter's
Brio.
Brio.
Yep. I like that. and then Dexter will kill that Bryo, and then he'll bring in his own Bryo.
Well, so did Dexter have a? Well, I guess this is what it says. What else would he have? You gotta be maybe thinking about something. Yeah, so it is gonna be the what's he called? Shrewd Investor, just to capture, because it is. It's getting very close, and again,
maybe he was at 6. There's still 3 there.
Oh, okay.
So he was in check. We just missed it on frame. So, all right. So he did need this. All right. So Don did need to do that to pull off check.
Legionary trainers, scholars, they like to play actions, but they're all about the creatures. So, like, Bryo is good, but it's not as good in this matchup as it is against stopping someone's combo decks or whatever. The Reaver, getting some nice utility here, going to be able to move one of those Amber off the. Shrewd Investor. Ooh, we're going to discard another train. That should be the last train. He hasn't already shuffled, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so that should be the last train.
So it looks like there's not that many cards left. So Don is in check. So the question is Dexter try to slow him down, or is he just going to try to push for the win? Because this is low, there's not that much in the way of key cheats here, so...
it's not a blower pipe deck.
Right, not a blower pipe deck.
Basically token of appreciation.
Yep.
Oh, we have a pull-up stakes here.
Okay, so this is big, right? Is that, right, that's his home creature, right? So it's not going to easily get that back to his opponent.
And then going to pop some wards.
This gets returned to my hand.
Yep, this is big right here.
Oh, and he's going to stop the key too.
Yep.
Just insult to injury. I think that puts him up to 9 Amber? Yes. Looks like he's got 8 there, but I think he maybe gain this one pip off of the full stakes.
Well, he was at...
Have Gastrudo the Archons. Maybe should have one more, because he was at 6.
Yeah.
3 got captured, 1 got moved off of that guy, so there's only 3 on the Investor. That got bounced, and then he played the bounce, which had 1 pip, and then the auction off, which had 2 pips. So we should have 1 more here.
Oh, there was auction off. Actually, didn't notice that.
Oh, we get the GG anyways. No way to stop that for Don Fromm here. So
it's going to
be Dexter with a win, going to 2-0. Again, top cut first is going to be 3 O's, which will be after next round.
Yeah, so we saw some powerful Scholar spam going on there, just out of the gate, first thing. That was not what Don was hoping to do. It looks like Don's got some strong stuff in his deck, but didn't not quite the speed and efficiency that Dexter has in the Scholar deck. So I think Don was on his back foot with what we saw for that deck there. It's possible there was some more fast burst that we didn't see, but I think really it's probably more control that's infallible that wasn't there.
I love taking my guy back.
Take care of the situation. So
He's especially good with stuff that he's taking from me.
Well, the one thing I don't know about this Scholar deck is how much creature control outside of that bounce.
I'm not sure. I don't. I know I saw this deck in Roseville, but I don't super remember it. I think I feel like I might have casted a game with it, but it just all through. Yeah, like what all is in that deck when half of it's tokens and you're just drawing and making a million Ember. So so I'm not sure. I'm imagining it's not leaning that much into creature control, right? It doesn't want to use a word clear often. It just wants to use its Scholar.
So you just gotta wonder if Don Fromm was able to get a little bit more of the Grobnar on board to start. He's able to maybe slow down some of that. Like he got at least 3 Amber off of the Senator Brackets, right?
Yeah.
4-power creature.
I gave her just some.
You gotta have one.
So
Kill
that's
a 4-power
less,
creature.
more or less.
It was too fast for him to find
You
an
maybe
answer.
could have held on to some of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We talk.
yeah, we can talk top 8 and all of that good stuff.
Right. So let me bring up. Let's see here. I'm gonna bring up the list. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk through the top 8, the decks. I'm actually not certain whose deck is who. We're gonna try to figure it out as we go through this, but we're gonna go through the top 8 Archon decks. So the first deck is Bourdet, the Barber of Bronkdor. So that's Bourdet. Bourdet, the Barber of Bronkdor. So this is the highest SAS deck of the lot. This is a 107 SAS deck. And it is, let's see, it's owned by Magic Duck. So I think this must be Magic Duck's deck.
Let me tell you,
There's
I don't like this deck.
Well, the first thing I noticed as I'm looking in decks at KeyForge is 26 speed.
Yeah.
And so that's a lot of speed going on in this deck. 26 speed with 16 hips and 22 expected ember.
Yeah. So, Magic Duck is a local for me, so I've
Okay.
actually played against this
Ah,
deck a decent
okay.
amount of time.
Yeah, tell us about it.
It's a really cool deck. So triple recklessness to start. So very, very disruptive, especially against this kind of combo decks. Berserker Slam, as well as, I guess that's where you got 2 Berserker Slams in the Brobnar for some creature control and also some amber control. But the Geistoid is what gets really crazy. Well, let me do the Geistoid last, because the Star Alliance is double near future lens, and that one. So I think he also played this in First Fall Tour this year.
Could have been.
And near future lens is just such a tough card to know when your opponent has artifact control. Do you play it? Do you hold it? Do you discard it? Kind of how cagey do you be with that a little bit? But if you get them down, if your opponent doesn't have an answer for those, they're devastating, especially if you see them early. Not a ton else going on in Star Alliance except for some more amber control there. But the Geistoid is Well of Memory, which I think is a fantastic card. Double in here somewhere. BR Geist, Veil of Ectoplasm, and Winds of Death. So the way he can work this is you basically just call Geistoid basically every other turn or every turn, and you're just able to cycle the in here somewheres and cycle that Veil of Ectoplasm with kind of the rest of your creatures, except for maybe 1 or 2 in your discard. And you just keep capturing your opponent's amber. You're gaining amber every turn. You're BR Geisting either your good stuff to get a creature back to capture on, or your opponent's good stuff, which we've seen BR Geist can be really nasty with that. And it just gains a lot of value off of that Geistoid. And it can purge some of the Star Alliance stuff that you're not really as worried about with the Well of Memory. So it's a solid deck. Definitely has some weaknesses. Really can depend on what the recklessness hits, but yeah, it's a cool one.
Yeah, this one looks really cool. I like also to see the C here, right? Now there's just the one board clear with the Winds of Death, but lots of different ways to deal with what your opponent's doing on board between the Winds of Death and then things like Unprepared or Fling or your double Berserker Slams. There's even a big one, which I don't know how often that actually happens. That might be a discard in this deck, maybe?
I think it really depends.
Yeah.
You might try to bait out artifact control with the big one. And
Maybe.
then if they purge that with like a reclaim, then he can play the near future lenses. But also kind of getting into that, he's also got the 3 different scrap effects for creature control, one being a Snippy and then the 2 heavyweight Morix.
Alright, so let's move on to the next deck by SAS. We've got Janos, Sister Batwing Courier. So this is Janos spelled Jaonos.
Yep.
Sister Batwing Courier.
And this is
Flaming Hobo's
Flaming
deck.
Hobo's deck. Yeah, we saw this one on stream a couple ago against Dr. Sheep.
Yeah, and this is a Winds of Exchange deck. It is a Prospector deck. So he's looking to make lots of Prospectors, I think. Let's see. We have 14.5 expected Prospectors, so
Yeah.
a decent amount here.
So what I saw in our stream is the Prospectors really don't come out in force until your opponent has forged 2 keys, and then you have the Sandhopper with 3 General Zot Warhas. So then you just start picking up the Zot Warha, playing it again to get the Amber, and getting the tokens, and getting other creatures down while you're doing that. Tourist Trap as well with those tokens can be really nasty.
Oh, that is nice. The Tourist Trap, yeah. And the which is where you're swapping a token creature for an enemy creature, so you're gaining control of that. And then you got Sandhopper to play the Journals of Auras again, and an Esquire if you've got a big board.
Yeah.
And then lots of steel. Double Generous Offer and a Closed Door Negotiation, and the Auction Off. That's a well-rounded Equidon house right there.
I'm going to be kind of surprised if Generous Offer isn't one of the most common commons in this tournament. Like in the sealed, we saw it so much. It's just been like people are kind of catching on to that Equidon Amber Control being such a nice kind of combo with the combo decks. It gives you some speed, gives you some pressure, gives you some control.
That's how I met my end in sealed. I was playing the deck I was playing in sealed is a little bit of a combo deck. Need to combo the things in order for it to work, but just so much steel if I wasn't doing the combo, I just couldn't make enough Ember, and that's how I got knocked out of sealed. What I really like here is the Unfathomable house. So
by like you mean hate.
Well,
but because it's also.
I mean, if I were the one playing this deck, I would really like it. So double Befuddle with an Adult Swim. It's got the Bryozark. It also has an offering to Killigog. So it's got what was it, dinner time?
Yes. We're on break until 7.
Oh, we were spending time until the next round.
No, we're on break now.
All right, we're on break.
7:10.
So why don't we're going to
go through this quick. So anyways,
this deck and then we'll break for dinner.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we got a lot of the Amber Control in the Equidon.
Two dudes looking at their phones.
It's quality.
Good
you want to say hi,
right?
Shane? Say hi.
He's already said hi. He's been on here. He was on here all last night.
That's true. Look, he's actually moving.
Welcome in shape. We've seen a lot of him on stream. Lots of good games. Like good stuff.
Yeah, lots of me playing like no.
Oh, well,
it's okay.
It happens. It happens.
Ups and downs, you know.
So lastly on the Brobnar, double Ragnarok prep. It's got the Rant and Rive, right, and double Shock Herder to do some damage real fast. So there's lots of ways to take care of your opponent's stuff with this deck and to lock them down. So
yeah, it's not like the most aggressive Amber generation, but it's plenty of control pieces, both in the disruption. Adult Swim can be really nasty against even like Grim Reminders decks that are playing a lot of those small creatures. They don't want them put back on the deck for sure. And then the Bryozoark, again, just such a good counter to the combo decks, especially if you have a big line of Prospectors in front of it. Like, just really tough. Grim Reminders does have good tools for dealing with Bryo. Something like Grim Reaper or Elby Astray can just take it out, but they don't have exactly that. That Bryo can be nasty.
There you go.
Alright, so you heard she say it. We are breaking for dinner. I don't know if we gave an exact time of when we will be back. I'm going to guess 7 p.m. Central Time is going to be about when I put the timer on for. Might be a little bit after that, we'll just see. But I think we want to keep stuff going. I don't know if they're still going to try and do the sealed finals tonight, or if that's going to be tomorrow.
We'll see.
But at least 2 more rounds of Alliance to come in a little over an hour-ish. So,
alrighty.
Thank you all so much for watching. We
Thanks,
will be back in a bit with more awesome KeyForge. If I can get us out.
you
Hello, hello. We're back. Alliance round 3 is about to start. Everyone was kind of going to dinner, so we're catching up on some things here. We'll get it up in a second. We are seeing, Unfathomable again. Going to be in other spot here. Oops. Sorry, Dexter.
What'd you have for dinner, by the way? Where'd you go?
We went to Rudy's, but I have not gotten to eat it yet.
Oh, okay. All right. So the barbecue place. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is going to be
so we went there last night. The brisket was pretty good, and the ribs were pretty good. The chop was not as good.
Yeah. So I got ribs. I haven't gotten to eat them yet. I'm going to be eating potato salad possibly. But definitely want to get this game in. So this is round 3 again. This will determine the first players going into Top Cut.
Probably.
Oh, really?
So Josh said it very definitively, and then Marcus leaned over to me and said, "Probably."
Well, this will be the undefeated, right? The 3 O's.
Yeah, so right, so the way I don't know specifically, but Marcus was like, hey, what Josh said in terms of number of rounds overall is probably true, but there's a chance that it could be a little different. So we'll see.
We'll all find out together, right?
Yeah, we're gonna find out. So I went to a local burger joint, by the way. It's pretty good.
Was it the giant ones? I think I saw people eating those yesterday.
It wasn't massive, but it was good. They did have a massive burger. I just didn't get it. So.
All right, so we got the handshake there. Let me get the house on this one. We know it's GR, just for houses, but just for posterity's sake. We got the round on there. These are X and O players. Turn. Oh, let me get the timer going. We'll be off by just a few seconds here, but it did just start. Okay. We're back and good to go.
Back and good to go. So I was chatting with Sneck actually at the dinner break.
Insider knowledge?
A little bit. He didn't talk a huge amount about his deck, but I know that he's got Witch Queen, and he's got the Key Abduction, the Vodka Key Abduction, that stuff.
So kind of just all of the Grim Reminders,
all the things, right?
And
it seemed like the Witch Queen stuff was the stuff that he was like most excited about. The stuff he was most excited about. So I think he's able to burst for quite a lot of Ember. Sneck is a newer player, and so he doesn't know all the older cards. I'm actually not sure. He might know, but I know he was saying that like if he sees older sets, he doesn't necessarily know all the cards, right? So if he goes up against Coda, he might see some of the cards and go, "Ooh, I'm not sure what that is." So, but here, Woe is a newer set. Maybe he's in good shape.
That starting hand is kind of rough, though. Double Key Abduction.
Yeah. Well, how much archives do you have? Oh, he just plays it out. He's like, I'm just going to play it.
So, that Geistoid that has Mars, so we could see targets, we could see in here somewheres, we could see the Mehmet in hand, so we might just go right back into Geistoid next turn and Mehmet. At least one of those, but again, he's got the Witch Queen. Kind of seems like some competing stuff, but the Witch Queen combo is all creature based, so you can. Ooh. Valuable going forward.
This was so that was perfect play to get those. Well, I guess he played them anyways, but he got the Ember for it, right? So, but you've got a situation where, look at this.
So 4 Untamed cards, all creatures.
I assume
Junk Restoration is scary, but so is the Mehmet. I think you almost have to go for the Mehmet here. Just to try and slow down the archive.
Right, because he's probably going to go into Mehmet or into Geistoid next turn, archive one of the Key Abductions, draw 3, play another Geistoid.
Because Haunting Witch doesn't really matter at this point. The Kangafant is actually not bad against Scholars.
Yep.
Right?
Kangafant's good against Scholars, and it's great with a Witch Queen.
Great with a Witch Queen. We're assuming there's going to be a Winds of Death to get all these creatures back if he does discard the creatures, but if you're Dexter, you just have to outrace this, right? You have to get your...
Yeah, so I'm thinking about Mehmet. I'm thinking, so that was the other option. Either the, depending on how many creatures he has in hand, either the Haunting Witch or the other one.
Harmonia.
Oh,
But
because now
I will make 2 token creatures and ready.
Met just archives that. So
right. So Harmonia is active, even though he's not haunted, but it will depend on how many creatures Dexter plays out here.
So we do see a Watch Your Step. We do know that Snack does not have any Mars in hand right now, so my guess is Dexter went for Mars on that one just to try and get 2 free tokens. It will come in ready. And then playing that.
I get to remove
Extra mode
Extreme
infection.
Toad Infection. Yeah,
whatever it is.
extra,
Yeah. Is it Toad instead of mode? I don't know.
I think it's got a T in there.
and I'm going to play
On his own creature, so that will actually destroy.
Oh, there's a Brian. Yep.
That's my turn. Ready up.
So,
But only 2, right? So he doesn't have, well, actually, he knows he doesn't have a lot of actions in hand. So that was actually because he looked because Dexter looked at Snake's hand. He knows that this is trickier than it otherwise would be.
amazing what some information does, right?
Yep.
So you're picking
So he's
guys
gonna play it
first,
out.
right? Yes, correct. So because
And,
of Watch Your Step, I get to make 2 token creatures in red.
Oh, he's talking about
So
the
this
token.
one,
Oh, yep. So he gets more tokens.
Oh, because it did.
Yeah.
This one,
But Snack actually gets to place this.
on my left one.
And I think
Do you want to make this
Dexter
token?
is explaining that to him. It will enter play.
Then it gets ready.
Yeah.
And we make another token. You want to
Snack going to put both of them on the other side of Bryo
now
just to
you can play yourself.
try and get rid of that Bryo as fast as possible. But we know it's not going to happen this turn. So Dexter having 2 ready.
Already.
2 ready Scholars.
We're so focused this early, yeah.
2 ready Scholars to be able to start cycling, start digging for more to put on the other side of Bryo. We met there archiving the Junk Restoration, which is a great archive if you can remove the Bryo soon.
It's interesting, right? So it's what is he leaning into? He's decided he's not going to lean into Obtained Archive. He's going to lean into the Geistoid Archive. I'm guessing it's more important to try to pull for your key piece as opposed to just get value off Haunting, which is what he's thinking, right?
Well, so the Untamed is pretty much all creatures. So if you do Winds of Death, which again, we're assuming you've got the Winds of Death, you get back all of those creatures without having to worry about archiving them one at a time. It's really the Mars getting those key abductions back. If you have targets, it's not too tough, but so we do see Saurian call here. We get the next trainer and Scholar coming in.
Play Arm the Plebeians, so I gain an Ember. Make it token.
now awarded one,
Play
yep.
ready because of Legionary Trainer.
It's going to get rough
And
real fast for
my
Snack.
ability will also ward that token. Which ability wards it? This card, so it makes a token and then
Now, Snack is playing Geistoid, right? He could have a Grim Reaper. He could have a Stray, right? He could have answers.
He's also archived twice now, so there's only like 3 cards in his discard. What's interesting is this Harmonia. If he picks up more Untamed, this Harmonia is going to get lots of value, right?
That's true. He could still burst right here, right now.
But Dexter's also bursting, getting to 8 Amber here.
going to play
Discarding the Crushing Charge and a
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
I know a lot of people want to complain about Grim Reminders, but let me tell you, Pax Soriana in a Scholar Spam deck is just
it'll try to destroy it and it'll remove it. That's all my cards.
Making and the permanent board is clean, so then you can get the trade off.
And the city states.
And here, yeah, grab that Ember.
And 1 here.
Throw it on some of the tokens here.
That's the turn. We're gonna ready up.
All right. Dexter's saying, hey, you got to answer.
I am check.
I'm throwing 4 every turn.
6, 9,
Reaping for 5, even with nothing in hand.
and then I'm gonna draw.
You gotta answer this. And
Here go.
That's a lot to answer.
That's a lot to answer. Right, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 actions to kill the Bryo via that route.
Plus ways to deal with 11 Amber.
Yep.
So we do see a couple more Geistoid actions. Definitely not ones he wants to throw at ripping wards off. We know there's a couple more in the archives, or at least 1 more in the archives.
He's considering taking the archive, right? He's thinking about is having that extra Haunting Witch, does that give me more options? 1 more creature help me take out the Bryo, even though he's not going to get Ember off the Haunting Witch. Although maybe he will for the Harmonia.
I'm gonna play.
So yeah, I think that's where his head's at.
Just get some creatures on the board, which, again, then Dexter has to also insert creatures. Harmonia is just going to be value. It does count itself here. Good catch there. And then we're going to see 3 more Amber just with each of these creatures coming down. And the Kangaphant, again, is important because if Dexter doesn't kill it first, he's going to lose a lot of those rewards on this.
Right now,
But and he can't. Well, without throwing everything into it, which you won't want to. But he cannot easily kill from board out of sight. Right? He could pop his ward on the Brio, but he probably doesn't want to do that. So I think the Kangaphant is very helpful here. Now Dexter might decide to prioritize the Kangaphant. It's possible because he's looking at his opponent's deck list saying, "Hey, which Queen Kangaphant? That is the comp."
Forge my key for 6.
Yeah. But is the damage already done? Forge key 1, you're already on 5 Amber for key 2. Do you care? Just ring 5 more times, draw 4 more cards, maybe make a few more tokens. Yeah. It goes right into a Failing Strike, which is going to take out that Kangaphant.
There you go.
Anyways.
Yep. So yeah, he has the answer in hand. So that's brutal, right? I was wondering if maybe it was a world where he has no sorry in hand, and he's got to make some choices. But it doesn't. You just take out the Harmonia, take out the Kangaphant.
He exalted the trainer there, I believe, to get the second hit. A little hard to see on him.
Yep.
They're going to just keep reaping and drawing.
We will play.
Got a second trainer, going to put that on the other side of Brio to try and keep it alive longer, but putting the tokens out there.
Give harder decisions to Snake, right?
5 tokens, not quite hitting Rule 6 here, but see what happens.
Yet, so far, right?
One more and we're there.
You're not haunted yet, so I don't think it's that terrible. So I'm going to reap here, gain an Ember, draw a card, reap here, gain an Ember.
Now we know
draw a card.
in
That's
GR,
5 uses
right?
For my
Not so much in the way of scaling Ember control, right?
so it's not played.
Put it into play.
There's no memorialize, right? There's no problem there. So I think
You reap with this one and gain an Ember. So that's a turn.
It's a tough spot.
It's actually going to be a real tough spot.
Don't see too much more coming down there, but that is going to check that. Counts it out for us. If he would get his hands on it.
Yeah, looks like
12.
3 times 4 is 12.
I have 8 cards in hand.
And yeah, Snack looking at that Plague Wind.
Okay, the Plague Winds is nice, but like you're already so far behind.
Well, and
like,
you have to get rid of the Brio first.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. If the Brio wasn't there, it gets through the wards. Like it will kill past the wards, but.
This is a tough situation.
Could go untamed. I don't think Snack is haunted yet. The skeletal Murmook would attacks for 2 here, and then you could just fight with the Brio just to give yourself a chance of killing it. But yeah, it's looking pretty grim. Just throw some more actions at that pile of creatures.
Does he have 2 in there somewhere?
No, Restoration in here somewhere, and Halloween Festival. And then we've got Plaguewinds and Rain.
I mean, is there anything you can draw into with Junk Restoration that
well, he doesn't.
I could save that?
Does it have a drop the
drug? Oh no, sorry.
Yeah,
you're right.
You can't.
I keep. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
sir.
Brio is backbreaking.
Yeah.
That is very, very difficult.
Brio is hurting
Pass with a bunch of creature creation from the start. He was very close to being able to deal with it, but Dexter, knowing he had a 5 creature hand, okay, say we're putting 1 here for 1 turn.
Yep.
And then next turn, got the packs.
Going nuts. Yeah. So I think Snack knows he's in a tough spot here now. So I think he just touched that. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about, do I just sacrifice my dudes?
Unfortunately, he can't get he can't get any damage on that Hydra to be able to give a splash.
Oh yeah.
Which I actually really like that ability. It's come in handy in this set more times than I would have expected. Good splash on that, but
yeah.
So I'm just gonna pick Ice Blade. Okay. Play all the actions.
Maybe not. Maybe he's gonna try to. Maybe he's gonna try to draw. Right? Play Geistoid. Basically, you're He'll get himself the check, and he's going to try to draw on something. Yep, he's trying to draw.
Play Junk Restoration.
He doesn't like his chances just fighting and then needing to play another turn. So get to check, draw 3 cards, try to make something happen.
Should destroy that token, right?
Yep.
Oh, got it. Discard it.
There's a discard cover. Yeah. It's interesting. You got rid of the Plague Wind. But yeah, I mean, it's something like you have to. I might if I pick up the thing that helps me kill Bryo, then like I want the Plague Wind, but I don't know what.
2 forged keys.
Yeah, I just don't know what's in this next deck to
Pretty sure we still just gonna read
do this.
Key 2 Forge for Dexter. Gonna go right back into Saurian because why not here? You get to keep drawing, keep reaping.
Reap here. Gain an Ember. Draw a card. We'll play Legionary Trainer. So we make a token.
That is Legionary Trainer number 3, so none of these tokens being the Legionary Trainers.
Oh, I see. The Wookiee's asking, is that my deck? Yes, Wookiee, that is the deck that you played at Roseville. That is making the Ember, drawing the cards, and firing off.
No, actually, you're not haunted. Okay, 9 cards. You know what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So I'm going to play City State Interest. So each
And then a City State. So Snake's not even a Forge. Yeah.
Is that the second City State? I played it once already.
He definitely played a City State, I think. Unless that was a different game we streamed.
So then we will reap here.
Yeah, pretty brutal.
Gain an Ember.
Pretty brutal.
That is not wanting to work here.
So I have check and 12 Amber.
Try and get the chat up.
Ready all my creatures.
Alright, so back to check at 12 for Key 3 for Dexter.
Yeah.
It's just not happening.
Yeah, I don't see any answers in this next hand here.
Just for fun.
Was that a hunting edge too? So I mean, you can see the danger of
he's got a crazy amount of burst, right? It's just Dexter dropped the hammer first. And there's even scenarios if Snake's ahead. There's scenarios which the Briar doesn't matter because so much burst is from creatures. But that is not the scenario we are in. So he's going to discard to get haunted. Well, Curse of Disappearance? See, like,
yeah, there are things that could have had different in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, he is haunted now, so he gets a Amber with a haunting witch. And going to be 2 for playing the skeleton movement.
Yep, make your Ember. Yeah, there he's like about to raise. So yep, that's all. Yep, there it is. That was that was a big start by Dexter on a strong Scholar Spam.
The Brio didn't get out.
That's how it goes. That's, especially in Alliance, that's kind of just one of the archetypes of Alliance is Scholar Spam.
Just come out firing, and there are control decks in Alliance, but
most definitely got some stuff going. Probably
not that many.
Island and then
Say there's a lot more. There's a lot more burst in OTK than there's control.
Grim Reminders especially is very much like board clear or sort of nothing with its creature control. So like especially removing those wards is so difficult. Adding a Brio on top of that of course makes it even harder, but yeah, it just got bad real fast. Not able to claw back. So, I know we had some more Archon decks to get through.
Oh yeah, let's look at those.
I also did not finish my dinner, so...
Oh, why don't you do that?
But we have time now.
What do you want to...
I can eat later.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
All right,
that's fine.
We'll blab for
Let's talk about some decks here while we're talking. Let me actually transition to us because I know how to do this.
Yep, we know how to play the streaming game.
Our names are in the right place.
Look at that.
Impressive.
We're experts now. Expert level unlocked, guys.
And let's get these decks back up.
All right.
So we got through the first 2.
Yep.
Pull back up.
Where All right,
quick
so
reminders, and then
the next deck is Kalin, the Oddball Lord General. So this is the third deck to make the Archon top 8. This is Odd Monsters deck.
Okay. We haven't gotten to see Odd Monster on screen yet, but
Yeah, this deck
also had a pretty successed weekend. For
Yeah,
it.
this deck is really cool. So Odd Monster is actually on my ABR team.
Oh, nice.
And so we've played this deck to practice for his Archon week, and it is pretty fire. Yeah, the immediate thing that may come to attention, right, is the double key abduction with the Winds of Death, the double in here somewhere to set things up, the replay pod, which can get your keep your Mars creatures.
Yeah, it's just
easily within range.
another way of having them ready for the key abductions.
Yep. It does have the Echo Charge as well to key cheat there. So it's got it's actually have 4 key cheats because it also has a spooky charge down in Untamed.
Totally necessary.
Yeah, with double Haunting Witch, double Bog Spitter, a Witch of the Eye.
Circle of Life, which can get you that extra burst if you're haunted.
Came back wrong, so you can replay out your Haunting Witches or whatever else you may want to play
another
back
creature
out.
after you've played the Haunting Witches, maybe.
And if it's got a Gravit Cycle, just take whatever card you want back from your discard.
Yeah.
So, way to pull back those key abductions. Also has a Haunted House, which is pretty clutch.
So what I'm seeing on this one, though, after the match we just watched, which also had like the crazy Untamed and stuff, I'm only seeing 7 creature control in this. So we've got the Winds of Death, we've got Scoop Up, and then
not much.
That's mostly it. So again, like, we've got at least one Bryo deck that we've seen so far in this top 8 for Archons, and so seems like it might become a more common counter to what we have seen in the last couple of All-Tours, right? Is instead of trying to stop what the creatures are doing, just don't let them do the cards that help set it up.
There's not much in here to stop a Bryo at all.
We have Geistoid, but there's no what's the guy? Grim Reaper.
There's no obvious Stray, right?
Stray.
So there's nothing that will enter ready.
And no Rebel and Mars, so you can't even like drop Mars creatures and then Rebel them to fight into it. So we'll see if they get matched up. Obviously, again, we've only seen one Bryo deck in the top 8 here, and that's the one we looked at just before this. But double discard pip on Ecto Charge as well, so that can be firing from 18 cards in discard instead of the regular 20. It's a nasty deck for sure.
It's got 31 expected Ember. Yeah. Plus, it's got Artifact Control. It's got Glimmer Spore.
It does have Glimmer Spore.
Lots to like here.
It's not incredible Amber Control. Double Brain Dart, Don't Believe Your Eyes, and then 2 Dark Lamps. And then those Bog Spitters, especially if you're doing discard pips on other houses, they feel great. Like if your opponent's just getting kind of going and they're just getting to that first 6, and you just keep them off with some control cards like that, it's not bad. That's a scary one.
Yep, so that's a powerful one.
All right.
What's the next one?
Next one is Lancelot Glodholm Rookie. Do you know whose deck this is?
Let's see. Unfathomable. So that's Dexter.
This is Unfathomable.
We just saw, yes.
So, pretty successful weekend for Dexter as well.
Yes. So if you thought the C was underwhelming in the previous deck, how about 4.7 in this one? I don't think that dealing with boards is a thing that Dexter's trying to do with this deck.
But after what he just did to a deck with low creature control, do you think he's feeling a little bit more nervous about this deck?
I don't know.
Maybe not.
I think you compartmentalize. You're like, I'm doing good. I do good things now, right? Like, I think you don't worry about that. So, I mean, what's jumping out to me, just as I scan this list real quick, you got the double in here somewhere in Geistoid. The rest of the Geistoids Solid.
Does have the Grim Reaper, so that is one of those spot
Does.
removal cards that can really save a game against like a mid-game Brio or Kaup or something that is just really hurting you like that.
But look at the Star Alliance.
Yeah.
It's got 3 Retro Technician Lees, 2
It's
of
very
which have
pretty.
discard pips. It's got a Near Future Lens. You got a Seance Scanner. You got an Event Horizon. You've got the Staff Sergeant Rhea. You've got a Sentry Chief Garcia. Like,
Yeah.
you got a Palak. You got, like, this is a strong Star Alliance list right here. There is lots and lots to like here.
And just the lines that you can take with those Lees having the discard pips on them, there's so much you can do. Staff Sergeant Rhea also, so you can bring back different things with the Lees and then discard the Rhea to use whatever that is. Again, going back to like the Grim Reaper, something that's going to have that really strong Reap effect if you ready and use it with Rhea. Nemo Leech is another one just for some extra steel.
How about the double Tangy-Mangis?
For some taxing, yeah, there's
There
a
you
lot
go.
of ways you could go. But those Lees also, because they have the discard pips on them, you can discard the card that you want to bring back with the Lee you're playing, and then play it with Reaping with the Lees.
Play that outhouse Tangy-Mangy with your Retro Technician.
The Unfathomable is interesting in this one, right? It's double Call of the Void, Corrode, Wrath of Ruin, so a little bit of creature control there, not really a ton. Corrode going to be good artifact control. I think that's the only artifact control in here.
Yes, that looks like the only artifact control, yeah.
Double Tangamangi, and then Thought Swim is the one that keeps them from being damaged. Is that right?
Yes,
If
you're on it, yeah.
It's either if you're haunted or your opponent.
I think it's if your opponent is haunted, I believe. Let's say.
But some other.
While your
cards
opponent is
in here-
haunted, yes.
we
it does
got
have the Trawler.
Trawler too, which
Yes.
again with those 3 Lees becomes a very difficult card to stop coming back.
Yeah.
So, not quite as high. Amber Generation is lower on the key cheats. Does it only have? Does it have any key cheats?
I don't think so. No.
No. So really focused on getting that Lee board kind of established, and then just pressing from there, bringing back whatever you need for support, and then the Geistoid. Doing some good support here. Mostly just the archiving within here somewheres, some creatures, couple taunt creatures, so like Webster. Is that the only one? I thought there was another one. Maybe it's just
there's
Webster.
Protective Playmate Taunt, I believe.
Protective Playmate,
yeah.
Echo Fly can get you back some of the in here somewhere, so you can kind of do several turns of the Geistoid to kind of set yourself up, and then just go to town with the Star Alliance. Near Future Lens, again, a very good one. Susceptible to artifact control. It's something you definitely don't want your opponent stealing from you, but that's already lens number 3 we're seeing from
A lot of lenses.
these top cuts. So, what do we got next? Oh yeah, you should.
Oh, should I talk
You
about
should
it?
introduce this one.
Is it me? Okay. So
No, it's
also
a good one for you.
Pink Fraud. Admiral Inslang, the Pink Fraud. One of the most famousest of decks in all the land. Double Voltor, double, triple? At least 2 Voltors have been won by Pink Fraud.
it is.
It is Coda, right? So it's a classic Coda deck. This is run by Dr. Sheep. And this is famously, at least that we know of, the decks that were purchased publicly, the deck that fetched the highest price, I believe it was $3,600 that this deck was purchased for.
And it's had quite a legacy since that time, right? It's been at most Fall Tours since GG picked up the game. It's top 8'd plenty of those. It got top 4 in Worlds.
That sounds correct.
Top 4 or
Does
top 8?
Tour or wait, was it? Actually, I'm not sure that's true.
Anyways, it's done very well.
Yeah, I feel like
won
he
Canadian
actually missed top
Nationals.
cut in the world.
Is that the one? Yeah, there might have been. There
don't think he
wasn't a
made
play
top cut,
in
yeah.
maybe for that. But we've also seen this deck several times already on the stream here. It's been some really great games, actually. Lots of really interesting decisions in how this deck interacts with Grim Reminders. Lots of really small kind of things that you might not think about until you see him kind of turn it on its head with what this deck can do. So, again, pretty combo-y with the library access and then the Battlefleet key abduction. Lots of value in the shadows, but just a deck everyone has. You can't underestimate this deck because it has the chance to win pretty much any matchup if it gets the right stuff going, and if Sheep understands the matchup well.
Yeah, which he will, right?
Yeah, he's so practiced with it.
Yeah, he just plays this deck for Archon pretty exclusively, right? And it can just make buckets of Ember, right? And that key abduction is real dangerous. That double battle fleet, the interdimensional graft, the reverse time is probably the card in this deck that takes the most practice. Sheep has tons of practice.
He's done some incredible stuff with it this tournament. I don't know if we caught all of that on stream, but there's some other plays. Was that against you or no?
No, I haven't played Sheep.
Heard of some plays with the reverse time that were very, very heads up, very good.
Yeah. And then the Shadows is just value against GR, right? Because there isn't. Well, the scaling is the graft, right? So that's really the big move against GR by having the interdimensional graft in Logos. But hey, double routine job, Urchin, Nerve Blast, Miasma, Relentless Whisper, Bane Switch, just almost every card in here is valuable from a steel perspective, and then it's got the lights out for a little bounce. This is all around classic card.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if I know. Do I know your deck?
Let's see if mine's the next one. Mine is the next one.
Okay, so you should intro
so
this one too.
Next one is my deck. So Arya Pylon Genius. And so
I'm judging you for this one.
Well, what, just the damn Pylon Genius? Yeah, we've got to be genius about something. Might as well be Pylons, right? So what do we got here? So we've got, your eye's probably drawn past the Brobnar immediately to Geistoid with 4 in here somewheres. So there's a ton of ability to churn and archive with those in here somewheres. It does have the Winds of Death. Does not have key abduction, so that is keeping this deck from being absolutely bonkers.
It does have the Ecto Charge too.
It has the Ecto Charge with a discard pip on it, which is really nice. So these in here somewheres, there's a lot of different ways to use these, right? But the Geistoid is a lot of setup, and then the Ecto Charge. Now the Brobnar, right? So we've got your Cacophonous Riot, your Brick Nasty with your double Shock Herders and your Blunderbore. Sometimes you can even use the War Chest. That's a little less often, but it also has the Fiery Dark, right? So solid Brobnar House ability to keep the opponent's board under control / make Ember directly through that process with the Brick Nasty. And then there's the Mars, right? So the Mars has double Rebel with the Doctor, and then double Grabber Jammer. So lots of good tools to really burst there. It's got the Plan 10 that is really nice, especially by opponents not playing Mars, although there's a lot of Mars today.
There's a lot of Mars.
But that Plan 10 is very useful. Mating Season is another one that's really nice if my opponent's not playing Mars.
I was going to ask if you
can't
actually
always depend on that.
Play that one, because it can be risky to just pull all of your creatures off the board and leave it empty at the end of a turn, right? So
Sure.
But have you been playing it, or do you?
So today, yes.
Okay.
But when I was at when I was at Rochester, I don't think I played it much at all.
Okay.
And it's very matchup dependent, right? It's
Yeah.
like if my opponent has things where they want my creatures on board, then maybe I will play it, right? If they've got Brawling Grounds or they've got various other things where they want to fight, like they got a lot of Brobnar dudes with Nasty, like maybe I'll pull my guys off.
Get a nice Rebel turn, get your Amber, throw them back in the deck.
Yep.
Ready to do it again.
So it depends, right? And I really enjoy playing this deck because it does not run the same way every time. Every single game, you have to decide what you're going to do with the In Your Summers, right? Are you going to try to get the Brobnar combo going?
Which
right?
against something like what we just saw, again, you have answers for it, and you can actually build towards having the right answers. It's really
tucked
nice.
away until you need it, right? Then Shock Herders and your returning champion is actually would be very useful in that matchup. Would be really nice. So do you do that, or do you try to set up the Mars crazy combo, right? Or should I just try to play as many In Here Somewheres as I possibly can every single turn, right? So there's a lot of decisions in this deck, and it keeps me engaged.
Well, and also the Grim Reaper and Albia Strait in Geistoid make that an even better option, because you're always going to have creatures to be reaping when you're doing those In Here Somewhere kind of recycles. Junk Restoration 2 is good for helping find those. Echo Fly can just get you another In Here Somewhere back right after you played it. So
I could be our Geist at back if they kill my dude. So
it's pretty filthy.
Yeah,
I'm just not
so
gonna lie.
nice. No artifact control though. So this
No
has
artifact
screwed
control.
me before. This definitely in Rochester, having no artifact control. I lost to second act, turn 1. He played his Island of Misfit Toys, and then he just locked and loaded. And once he triggered, he just crushed me.
Gotcha.
So that's a whole.
Because not much amber control. If they get out ahead of you, you're struggling.
Yeah, and I only have the Ecto Charge as the key cheat. So it is not. It doesn't have the MMR. It doesn't have the key abduction. So it's definitely a beatable deck.
It's a pretty cool one though.
But I like it a lot. I'm real happy with this deck.
Something.
So.
All right, next one we've got Justin Puzola Il Pesante. I'm assuming this is Gorlami since it's MM, but I'm not positive.
Let's see. Yeah, so it's owned by Flaming Hobo. I think Gorlami is playing this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a Mass Mutation Dis Logos Untamed, and it's got a lot of what you'd expect from that. Triple Infernus with some drop hits, Grim Reminder, double Mindfire, which I think is a very good call into what we're facing. Being able to pull stuff from hand is very, very nice in this GR meta, especially. Some implosions for creature control. Soulkeeper can, again, just an extra different way to take care of creatures. The Logos is single Chronos, but that has a drop hip on it, and then 2 more drop hips in the Logos, 1 on a Daughter, 1 on a QMX. Skippy Time Hog, really interesting card against even things like the token spam, like we saw, which
token
we do have
spam,
some
Big Mars combo board, big Brobnar combo. Like, I think Skippy Time Hog is a big deal here.
Very, very big one. No autoencoder, right? So it's a little bit of an interesting Logos house. Still going to be pretty fast. We've got some of the other, creatures you expect. Infomorph, Oddclad, Discombobulator in there. Not a ton of the Equidon made it this far, so not as much stealing, a lot more capture from what we're seeing from some of these decks, or just removal of Amber, but still not bad to have it as a kind of a matchup card to have that Discombobulator. And then the Untamed, big one, punctuated Equilibrium, again, huge card.
Break those combos.
Against those combo decks. Double Pismire as well, going to be taxing those combos. Fandangle, Ghost Talk, Keyfrog. Does it have a way to kill the Keyfrog? Doesn't look like it in the Untamed, so a little bit of a tough one there to kind of really get value out of that. Double Song of the Wild and then Lost in the Woods. So the Untamed, really mostly about those Pismires and punctuated Equilibriums, but a deck like this can also just kind of throw so many creatures on the board. It almost feels like a flood deck in its own way, right?
And that Fandangle's dangerous too, right? Yeah. You've got so many. This is a pretty heavy creature deck. How many? We got 22 creatures, right? Which I think for an Archon deck is quite a few.
Yeah.
And he's got that Grim Reminder as that very first card. So I bet you that's a big decision point. Is what do I archive, right? Do I bring back all those Infernuses? I've got 9 Mars creatures. What am I saying? Logos? I don't know what houses these are.
Yeah, it's
9 Logos creatures. Do I bring all those back? Or it's not going to be playing against any other MM, so he's going to have the most mutants, right? So those Pismires and Fandangles, big value there. And the Ghost Hawk to rock and roll stuff's already on the board. So there's lots of good options here. So this looks like a good one.
And making it to top 8, it's definitely no slouch. All right, so they just called time on the round, so we'll try and get through this last deck. This is actually a really interesting one. Do you remember who's playing this? Oh, is this?
This is so Shadow Storm here. So this is Melisma, right?
Yeah, Melisma.
So PFB.
Yeah, PFB.
Yep.
So this is Wodek plus. Oh wow, that's a tough one. Plesiovist, the Baron of Fish, and this is a Winds of Exchange Mars Sanctum Unfathomable with a Defender token. I think this might be the first Defender token to make it to top 8 in a Vault Tour.
It's possible.
Which is really cool. Pretty kind of high level, just pretty does everything stat line. Very, very big board presence. But it's got Amber control, it's got creature control, it's got artifact control, and it's generating Amber, not the biggest Amber generation, but Mars, we got Destroy Them All, so that's going to be your artifact control. Not a bad one, because it can also remove some weird things like upgrades and stuff like that, target creature removal. We've got double Mars needs Amber. There are some damage pips in the Mars. We also have a Genetic Blast. We've got a Rebel. We've got Resonator for some taxing, and then a Scoop Up, and then a Kaboom to archive a bunch of that stuff if you just want to combo out with your Rebel and then get everything off the board, right?
Absolutely.
Sanctum, again, this is bringing in the token. It's got double Squire recruitment, so this... Yeah.
That's the thing, right? I think
maybe I should have started with that.
Yeah, like I remember when when we first saw this token at the very beginning, we were looking at the card pool. We're like, this token stinks, unless like the Magic Christmas Land deck that will hardly ever come up, where you've got many Squire recruitments. He's got 2 here. Ooh, we're gonna pause for a second here.
No, it's okay. They can't see this. I just wanted to check what's going on there.
Yeah.
I think these players might just be behind again.
They might be announcing who has qualified for Alliance Top 8 in a second.
Okay, so
BFB
BFB
has
Melisma, who is also made top 8 in Archon.
We were just talking about.
Big Z has made
Nice.
top 8. Gorlami from Team Rebout. Also top 8 in Archon. And Unfathomable,
And Dexter,
also
we
top
just
8.
saw.
So
Yeah.
those are our 3 O's. Melisma, BFD, Big Z, Gorlami, and Unfathomable, or Dexter, who is still on screen here. We just saw him win. Those
Yes.
are our first top 4. I believe it'll be one more round to determine the last
Probably.
top 4. But let's get through this deck and then we'll see what's going on out there.
All right.
What else we got? So we got double Squire recruitment, which is huge. This is going to flood the board like crazy. Doesn't have the what's the one where you gain amber off of your tokens?
The membership drive.
Membership drive. If this
Yeah.
had a membership drive, it would be
absolutely
hideous.
Yeah.
It does have Martyr of the Vault. I'm not sure if there's a good way to kill it, but
don't
not bad to
see-
have on
yeah.
the board if your
Yeah.
opponent is doing big bursts. Unfathomable looks pretty gross. Double Befuddle, Dragnet, Sleep with the Fishes, Adult Swim, and then Timoti the Dam to just really try and shut down those key cheats. So it's a solid one. I'm excited to see some of these play.
I am.
This is-
And there's some beef here, right? So the power in this deck is 119, which is probably the highest. I don't know if I scroll around. Probably the highest of the decks we've seen that we see here in the.
What would you guess the lowest is?
Oh, is it Fraud? Fraud's probably really low.
I saw 43
Um,
creature power.
yeah, that's
it's
Fraud.
fine.
Fraud is 43.
Next is 46 or 48. So definitely not the big creature board for most of these, but this one will be bringing big boards.
Yes. With
And-
how many? We've got 18 creatures here, but it's a beefy dude, right? You got Lady Lorena, right? You've got you got a bunch of Mars dudes, right? You've got that weird Lack Gaboon card, which
I
it's
forget how
weird.
that card works.
Yeah,
I mess it
it's
up every
weird.
time.
It's weird. Yeah. So cool. So those are all the decks for the top. So let's. We're gonna get the next match up here before too long.
We're going to go ahead and cut it to a break while we get that stuff set up, but we should be back in just a few minutes. I know they want to do this last round of Alliance so that we can do the sealed championship. I believe they're going to try and do that tonight, so
Right.
stick around for that because that's going to be a fantastic match as well. But we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. right, we're back. We said it would not be long, and we didn't lie. We never lie.
Never.
We have a.
I promise, Mom.
This is going to be an intense match.
Yeah. This is a grudge match, I think.
Probably. There's a lot of drama around this match. We can get into that later. Lots of things about, decks and who should be in, and
well, we've got
just all kinds of things.
We've got 2 great competitors here.
Very great competitors.
2, I guess, former Team SAS members playing against each other. We've got Essie Steele, and we've got X-Ray Creator. So Essie Steele's on Logos, Mars, and Untamed in an AOA deck. So I imagine there's some Jenka craziness going on here. And then X-Ray Creator is he's playing Worlds Collide. Logos, Star Alliance, Untamed, and I believe X-Ray had borrowed this deck. He did not come to this event with a Alliance deck, and I believe he borrowed this deck from Team Rebound. And Sydney is now on Team Rebound.
Well, not just from Team Rebound, borrowed at the request of Sydney.
So yes.
And has now beat at least one other Rebound person.
Multiple, I believe.
Multiple?
I think that's the story.
With this deck.
Yeah.
So, this would be maybe a sore spot for people for a little while, but...
I think we should just immediately disqualify X-Ray, though, because that is not a KeyForge mat. And I don't think that that this whole mat and sleeve situation. What do you think? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
That is not a KeyForge character.
This is I don't know what these sleeves are either. One-piece sleeves.
No. But I love that Sydney is representing Help from Future Self with the Help from Future Self original season Vault Tour mat.
There's not a ton of those mats around anymore.
No. I still love my original Horseman mat from the original Vault Tour. Yeah. So I think I have the Horseman one, and then at some point I picked up the Ancient Bear one. Ooh, off the bat, Sydney is starting with Punctuated Equilibrium, saying to X-Ray, I hope you didn't like your hand. Because you didn't have his hand anymore.
But we saw he had 6 cards, so he decided not to mulligan.
Right.
So we know he kind of did like that hand.
Right.
Or at least that's Sydney's interpretation of that, is he's got stuff that is enough. But what's funny is he draws into a Punctuated Equilibrium.
Yeah. So we might see it again here.
So this is going to be a really interesting match. I'm trying to think of exactly what the big kind of characteristics of this match are. Obviously, Sydney trying to do pretty big kind of key cheat combos, right?
Right. I don't know that much about this Worlds Collide deck here.
So this is
Equilibrium right there.
I believe this was played by Dave C. at Worlds.
I think you're right.
I believe it's the Caruso shell. So
so
it's got
it's got
Caruso
the 5
logos,
eddies.
so 5 eddies, which is going to be really brutal for Essie Steele unless she has a way to get them off the board when she is key cheating, which she got Nature's Calls, right? So there is a chance she can get that taxing off the board long enough to get her cheats through. Especially with something like Chota, like I don't think this is a done deal match either way. The Telegon on board is going to be rough. Sydney really needs to get like the Igors down.
She wants those creatures,
Or is it the Jar Goggles? So off the PE, we see him draw into another PE.
So he's thinking about it. He's like, do I want to dump my other cards? Because I kind of like my other cards in hand.
All the way in.
Now, he's hesitating a long time. So he's giving Sydney some information. So Sydney, I think that the length of that hesitation might signal to Sydney, hey, he just held something. So interesting what she might do to react to that. Now, interestingly, if he had played it, he would have knocked the key abduction out of her hand.
Would have knocked the key abduction out, but we also would have knocked out one of the stealth modes. And I think that is probably more so where this deck is going to just run, really give Sydney's a hard time, is with those stealth modes.
Yeah. So he valued the stealth mode higher.
You will get one from Toledo.
All right.
Which again, because he's got the Kirby's in there, there's a chance that he starts cycling the stealth modes with the Kirby's and the punctuating equilibrium.
Yep.
We do see a way to kill the Telega there. Very nice. What was that? What was the
The
Kirby?
neutron shark. killed
Neutron shark.
Telega.
Okay.
Yeah.
And killed itself there. Is it double shark in her deck or just one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I am not sure.
We'll find
She's
out.
had a few different iterations of the build over time, so
We're
I don't
talking
know
about-
which version of the build that we have right now. But this has been a passion for Sydney, is to keep iterating on her Jenko build.
All right, so we do see that first stealth mode coming down along with the Sensor Chief Garcia, and we'll get a
the
Cloaking gun.
Yep. So, not that I think Sydney wants to fight that much, but it is something, right? And it gives you an Ember Pip. So,
drawing back up. So what I don't understand about this deck, so the way Caruso works as a standard deck is there's one entire house it doesn't want to play. It just wants to archive. I don't know which house that is supposed to be in this version. I almost feel like it's Logos is the one you want out of the way. Maybe it's all the Untamed except for the.
maybe you want to reach with it.
punctuated. It's very interesting, and I know, like again, Dave, this one was a top 4 alliance.
It might be the Untamed, right? Because you want to use your penetrated equilibrium to cycle.
But you're trying to do that with the Kirby's.
But you do it out of Star Alliance, so you want to play Star Alliance a bunch. You want to. I don't know. I guess we'll see here.
So, Sydney, I feel like this is kind of changing. I mean, you have 4 Mars, you're probably just going to play them. But playing a bunch of Mars creatures is not probably normally this deck's plan, right? It wants to kind of discard everything except Logos until it gets the pieces, and then it kind of starts cycling.
Yeah, I mean, having your Mars on board is not bad for key abduction, right?
And especially against this deck, which I don't think has as much creature control, and is going to want to start reaping with the Star Alliance creatures once on the board, and got double Shockworm on there, which can really start slowing that down. So I think it's definitely something for actually to figure out how to deal with this board, because I'm not sure. Caruso it has a Neutron Shark. I'm not sure what other creature control is actually in this deck. Like, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, Draz is.
Draz didn't even play an Alliance. Draz has just been streaming, and Draz made top 8 in Archons. So come on, Woogie. And X-Rays on AC team. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. We should disqualify him for his 2 other games that he has here, Lorcana and One Piece. I don't know.
This is reflecting on all of you.
Yes. I think
he is representing your team
there you go.
in this moment with his princess play.
I joke, of course.
I don't.
Well, there you go. You can do that.
So we do see Kirby coming down. I'm expecting this to be the next punctuated equilibrium coming off of this Kirby. First, we're going to play some other creatures from Star Alliance. Off the Kirby, yep.
There it is. So, alright, so he's okay to chuck the Logos.
Which
let's see what you got for me.
hurt.
Yeah, that makes you hurt.
It might be right here.
Yeah.
But
double
having
Nature's Call is getting hit here.
Yeah.
That is that's an important piece for Sydney.
Having played Caruso, the Logos going is painful, but gotta want to try to keep that disruption going. And again, get to these stealth modes.
Get some warding going. Yeah, nice.
I don't know. Yeah, so going with the Kirby makes sense. I really struggle with what you're supposed to target with a ward first. If you're supposed to just hit the Ingram, that way, like, you just have the chance to keep warding stuff. But
I mean, in Alliance, you got to assume you have so few turns. Like, you just go for your highest value piece. I don't know if there's a Morpheus in this deck where you can hit both, but probably not because there's stealth mode. Right? Or no, Morpheus is no longer on the list, right?
Stealth mode still is, but
right.
Morpheus is not. I don't think there's anything else on here that would be in the list. So Alliance top 8, they just called it. Welcome in, Adriano. We've got, remember all of it? So Melisma, Big C, Gorlami, and Dexter, aka Unfathomable, our first top 4, and then we're in the what I think should be the last round to get the last.
Probably the final.
Probably. There's been a lot of that, but again, I've said this a couple of times. This has been such an efficiently run fall tool. Like they've been so on top of it. They've done a good job.
It's been a great time. I've had a ton of fun, and it's really been a great experience.
So reaping out a little bit, not choosing to fight.
Yep. I mean, I think she's saying, "Hey, to win this game, I got to burst."
And we do see X-Ray on check there for key 1 at 6 Amber. Know if the Mars has much to deal with that?
I don't think she's prioritizing a lot of Amber control. I don't know. Maybe she has a Mars needs Amber or something, but I'm not sure that she does.
And just reaping with the shotgun there as well. So Sydney going up to 3 Amber, only playing. Did she play any cards that turn?
I'm sure she did.
X-Ray going right into the turn should be 4 GB here, unless I missed something. We see the first Logos turn, getting the Zenzi down, getting the Eddie down, gonna archive a card. Yeah, okay, they got it. Got the Forge. Yeah, it was some pretty good hits on the Punk. The Mighty Tiger as well. Like that Untamed turn could have been pretty rough. And we do see the Shark coming down. Oh, there was a stealth mode last turn. That's why Sydney probably just didn't play too much. Just
makes sense.
Keep creatures moving. And we do not stop the Shark yet, so it's going to hit again. Do you try and just keep going with this until you get Zenzi in the middle? I doubt you can go that far. Like, you're going to hit a Logos pretty soon. You've seen not enough, I think, for it to not fizzle. But
yeah, I mean, I might, right? Like, you sacrifice your walls, right? You sacrifice your stunned Garcia. And how, I think you try to get to,
goes
there it is. So he chooses to stop here. Okay.
It's not a choice, right? He's got to keep going. He's just cleaning up the battle line a little bit.
Okay, yeah. So that's right. It's the Jark you can stop with. So, or wait, no.
Oh, we do see the 3rd stealth mode getting milled. So that's big. There's only 3 stealth modes.
So, yep. So he's going to take the board. And, so he's definitely curious about what's under the Jargoggle, right? Although, like, to execute his plan here,
is going to go for it.
Really
Mars. And there we get our last Logos, and that's perfectly timed for him so that Zenzi stays in the middle.
That worked.
Some taxing on the board as well with the first E-Die coming down. And the potential to start warding stuff next turn if you go back into Starlands.
Yep. He's got that archive started, so now it's going to start to get more expensive.
But Sydney is free to play actions this turn. It seemed like she just held a lot of cards last turn, so we'll see what she does with those. But I mean, very big Shark play, right? Getting rid of that entire board of Mars is very impactful.
Neutron Shark is such a powerful card. Right? It's one of the best cards ever printed, I think.
Art's pretty cool too. It's a unique card for sure.
Yeah. But what's better than a shark? Than an exploding neutron shark.
Sharks with lasers.
Yeah, exactly.
Some copyright emails for that. X-Ray already threw the deck, so you see those punctuate. I mean, there was 3 punctuated equilibrium played in this game so far, right?
Yep.
So they're both blazing through the decks.
Plus, he's got the increased draw now from the Zenzi.
Yeah. So what do we see on Steel side? I see a Cutthroat Research. I see a Binate. You could play the Binate here, right?
You could.
Because X-Ray doesn't have any Amber.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if you're doing too much else. Again, it really depends on what's under the Jargoggle. If the Logos turn is worth it here.
Yeah. She's thinking. She's like, which build do I have again?
And
I think she knows. It's good, but it's double check that what you know is correct. It's not a bad move.
Yeah. And X-Ray's deck, if I remember, does not have any scaling control. Like, there's nothing that's going to steal all of your Amber. It's all just the taxing.
Well, right. If you can tax at the right level, but it's probably a little tricky to control as a tax.
Oh, we see a Martian Gen in there as well. So yeah, very, very disappointed to have lost that one. That would have been a really big turn. Especially with the reshuffle, it's well, I guess with reshuffle it's possible X-ray has it up.
2 damage to shark.
Total bombardments, just showing,
Martian Gem.
just showing the 1.
1, 2,
Play it.
3, 4, 5.
Right, so looks like 10 card draw here.
Still so many cards, right? Like,
Still a lot. And I think there's only
Draw
one card in
two.
archive, right? So
Is there an
key abduction-
archive?
Yeah, there's one card in archive for X-ray
Oh,
down
for X-ray,
there.
okay.
So the key cost I think is just 7. I think it's just 1. So very doable key abduction.
does she have multiple key abductions in this one?
I don't know. I would suspect either she has multiple key abductions or she's got great ways to occur them. We haven't seen that other than the Martian Generosity. Martian Generosity is limited to 1, right? So you're not going to do it just by cycling generosities.
Without the press badge, could have gotten arrested.
Oh, look out!
It's dangerous.
It's very dangerous. Yeah, well, I have a event attendee, so maybe I'm still in danger.
Civilian badge.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I can't see me, the light switch.
There's the total recall. There's no danger. I see a ton else in there.
So, key abduction, right?
Containment field on the Kirby doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like hugely impactful.
So we're gonna do it.
Do you have? So if you're at, let's see, it's 14 cards in here.
1 key.
Play 2 through 10.
Sounds right.
We get the
I get
total
1
recall
amber because
here.
I have a ready creature.
Gain an amber for the Jargoggle and put the Jargoggle back to hand. So now you're at 2 amber, still at 14 cards in hand. Is that a key abduction? Oh,
It
you're a key
is the
abduction.
key abduction. That's why she was hesitating so much.
Oh.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
But maybe just wanted to save it from the punks.
Yeah.
Chance
Oh,
card.
she has another one. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
There
So
you
that
go.
should be a key, right? There's no
so.
wrong with that.
Yeah.
That's 9, yeah.
So, 16.
And then I will play
Good.
Curbs
Should you not flip a key?
here. Containment
Well,
field there.
Are we off on the map on that?
So we thought she had.
She should have had 14 after the
14.
generosity.
So the cost should have been 2. Maybe
Oh, the Eddie.
the Eddie. So the cost should have been 1. Or it should have been 3. Or she had. Maybe it was off by 1. Maybe she didn't have 14.
Let's see.
I wouldn't think so.
Judge.
I'm not sure. Again, she's practiced with this
It's
deck a
also
lot.
possible
I'm
that
assuming
there might be more than 1 card in the archive. That could be what it is, right? Could have missed that. So if there's more than 1 card in the archive, then that definitely she can't.
And the upgrade stays, and the ward
The
goes away.
upgrade, yes, the upgrade would stay. And so if you warded him, you reaped with him, whatever you do, and pop the ward, the upgrade would absolutely stay.
It's going to stay there until it kills him or it gets stripped off.
They're
So-
discussing something at this point.
I think it's questions about the containment field, maybe
Yeah.
timing, and about like how this works with the warding. So if
Yeah.
he wards the Kirby with
Yeah.
Ingram there, which he's gonna go ahead and do. Reap with the Kirby. We'll see if he drew a punk. I didn't notice if he had, but this would be a good time to play it with sitting with 14 cards in hand. Do see the Helmsman Spears coming down,
Yep.
and the Stealth.
Stealth note. There you go.
Those are just gonna be
Yep.
really, really rough.
Brutal.
Off Kirby will get a Fog. Okay, so gotta be a breath of, or a sigh of relief for Sydney on that one. It's not a punk. So she has her, whatever it is now, 12 card hand. But you can't play actions. So
Right.
I don't know. I didn't see she had some Igors in there, trying to start filtering through the deck.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at what else was in there. What's on the Mars?
X-Ray also going to be able to get that extra draw from the Zenzi again.
Yep.
Sydney does have her own shark, so at least get some revenge here, but not able to play any of those other logos actions.
See an Igor.
And using Jargoggle to play them will not help you. It's still, that doesn't get around stealth mode.
Yeah.
She does have a Choda there, so I wonder.
That's a start.
I don't know if she can get enough
I don't have all
amber.
the tools in my hand, but
Is she is. She,
Is that your hand?
Yeah, but all of it. Okay. 100% hand.
Okay.
I don't have all the tools in my hand.
she may be running a little low on time.
So, one play
So,
line.
all right. So she is gonna do a cycle there. She's starting to track rule of 6 here.
You cycle without actions on this turn.
Help with bots. Yeah, 'cause she can't bounce with her. Maybe it's just habit. She always tracks her usage
Yeah.
here.
To be fair, I can't make them mad, so I realized no new
Sutter coming down.
Sutterkin.
Okay, not usually a card that lasts.
You
board,
probably
but-
feed it to a shark, honestly. Like,
See, the Helper Bot can play maybe that Mighty Tiger. Start doing some creature control.
yep.
So possibly clearing the board here for Steel. Which doesn't feel too bad. But not getting to check this turn probably because we can't play actions.
I am going to play. We're going to play.
So yeah, so I'm just thinking about what do I put into Jargoggle?
Was that another Logos card?
Play.
Oh, you think she put a Logos card under there? I don't know.
I thought she was still only holding the Logos, but
And Jargoggle.
She definitely had other things.
that was a thing. Okay, never mind.
This dies.
Just kind of getting that out of the way.
Keeps going. And we're going to hit.
Flip, it's not Logos, so the shark keeps going.
Yep. Take out that Fang Tooth, right? That's not a super helpful card.
Yeah. Yeah, in this matchup.
No.
Okay.
I mean the Mighty Tiger, right? I'm thinking
Let's go Ingram.
to
Pop in your Ingram.
Yeah. Again, still not Logos, but it is one of those nature's calls.
shark.
And there goes the
Okay, so the Sutterkin is technically still there. So yeah, I think that chain made sense.
She's got 2 Sloppy Lapworks and Cutthroat Research. Do you hold those here? Or do you just expect to get punked anyways? Which if you're gonna get
I
punked,
don't know that you roll. Oh, she does.
2 stealth modes and X-rays again.
Yeah.
But not too much else to play with them, so...
Yeah, I mean, I might have discarded them because I don't know that the expected value of the cards you're going to draw, I feel like, is a little better than having those in hand.
Yeah.
But hard to say.
So checking Generosity and both Key Abductions are in the discard at the moment.
Though it's possible she's saying to herself, "Hey, I need to go Logos again if I want to keep in this game," and therefore there is more value in having these in hand.
So he does go back into Star Alliance, so we're going to see one of those stealth modes come back
She
out.
doesn't, right? She doesn't know that he has that stealth. That's
It's just so rough too, because like the instinct after the stealth mode gets played is, okay, I'll go into Logos and just draw a bunch with the Sutterkin.
Yeah.
But again, you're waiting another turn to see if actually finds a punk, and it just removes all of it. So it's a tight spot for Sydney. We do see the Fang Tooth coming down on X-ray side, so that'll just take out the Helper Bot. But that is one less draw if you go back into Logos.
Yeah, Sydney does have a lot of little creatures. So does X-Ray, but I think
Is there
he's
just
thinking,
one power bigger?
Yeah, like, hey, my 3s are better than your 2s here, so. So yeah, probably not a card you play in a number of matchups, but here, yeah, I think it makes sense.
And we are back to normal hand sizes for X-Ray after several turns of 8 cards. We got the dead Helper Bot from the Fang Tooth, and X-Ray is a check for some key 2.
Yeah.
Sydney again cannot play creatures this turn. Or cannot play actions this turn. So she's going into Logos, she's going to get some reaping, get some drawing, trying to get to check in here. See Nature's Call and... Feel of the Researcher?
Yep.
So not even quite enough power to take out. You would have had to fight into the Kirby, but that still leaves the Tabor on the board to still play Punk after a stealth mode. Which we might see that second stealth mode come out this turn.
Alright, yep, now shoot this card.
Yeah.
Yep.
Check. 4, 5, 6, 4.
So, knowing that X-Ray has the stealth mode, right? That was good. That was a good discard. Sydney's definitely on her back foot here.
She has a check.
She is.
And I don't know. I get the stealth mode or Star Alliance has Garcia. I don't know if it has too much else as far as camera control. So she might be able to get this key through, which would be a good moral victory to kind of get her, going again.
Something going. Yep.
Goes into Star Alliance. So we got a Tabor Reap first. So this can play any non-Star Alliance card. And that is going to be a Tau Vapor. So starting to get that archive going. And it's kind of crazy, again, for a deck that has Caruso's logos in it. There's one card in archive so far.
Now there's 2.
Now there's 2. Possibly logos cards.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, so that's our proc from Tabor. Did we get the Amber for Reap?
I thought I saw him grab it. I think it might just be off screen. Yeah, I thought I saw his hand move before it. Another stealth mode. Really putting the impression down on Icy Steel here. See what off house play comes out of this. Is it none? None. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But
So
another
it might have
stealth
a fistful of logos creatures.
That is his last stealth mode, right? We've seen all 3 of them.
I think we have.
A couple turns. So, he should be forging there as well. There's no tax on this key. So that is a key for Sydney.
Yep, and key cost is 6. So if Sydney, this is an opportunity. This is an opening for Sydney if she has one.
No,
or no,
stealth.
stealth mode.
Yeah.
You're sorry.
Yeah, it's just brutal.
All right, next turn will be maybe.
Well, so next turn, does X-Ray basically have to go logos to
attack it? I'm guessing the reason we didn't see is because he's got this full of creatures. So playing 1 or 2 heavies is a big deal, right?
Then I'm going
So
A Reap of the Sutter King for a draw 4, which gets her exactly to the bottom of her deck.
That's what I gotta do. Reap.
just thinking about the Chota as well. I should figure out how to make Chota work. Don't know that she's gonna be able to make that much Ember without being able to play actions.
See the graph there, no longer really useful in this game. 2 keys forged for X-Ray.
Oh, these are in my hand. I'm not ignoring this. What am I doing?
Just chuck it.
We've got last Reap there.
And then with the helper bot.
Yeah, what do you play off of the helper bot? There's a lot of, I guess there's the
Amber Spine.
Yeah, that's a little annoying for X-Ray. So that's a reasonable play. Yep, that's a good play.
6, 7, 8.
Just gonna discard it. No reason to hold on to that.
I think so. Alright, so Sydney just waiting for the next turn where she's not trapped under stealth mode.
Yep.
But also having kind of crafted a hand of Untamed. I don't think I see a PE though, so she might get a turn where she's doing what she wants here. We're seeing a Starlight.
Okay, we're seeing Starlight's turn. Not a Logos call. Okay. And we can't play an Eddie right here. Right, so.
Yeah, that's true. Attacks up to it's going to be a just pushing for check. Oh, but he's giving Sydney Amber as well with the Amber Spine.
Yeah. Oh. There you go.
He's
he
got
had the
the
key.
7.
Got it.
That was,
So it didn't matter.
That was perfect. That
Oh,
was
that's not the
Big
deck.
game.
That's not the deck I expected to have
Yeah.
cheat, but
Yeah, there was
a nice little bonus in there.
Yeah, we saw one Eddie we played the whole game. Out of what, the 5 in the deck?
Almost disrespectful.
Almost. I think that's awesome because it shows the versatility of the deck.
Oh,
It
yeah, the
shows,
deck can
shows that's like, hey, I've got this super powerful thing, 5 Eddies. Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna bother this game. Right?
Yeah.
That's real good. So, did he pull his archives right at the end there? And maybe that's where the key charge might have been.
I don't know what he did, but
I'm not sure.
That's hard to say.
So
yeah, so that is should be top 8 for X-Ray, and Sydney unfortunately getting knocked out there of the Alliance. Cut it back to us real quick. All right, so
it's big. It's exciting. That was an
4
exciting
rounds of
match,
Alliance.
right?
We saw a decent amount of different stuff, right?
We did, right? What did we say? We saw Jenka. Not that it actually triggered, right? But we saw Jenka. We saw Worlds Collide.
Yeah.
Right, with a storm. I guess what would you call that? A storm of stealth mode.
Yeah, stealth storm.
Stealth storm. And then what else have we seen? We've seen Scholar Spam.
Scholar Spam. We saw unfortunate Witch Queen deck going up against the Scholar Spam, just not able to get any traction there.
Also had the Wadka, right? Just couldn't make it happen. And we saw, I guess in the first match we saw a natural deck, right? And we saw.
So I found out both of those decks were actually natural.
Oh, both were
I think
natural.
both players were just like, oh, another tournament.
I'm just gonna play. Just gonna play. All right, just gonna play and have fun.
fun.
So it was interesting. We got both those on stream.
Yeah. So we got to see the Dexter twice, right?
Yes, we did. And
oh yeah, we saw the
Don
Rob Narnfeld Geistoid.
Yeah.
Is that a Brio deck? No, that one wasn't.
No, I don't think so. Brio was in Dexter's, right? I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, that I think went off the rails for Straya relatively quickly. I don't think Don was able to do that much. I don't know that we saw the full power of that deck in that matchup there.
Yeah. Okay. We don't have any more decks to go over, right?
No.
So, as far as we're aware, this is the end of Alliance for tonight, and they're now going to transition into the sealed finals, which is going to be Dave C versus Gorlami. I don't know if they're taking any kind of break. I would really love if they did, so I could eat my dinner.
We should cut this off.
But we'll be back in just a few minutes. I'll put a timer on, but we'll see what it actually ends up being. I think he's announcing now. Okay, sorry about the timer. It is wrong because we are starting right now because we actually have one more round of Alliance. The way things panned out, we have one more play-in game. We're going to go ahead and go to the table because they might be starting immediately. I'll get stuff updated, but we have Dave C versus Big Zest or Big Zest Energy. These are actually both local players for me. They play each other plenty. And a little bit rough for them to have to kind of, you know, knock one another out here, but should be a great game. Let me get the stuff on here really quick for the players. At the top is going to be Big Zest. At the bottom is going to be Dave.
Yeah, I can see why.
The event horizon.
Player 2 is...
Austin is he starts when his stuff is not on a flank, he doesn't share houses.
Does share a house. Does not a flank.
That one is going to take forever.
Yep. Oh yeah, I guess you're not playing. Sure, you guys know what's happening.
Alright, so they're going over deck list really quick. I think Josh was talking to him. This timer actually got started early. Let me stop that one.
Odd or even. You got it, that one.
Let me just get this started. I'm not actually sure where we're at on the time, but I think it got started before they were actually sat down, so they got the timer on the screen there. Actually, let's just sync ours up with them since they have theirs on the screen. Stop. And we get our last deck on here.
Your time will start now.
Okay, lights on. Game just started, so they got the timer going. Go ahead and get ours going as well. Dave with his signature fingerboard keys there, running a Worlds Collide Alliance. It's going to be... He told me to put Science Officer Morpheus and Friends. That's basically the deck. But it is going to be Dis, Starlight, and I believe the third house is Logos. We'll find out really quick here. Big Zest is on Geistoid. Ooh, not Gessitoid.
Oh, yeah. Because you basically
Yeah. I mean, one of my matches was a
Geistoid, Starlight, and Mars. So obviously both these decks doing pretty well to get to this point. This is a do or die for both of them. Must-win game.
He's like, I want you to win. I don't want to play this anymore.
Good luck to both. Dave's deck we will talk about as we get into it. Third house is Logos. We see the Igors there, Starlines, and then the Morpheus. Comes onto the table, turn 1, getting that Morpheus down. Lots of play effects. So in Worlds Collide especially, there's so many creatures with some of the best play effects in the game. Morpheus doubles the play effects of those creatures. We do see a Snippy getting discarded by Big Zest to take out that first Morpheus, and then some Starlands creatures of his own coming down with the Retro Technician Lee and the Body. What's his name? He's some kind of military rank body. Dave coming right back with an Explorer Rover and another Morpheus. So this deck, I believe, has 3 Morpheus in it. So Big Zest is going to be dealing with these the rest of the night. Body right away taking that out. Doesn't want to deal with it. Doesn't want to leave any kind of time with it there. Drascore was so much better at getting that. Big Zest obviously not haunted yet. We just kind of started the game. Oh, sorry. Lee does not need to be haunted to bring a creature back. He just needs it to be haunted for him to enter play ready. So we're going to get a good little look at some of Big Zest's deck there. We see a Zip the Implanter getting discarded, and then the Event Horizons hitting a boo. So we're now going to see 10 more cards discarded. You can see he's actually got one of the Store Championship decks as part of this alliance. All that Mars has that cool kind of electric border on it. We see a Winds of Death, we see a Deep Probe, so we also see a Well of Memory and a Ironics Rebel. So that was a lot of value for him to mill there. I believe he's got Geistoid, he's got ways to get that stuff back, but you want to see some of that in your draw instead of in the discard. So that was an interesting play, but we'll see where he goes from here. We do see him draw the in here somewhere, so some of that coming back soon. Meanwhile, Dave playing an Igor, seeing his Morpheus number 3 in hand, but you only get to keep 1, and the Shark, the Neutron Shark, is also in there. We saw in last game how important Neutron Shark can be to some of these earlier set decks. So we're really interested to see if so he did keep the Neutron Shark, I believe. Reload my chat here, make sure I'm up to speed on everything. We do see the memory chip coming down as well, and these Igors just kind of blazing through the deck, helping him find the stuff that he needs.
Neutron Shark.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Neutron Shark coming down, taking out the Retro Technician Lee. And then we're going to flip and see another card getting destroyed. And that will be another logo, so we'll fizzle there, so no more creature destruction. And that is the Hologramophone getting discarded. So Shark stays on the board. Oh, Big Zest. This is going to be a really important card in this matchup. There's very few creatures on board, so it's a little bit risky to be playing it now, but this is the Cursed Tomb. And so now every time a creature is destroyed without Amber on it, that creature will get purged instead of just destroyed. There's very little capture, I believe, in either of these decks, but in Dave's deck especially, there's almost no capture, and he really needs his creatures. So we've already seen a lot of the really important ones go, and if Dave is able to clear the board, that Cursed Tomb will go away. The problem is, his own creature has Skirmish, so he's not going to be able to kill it himself unless he finds some other ways of doing it. Meanwhile, Big Zest is doing a Geistoid turn, getting tons of archiving going here with some in here somewheres. We saw the Winds, we saw the Well, we saw I couldn't see quite what else he drew there, but definitely some of those combo pieces from the Geistoid just to really get everything else set up. Dave taking a quick look at what's in the discard here. Dave has seen very, very little disc so far. Gotta expect he's got a lot of that in hand at this point, and there we do see a little bit of it. So he's got the Festering Touch. So he's getting close to being able to kill all of these creatures, but he really wants to get rid of all of them. He's gonna Binding Iron to be exact, so that's gonna be 3 chains on him. And we've got the Festering Touch, which will just place the damage on Big Zest creatures there, Snippy and Lieutenant Halasta. See the Exhume where we see the not finished with you, so it could be a lot of creatures moving. We're gonna see what he puts back in the deck here. I don't really know what all he does with this. He's got the Igors, he's got all 3 Morpheus in the discard there. He's grabbing one of them. And an Igor. And that is it. So being very, very cautious, very conservative with those pulls. Doesn't want to get a ton of creatures in his deck that are going to kind of clog it up and keep his turn slow, but if you want to know, his deck revolves around Morpheus. He needs at least the 1 in there, but he may only need 1. I kind of thought it was 2, but we'll see. We do see an Exhume here. Oh, so he'll probably Exhume the second Morpheus here. It's going to be the Dendrix. Interesting call. I guess he doesn't want to get the Morpheus in there because he doesn't want it to get purged. Dendrix is something that you're okay getting purged in this deck because the disc creatures, except for one specific one, is all that really matters. Or sorry, the disc creatures don't really matter except for one specific one. Okay, Big Zest going to Forge at the start of turn on 6 Amber. Dave's deck not super concerned with dealing with Amber. It's got kind of an alternate win condition. We've got another Boo here, so we're going to see 10 more cards go. There's a Proliferator, a Target, Unprepared, some extra Mars creatures going. It's a second target and a second Lee, so 2 Lees, 2 targets gone. And a Wind of Death and Grim Reaper.
Sure.
So, I didn't quite catch if Big Zest pulled his archives. Looks like he did. So we still have a Wind of Death there. We have a Well of Memory there as well. Didn't quite catch if Big Zest deck does the Key Abduction or not, but we might see the Well hitting a lot of Mars stuff, and then the Winds of Death is going to archive all of the creatures in the discard. Dave also has creatures in the discard, so it's a tricky call of whether or not you actually play the Winds here. So we are seeing the In Here Somewhere first. It's going to archive. We'll see what he goes for. I haven't actually seen Big Zest play this deck a whole lot. We've got a Deep Probe, which is actually a really nice one to follow up a Winds of Death play with. And the Destructive Analysis. So just some creature control there, some extra pips. We're going to see, okay, so the Well of Memory comes down, so he's going to purge cards from his hand and grab that many cards back from his discard. Only going for 3 there, so again, a little bit conservative, but you're going to go right back into those same Geistoid cards basically. I would expect this Grim Reaper to come down, but we'll find out. We're going to get In Here Somewhere, and... oh, the Energy Vampirism. Okay. So we're going to do some Amber Control as well. In Here Somewhere, Fire is going to get 2 more archives. Looks like he's going for the Mars with those archives. He's already got basically every non-creature archived. I mean, this turn, if he plays the Winds of Death, he's going to be pretty close to archiving, like, 2/3 of his deck, just with all of these In Here Somewhere plays. He's also generating tons of Amber while doing this. So getting back the In Here Somewhere, and then looked like the Boo was that second card. So sort of a mix of cards in that archive now. It's going to play the Energy Vampirism. It's going to capture onto the onto the Explo Rover, but it should deal damage.
And then playing with the deck.
Yeah, so the Explo Rover gets destroyed. It does not get purged because it had Amber on it. The Dendrix will get purged.
Here, that goes there. Here. Yeah.
There should have been an archive first there from the Winds of Death. Okay, so he's got it. So we're going to see the other Morpheuses and the Igor, and then a couple other creatures. We got a Titan Guardian and the Arms Master Melina coming down. So I'll go in the archives for Dave, and then Big Zest we can see getting a huge archives there of everything. Most notably, though, is the Star Mars combo. So we've got Zipki Implanter, Ironics Rebel, and I believe maybe there's not a Doctor, but we did just see in his hand is Key Abduction. So Dave is basically on one turn clock. And I don't know if he has quite the pieces to deal with this. This Geistoid for Big Zest really popping off here. Dave does have his archives. He's going to pull the archives. You see a United Action. Oh, man. But the thing is... Okay, so... This is going to be so interesting to see. Because with the United Actions, you cannot play a discard because there's no discards already on the board. But he can grab his combo pieces, and one of those is a Val Jericho. If he can get Val Jericho into the middle of the line, then he can play one discard, which then lets him play all of his discards. So this could be a huge turn, but he's got to play it almost perfectly here. Not sure what he's looking through here. Just kind of.
That's my deck.
Double checking. There is the cut for Exhaust Energy down to about a 7-card deck there with all of those archives. He doesn't, but he has Igors, and because the memory chip is down, he can play the Igors with the Science Officer Kincant or Science Officer Morpheus on the board. So that's 3 Igor procs for every Igor he plays. So he will find that Val very quickly. And because it's a Star Alliance turn, because he played the United Action called Star Alliance, he gets to play that Val, but then he needs to be able to get it into the center of the battle line. The real trick is he needs to catch this card, which he just did, without it also hitting the Val. So if you caught that, that is a Restring Guntus. This is aiming to do a Restring Guntus lock, but he needs to be able to find Val and get it in the middle, and then play it with both of these Morpheuses on the board. And if he does that, I believe he just wins the game. Because Big Zest does not have enough Amber to forge the next 2 keys. There's no Val in the deck. I think he switched this one. I think this is... Oh, you might be right. He might have switched from the Val. So yeah, there might not be a way to do this. Sorry, he's tested some different iterations of this one.
I'm not going to count it. It's just one more after this.
Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry about that. Yeah. It should have been in the discard, but he's not able to get the combo there because he didn't have a discard on the board.
This was leaving it out there for clarity.
Yeah, apologies on that. So it's gonna keep going. I'm trying to think if there's any other way to get a discard onto the board. He's got the Tau Tau, which is gonna let him recycle the deck. Which There's no wild wormhole to get a discard on the board. Okay, so we got another Igor. Proc a couple times. That should be Igor number 3. Oh, he's just tracking the individual procs for each Igor.
Last Igor trigger.
Memory chip comes down. King Can comes down. Second King Can. Ingram is going to do tons of warding here. Titan Guardian number 2 comes down. Second Ingram comes down. Wards. And battle line just keeps growing.
Candle unit. Sanitation engineer. Launch past the arena. Navigator Ali. Top 3 cards of my deck. Back in any order. That order is fine. I will get the top 3 cards of my deck back in any order. Again, fine. Then I will pass to you, draw 4 cards.
Okay, so Big Zest will forge, and we did see that key abduction. So, there you go. There you have it. Big Zest getting through with the Winds of Death key abduction. Again, apologies on that. Like I said, he's been practicing with 2 different pods. I wasn't sure which one he went with. United action, very, very good, but not having a disc artifact or creature on the board is really was what saved Big Zest there. Otherwise, that would have been a total lockout on houses. So, there you have your top 8 now. I will have to go grab all of the names for that. Again, I believe we're going to see Dave right back in a few minutes with our sealed finals. I think they're still going to try and do that tonight.
I have 12.
But that is our top cut for Alliance figured out. Congrats to Big Zest on that. Top 8.
Yeah, only I could win with it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, I've seen what Z's got. It's crazy. I don't know if I can beat what Sydney's attacking. I mean, it really is just going to happen.
Okay. I don't know exactly what our time frame will be. Again, they'll probably keep it going really fast here. Yeah, he needed something on the board, and that's where, again, I was holding out hope that there was a Val in that pot, but there definitely wasn't, and that made it so there's no way to get a disc creature in play, because there's also no Kirby's in that pot or anything where he could play an Exhume for a disc creature, and that would get a disc creature on the board so that he could then start playing disc cards from hand. So it was just ever so close. I mean, Big Zest deck did a lot there, right? That was a terrifying Geistoid playing with all of the kind of recurring of the In Here Somewheres and everything. Just building a huge archive, and then it looked like the Key Abduction was like one of the last cards in the deck, so he really needed to get there, but he did. And because of that, Dave didn't actually even see that was in the hand, so he was kind of just, I mean, he's going to play it out anyways, but yeah, Big Zest able to key cheat for that last key before Dave can get the combo going. So we're gonna cut it off here. I'm gonna try and get some food eaten. We might get somebody else. I think Drazcor had to take off to start getting stuff ready for kind of the party later tonight. But yeah, hopefully we'll have the sealed finals here very soon, and we'll see you in a minute.
Hello and welcome back to the stream, everyone. I am Josh with Ghost Galaxy. I'm bringing you back in the action at Vault Tour 2024 San Antonio. Aaron, our other streamer, did have to step out, so I stepped in here. We are in the round of 8 with the top 8 finalists for Alliance. We're doing that round tonight, and then we are going to jump into rounds promptly tomorrow. This should be the last of Alliance for today, and I'm going to bring us into Table 1. The game already is started. We have 2 well-known faces in the community here. We have Big Z and Dr. Sheep. And so we're coming into Table 1 here with that round of 8 and the top 8 finalists. So we have Dr. Sheep on a Geistoid Mars Star Alliance pod, and then we have Big Z on Untamed Mars and Logos. Big Z's deck trying to use Nepenthe Seeds to get everything that he needs, Logos to draw everything that he needs, and some key abductions to forge some free keys. Sheep is also on some key abductions as well. I'm going to go ahead and pull those decks up for myself here so I can go ahead and take a look and give you some commentary on what we might be able to see with these.
Gain an Ember, destroy it. Dangerous Call. Turn it. Mighty Tiger's enemy only. What's it say?
There's something going on.
I think it's enemy only. Either way, I'm getting Amber. I just need to know if I'm also going to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's enemy only. Enemy. Yep. Ready. 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right. Sorry, we got that figured out now. Let me go ahead and pull up this deck for Big Z, and then we're going to go ahead and pull up the deck for all right.
How many on your discard? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, yeah. So we have Sheep on a new version of that Key Abduction deck with the Geistoid Mars Star Alliance that tries to use the targets to archive what it needs. Iron X Rebels. We have some terrible teammates in there to get rid of some cards that you don't want, draw into some other things. Near Future Lens for value. The Geistoid pod in here somewheres to archive what you need. Of course, the Winds of Death going with the Key Abduction as well. It does look like we're just having a good old-fashioned fair amber fight at this point in the game. So we're seeing a couple of creatures on the board, a couple of pips from cards. We're looks like not checking for keys on either side. Looks like Sheep though might be. And it looks like we have a junk restoration. That's what's going on here. Pulling in a Hallowed Eve festival, it looks like. So Sheep is going to take that to his hand.
Grab the animating force to gain an amber and become haunted.
So classic things going on here with these particular decks. We look to have a Grim Reaper coming down. Grim Reaper having the Reaper effect of being able to purge an enemy creature and a friendly creature. Might be able to take some of Z's important creatures and purge those out. Z does have some Sheep does have some really important cards in this deck. He has Rhea, Staff Sergeant Rhea, which can help him House Cheat, when he's on a Star Alliance turn, as her neighbors can be used as though they are in Star Alliance. Got the Near Future Lens for value. It's definitely very very good to be able to use those targets on either side of Staff Sergeant Rhea. Grim Reaper can help purge out any creatures that you might not want to see more than once, so you can get back to those more powerful cards. He can of course purge out himself, purge some of Z's important things. Just classically get some amber. That is the point of the game there. So we are seeing the Grim Reaper used to purge out. I can't quite tell what card that was.
Hey, the timer isn't up.
Do we have? That's the timer?
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, so sorry, I had to talk to one of my coworkers there. Had some time issues here. We're seeing Sheep indicate that he's haunted, indicate with his card there that he is archiving things. We're seeing a Winds of Death, so it looks like he is going to be setting up for that Key Abduction turn. So it looks like we might see that here soon. Yeah, archiving all of those creatures. Lots and lots of them. Getting a big archives there. Already on a lot of amber, so may just forge a key naturally next turn, and then also be able to pull that archives and be able to use a key abduction to get a second key, and then it'll be a race to see if Z can get to his combo and forge 3 keys, or if Sheep can get that final key. We are seeing Z try to use Battlefleet here to draw into the things that he needs for his combo, so we'll see how well that's going to work. We're probably going to see multiple Battlefleets chained here, so we're going to see lots and lots of cards drawn. So we're seeing plenty of that draw going on here. And then one of the things that can happen with this deck is it can start to cycle around those battle fleets. Z keeping all of those Mars creatures out as a shortcut, because Battlefleet is reveal any number of Mars cards from your hand. For each card revealed this way, draw 1 card. So he's just keeping those out there as a count, letting Sheep look at all of those, and then if he draws any additional Mars cards, he's going to just add them to those lineups, so that if he can cycle those battle fleets over and over again, he can get all the things that he needs. He does have most of his deck in his hand now, though, so he should have all of the combo pieces. It's a race here to see, though, if Sheep is going to be able to do his combo before Z is able to do a forge of all his keys. We do only have 1 key abduction in the deck. It does not look like there are any Nepenthe Seeds played at this point. So we're seeing Z forge 1 key, but it looks like that he will not be able to chain that into 3 keys all in 1 turn. So it looks like there will be a pass over to Sheep, and Sheep will forge a key naturally. Because we saw Winds last turn, We are probably going to see a key abduction on Sheep's side, so he will get to 2, and then we'll see how he's going to manage to forge that 3rd key. I do not believe that there is a way that he can do it on that turn. I don't think he's going to go from 0 to 3 all in one turn, but it is possible. I've seen stranger things. Creatures come out there. Hard to tell what that is. It looks like we got a grabber jammer, and I'm having trouble identifying the other one. Looks like void prober. Void prober. We do have an ask in the chat if this is Alliance Finals. Yes, this is the round of 8 for Alliance. This is the top 8 finalists. We are just doing the round of 8 tonight. We are not doing the round of 4 or the finals. We're just doing the round of 8 so that we can save time on Sunday. We did have some double qualifiers in multiple formats, so we do need to run out some of the rounds here so that we can save time on Sunday and be out in a timely manner. So it does look like we haven't used key abduction to get a 2nd key. There's just a Mars turn going on here. We're seeing Ironix ready up some creatures here. We're seeing some reaping. We are seeing a key abduction, actually. Okay. Let's see if there is a way to chain this. I believe there actually might be. So I might be wrong on the forging of 3 keys in a turn. We'll see here. Alright, we're seeing that Mars battle line come out again. So we're seeing Void Prober. Seeing a couple other things here.
Still abductomatic archives longer haunted.
We are seeing a key abduction archived, it looks like. We're seeing some additional reaping here. It looks like Sheep may pass turn over to Z and then just try to forge the 3rd key naturally. Z, again, do not believe has any Nepenthe Seeds on the field, so trying to go for a 2-key turn is possibly going to be difficult, although I don't believe there is any attempt to control Amber on Sheep's side, so Z will actually forge a 2nd key naturally if that Amber can't be stolen. So we see if Z can pull off maybe a combo into a 3rd key.
That's 3 reaps and 2 plays on him so far.
Yes, JR, indeed, Sheep did triple qualify. He did indeed. He has already been knocked out of Sealed, as we have done a lot of the rounds of Sealed already. We have the finalists for Sealed. So we are
Plus 12.
already down to the final 2 of Sealed. That is Gorlami and Dave C for Sealed. Z is getting the turn passed back to him by Sheep. Sheep is readying everything up. Yeah, it is pointed out that the Z's keys, because of Prober, actually costs +6 right now, so that may have actually just taken him off check. So it looks like Z is looking through his hand and looking through his options here to see if he can take Sheep off the key, if there's any way he can forge any keys of his own. We're having him think here, count the cards in his deck. Oh, and an additional 7 with Jammer. Or it's just +7.
This card.
So making keys cost
He liked to
13.
scrap it and then archive it. And I said you have to scrap it. Then you gotta start reaping the shit on that card. That's what stopped it.
Yep, I apologize, stream, for missing that.
This is actually.
Yes, definitely making those keys cost more though.
I found.
So yes, that did take Z off of check. And he did not forge a second key. So it looks like Z is still thinking here. He's going through his options here. Yep, so +7 total. So yeah, that would be 13. Yep.
Not for 18, sir. You can make one.
So we're still seeing some hand shuffling, going through options here. Okay. Alright, it does look like we have a house call here. It looks like we have Logos. So it looks like we have Ganymede Archivist coming down. And then it looks like we have... cannot tell. It looks like maybe that's Titan Mechanic there. Titan Mechanic making the keys cost less, so 12. Still quite a tall order for Z, but we'll see if something can happen here. Okay, we're seeing some additional Logos play.
Archiving card. Lab work. Gain and amber.
Okay. Yeah, we're seeing quite a few lab works come down. Seeing some cards archived. What are we getting here? That one is also hard to see. Yeah, sorry about the resolution on some of this. It looks like that may be a phase shift, if I am not incorrect. Again, difficult to see, so I apologize if that is wrong. If that was, it would allow him to play one non-Logos card, which could be useful in this particular situation.
I will play Nature's Call, Gain and amber.
Yep, so it looks like that's what we're seeing.
Turn that.
All right, and I missed what that card was. It looked like it might have been a Nature's Call. Yeah, returning 3 creatures to the owner's hands. Okay, yeah, we're seeing some digging and some attempt to do some house cheating and some key cheating here. I'm not seeing a lot of ways that Z's deck can keep someone off the key. There's a couple of Murmuks in there, a couple of minor key cost increasers. But a lot of Z's deck does just look like just gas and ways to draw into his combos. So looks like Z is digging for those answers, those key cheats.
Down to 1. I need a face shift.
We'll see if he can find the combination of cards that does the trick.
Draw a card.
I do believe we're getting another phase shift here. So we're going to see another off-house card.
Discard a card. Yes. Discard a card. Resolve.
Very rich.
Alright.
If I hit the face shift.
Looks like Z's still going through the motions here of trying to figure out what he's going to be playing here.
You win.
I think he's actually conceding at this point and just seeing
You can now retire.
what's in his deck.
I already retired.
You lost to me.
I already retired.
Yep. So we're seeing the hand to go out. We get the GG. We get the concede here. So it looks like Z is going to be knocked out of the top 8, and it looks like Sheep is going to move on to the final 4. So that is going to conclude the round of 8 that we're going to be doing tonight for the Alliance tournament. We're going to come back with the additional top cut coverage for Alliance tomorrow. So, it looks like Sheep's moving on. Well, excellent. Pretty quick game there. We saw a key cheat fight, really. That's what it looked like in the Alliance top cut here. Excellent. So, I'm going to go ahead and take it back to a waiting screen, y'all. It is possible that we do some of the additional sealed tonight. If Gorlami and Dave C would like to stay late, we may finish out that top cut tonight and have a stream of that for you. Otherwise, we are going to... yeah, it looks like Sheep won there. I'm going to go out and actually just verify that real quick. It doesn't look like that's what happened to me. But anyway, we'll also figure out if we are going to do any of the sealed tonight. So stay tuned, Archons, and we will be right back to give you some news.
Hello, welcome back everyone. Huge thanks to Josh for covering that last round. I am now hydrated. I am full of cold ribs, but it was enough, and partially because of how excited I am for what is next. So, there's been a lot of things going on. We're really trying to make sure things are ready to go for tomorrow, so I think there's going to be one more round of Alliance, but while that is happening, we're going to be covering the Sealed Alliance Finals. For Alliance, going back to the Alliance really quick because we have the top cut completed. I think the final 4 that got in are going to be, well actually we're still waiting on one of those matches to finish up. But I know Sheep was on here, so you saw him take a win. Melisma won. I can never remember the other name they go by. PFB is the name I think they're registered in Master Vault as, and Big Zest, so who we saw win round before, is also in there. So we've got 7 out of our top 8. We're waiting on Unfathomable, Dexter, and Sith of Angmar are playing right now. I think they're just finishing up, but we want to get this game going. So I need to double check, make sure they're not there. Okay, let's get the round up. This is going to be and I need that one as well. This one. There's 2 of them, that's why. Okay. Let's get over to the table. So, again, going back to kind of where we're at, we've got one more round of Alliance that's going to be happening. This is our sealed finals. This is going to be best of 3. Gorlami on the top running Brobnar. Yeah, Brobnar, Geistoid, and Mars. Dave C on the bottom running Equidon, Mars, and Brobnar. So only 1 house difference between the 2 of these players. We've gotten to see, I think, both of these decks on stream already. We've got the awesome ABR sleeves for Gorlami there. Dave also rocking the ABR sleeves, so this is going to get nice and confusing between that.
7 cards. 6. To determine whether or not you're going to mulligan?
Yeah, come on in.
Okay.
And Josh is going to come back in here again. Thank you so much, Josh, for giving me a breather to eat some dinner.
Absolutely. Thanks for being on the stream with us. So we really appreciate it. This is a lot of fun for us, and we really like to have the voices of the community on our official channel here. So we really appreciate it, and you've been a trooper all day.
It's been a fun day, and we were saying, like, you guys ran today, like, you had a mission and you accomplished that mission, got through so many rounds so quickly, but like everything seems like it's been going really, really well. So it's been an awesome weekend from everyone I've heard so far. So
excellent. We're really glad to hear that. Our mission today was to be as efficient as possible, just burn through rounds and get them off at a really decent clip. A lot of people didn't go to time too, which would really help us out.
Alliance, not as common to go to time. We do have the timer still going on.
Oh, we do have the timer still going. Yep.
Is that for the Alliance?
Yes, that was for Alliance.
Okay. So it's gonna be done. I don't know.
We're not doing any other Alliance rounds tonight.
Okay.
There was talk of maybe trying to do the Final 4, but we decided against that. We let it reuse.
Okay. So this is the only game that's being played right now.
Absolutely, yep.
And this will be a best of 3. It is timed, but we'll see what happens. So we saw already Dave doing the market fluctuations for some random discard. So we see Gorlami only having a 1-card turn after that market fluctuation. That's a card in sealed especially. We've seen do so much. It's very, very nasty early in the game, but Old Boomy has the chance to do some really fun stuff. I love Old Boomy.
Yeah.
Always loved him.
Yep. Yeah. A lot of the things that we're seeing that are really effective in sealed and Grim Reminders in particular are the hand destruction cards. So Recklessness also being a notable card that's just doing a lot of work.
Yeah, both these guys rocking the Brobnar, so we could see. I don't remember if Gorlami's deck had many Recklessnesses or not, but we saw Dave has another one in hand. Good chance it gets discarded here, but definitely a game plan from his side.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Ooh,
nice hit. Yep.
Yeah, very good hits. And 2 crop circles gone too, so that's actually a decent amount of Gorlami's amber control going away. And we'll see what Dave loses. Again, he has the second Recklessness in there, and he does lose the Recklessness, which statistically it's going to happen, but it is sad for Dave. He definitely wanted to get both of those if possible.
Yeah, for sure, but you got to take that chance for sure. A lot of these Recklessness decks do have multiples. Obviously, he wasn't able to plan to have multiples in sealed, but a lot of the really good ones have multiples, and if you got them in hand at the same time, you give it a shot, and if you get both, great. If you don't, also great.
So we see one more creature in there, and that's a creature I can never remember what he does. He's a giant that looks like a fart, but he is a Brobnar creature.
That's Countryside Crusher. I don't remember what he does.
It's very strange.
Yeah, I
think
remember what he does.
If you scrap him, you ready and fight with a... I was going to say a non-Brobnar creature. He just did it with a Brobnar creature.
So... Countryside Crusher. We can get that up here real quick.
Do a sprint.
And see. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, least powerful friendly creature.
Yep,
So it doesn't have a non-Brobnar clause, so all good there. I don't know if Gorlami even had any Amber to use. Dave has been pretty disruptive so far with the market fluctuations and the Recklessness is happening.
I can't identify that card that was just played in Mars.
War of the World. So kill every non-Mars creature, deal 2 damage to each Mars. There wasn't any Mars on the board. We got the Curse of Disappearances. Going to be trying to remember. We saw Dave's deck a little bit more than Gorlami's yesterday. I don't remember how board-based it is, but it's a very disruptive card for sure to have one of your creatures picked up by Gorlami every turn. And then the Grabber Jammer Classic, that's another one of the cards. So like there's some commons that have just been rocking this sealed event. Grabber Jammer is one of them. The Geistwig card, Generous Offer has been another one. And that Recklessness, definitely. So
we'll look through the discard pile there. What threats are we looking for in that discard pile?
Well, so the thing with Dave has these 2 out negotiates, which are going to take a card from the discard, flip it back under the deck, and then steal for however many pips are on there.
Okay.
Gorlami doesn't have any Amber to steal yet, but so Dave is really looking for like what are the things that we don't want Gorlami to recur. Again, Grim Reminders, especially with Geistwig, Gorlami has recursion tools. Dave doesn't want him to get that stuff back, so he's really just looking at what's the best value to first one.
That is an interesting use of that card, using it as more of a control card than an Amber control card.
Yeah, and there's...
So classic TCG control rather than Amber control. Yeah. Interesting.
You see the Sandworm being the first casualty of the Curse of Disappearances, but getting the 2 Amber from it first. Dave looks like we've had trouble with the Amber. It's hard to see him sometimes. I think he's on 5 there, so not quite check.
Yeah, really hard to see against that yellow Archon as well, so that is unfortunate. That's the nature of live streams sometimes, so...
Yeah, and some of them are see-through too, so when he gets them on top of all of the houses, it's just, it's rough. But the Grabber Jammer is out as well, so that's going to... He would have had to get the 7 there to even be in check, but...
Looks like we're seeing a Dark Lamp come down and a Reaver.
Reaver's also got a Capture Pip.
Nice.
Second Reaver. Ooh, okay. So, scary board for Dave to have to deal with because...
Did we just see a discard of a Winds of Death?
Did? I don't think he... Winds of Death is a card that is not correct to play sometimes.
For sure.
But should you hold it? Maybe, because I mean Dave has to deal with his board because these Reavers are actually going to start doing a lot of work really quickly if he's able to use them, because they're going to start pulling that Amber, captures Amber, basically stealing it.
Yep. Could it be that Gorlami is basically saying to Dave, I'm going to have you come fight my board, I might archive this wins later and then use it to grab all the things you just fought?
It's possible. And we see a response from Dave saying, I'm going to de-escalation and destroy other creatures anyways. So that is going to give Gorlami 3 archives off the top of the deck.
We saw a KeyForge there as well, right? He's using that patch as his key?
No, Dave has the fingerboards as his keys.
Fingerboards.
He had 5 at the start of the turn.
5,
I believe,
okay.
so not quite there. And Gorlami, unless his Amber is somewhere I can't see, I don't think he's generated any Amber so far.
Yeah. I'm having trouble counting the Amber over there, so I apologize.
No worries. Well, I think he's on 6.
Excellent.
And then Gorlami, I'm guessing Gorlami's will be on his Archon card when he gets it. Because it's a little bit easier to see. He's got the kind of metallic tokens.
You know, big Mars hand there with the peak that Dave has given us.
So normally, he's got the key abduction in there, but I don't think Dave's deck really cares about that key abduction, which is very interesting because we've seen key abduction just end games multiple times today. Not as many as people might have thought, but it has ended some games. Dave might just discard it and just ignore it, or play it for an Amber. Or I guess he's got the target in hand, so you can play target, archive something, bounce the target back with key abduction, play it again, archive something else. But I would guess what he was doing before is archiving the Equidon, so he has Amber control. So those steel cards are very strong.
Also, another interesting use of key abduction, doing target, key abduction, not to forge a key, but to grab the target back, and then also archive another card. So yeah, I mean, already talking about 2 different ways that this deck can use cards in unexpected ways. KeyForge, wow.
And you know, the more people play, the more lines you figure out, and the more we see these unique decks, right? There's just certain lines that are very difficult to actually happen, and then you get that one deck that does it, and it's really cool. So Gorlami taking archives back, which gives Dave back the Sandworm, and he's doing a deep probe here. Don't know what house he called. Might have been Bromner, because I don't see any.
Why are we seeing all the cards laid out and fanned like this?
So the deep probe is going to be choose a house from your opponent's Archon card, and your opponent reveals their hand and then discards every creature of that house. So the reveal happened. Gorlami must have called Equidon because he knew he had given back the Sandworm. Didn't want Dave to play that back again, but it does reveal the whole hand, even though you're only discarding the creatures.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Gorlami having his own target coming down. That target has a discard pip on it so could see him go for either that Don't Believe Your Eyes, or it looks like he's going for the Proliferator. We'll see if that's what he archives or not. He might archive the Winds though.
Yeah, and another really interesting thing with that target there, having that discard pip, you can target, archive anything from your hand that you really want to. So
Super good.
Yeah, very versatile discard pip there.
We've seen those discard pips. I love the discard pips also. I've been talking about scrap a lot because I love scrap effects, but the discard pips also just create so many of those just like incremental advantage, kind of really small sequencing things that can just do really cool stuff.
Absolutely. 100% agree.
So Dave getting key number 1. We're going to see the red kickflip. Or fingerboard. I don't know what you're supposed to call those. The red one. Dave not afraid of Red Baron as is proper. We've got a few more months before we're all terrified of Red Baron.
Absolutely, and among other things. So we do have some chat here. Nick, I want to inform you the background is so boring because this is the stream room of the place that we are at. They don't have any accoutrement here, so it is what it is. White wall. That's what you get. Hopefully, our commentary is making it a little bit more interesting.
Nick is just a wonderful person who has hounded me since I started my own personal stream for my perfectly bland beige walls behind me, along with my bland beige face that sits in front of the beige walls.
Gotcha.
He really wants me to put up actually the posters that you guys gave out last year for the Worlds decks.
Oh, okay.
And those kind of things, but I have to convince other people that those decorations should be up. And that hasn't happened yet. So,
Gotcha. Oh, we are seeing a key abduction here. It looks like that very play that you had mentioned about using it not to forge a key, but to archive another single target is going to be something that happens.
yeah, I got so behind on the chat. I don't know why my phone wasn't updated.
Not in range, is a haunted target.
All right. Yep, so we're seeing that big Mars turn from those cards that Dave had helpfully shown us previously.
Yeah, he's been holding those for a while, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
There we do see the archives of the Equidon cards, so that Out-Negotiate, I think, was the first one also. I missed what the first archive was, but it was also Equidon.
I believe it was an Out-Negotiate, and I don't know what the second one was there. Did you see the second one?
The second one was definitely an Out-Negotiate. Maybe he had two? I don't know. Probably two Equidon cards. We'll find out in a little bit, but this is also a Mars board you kind of have to deal with. Did the Curse of Disappearances happen?
The Curse of Disappearances happens at end of turn?
Yeah, okay, so he's giving him the target. That's what they're resolving right at the end.
Yep. Okay. I didn't think that they had missed it.
The sleeves don't help, right? This is one of Dave's cards and one of Gorlami's cards in that archives, and they look identical.
Yeah, we're looking at the team kill here, really, which is Dave C. and Gorlami are both on the Reap Out team. They classically meet each other, especially near the finals of most events that they're both in. And now they're both at the finals together, so this is the super team kill, if you will allow me that phrase.
I'm trying to remember in the past, I think Dave has lost to Gorlami. Well, that was at Worlds, right? Mm-hmm. Or no. Other way around.
Other way around.
Dave knocked Gorlami out of Worlds. We do see the recklessness coming from Gorlami's side this time, so his turn to start disrupting.
Are we seeing a recklessness with an amber and a draw pip?
Yeah, that draw pip is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, for sure. Unless you have multiple recklessness and you want to try to save, which could be possible, I suppose.
Gives you a little bit more chance of not discarding it, but
a little bit of a buffer there. Yep.
I think Dave doesn't mind discarding those cards he just did. It was a couple creatures you don't really care to have in hand. Gorlami does lose an in here somewhere, so
Yep.
he had that in hand to start, unless he drew it with the drop pick. Not normally a card you want to discard, but let's see. Has kind of slowed down a little bit, right? So Dave got that first key. Gorlami's now just getting his first couple amber, but is starting to build up a board. Dave has a little bit of a board built up now, and we see the Brawling Grounds. So this is where Gorlami's deck can really start taking over. This Brawling Grounds is brutal.
Remind me what that card does again.
So it's an Omni effect, so you can trigger it on any turn, and every time a creature, so once you activate it, every time a creature is destroyed in a fight, that creature's owner discards a random card from their hand.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we're seeing a lot more of that hand disruption and hand control. Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Gorlami has lots of ways to get use out of it. Right now he's got the Thunderdell, which one fight from that Thunderdell kills two of Dave's creatures, which would be 2 discards for him. And if the Thunderdell survives, Gorlami doesn't discard anything. So we saw this. We got to see Gorlami's deck do some nasty things with this deck yesterday, or with this Brawling Grounds yesterday. See how Dave responds. It is interesting though, because the Curse of Disappearance is actually going to keep Dave's board smaller, so actually less targets for Gorlami to hit with the Brawling Grounds.
Yeah, for sure. I could see that being a little bit of anti-synergy there. But, you know, if you have a clear board and you're taking cards out of hand, I think you're good with either.
That's true. It's disruption in multiple fronts, right?
Yeah, for sure. You're not letting them get a foothold in one area, and if they do somehow manage to do it, well, then you're gonna be able to hurt them in other areas. So
lots of talk here from Dave. Not quite sure what they're going through. If he's doing just some house counting, I'm trying to figure out what's the best turn. He's got a lot of Broadener in hand. Rickety Cyber Giant is going to be too big for Gorlami stuff to fight into effectively, but one for Barn Burner also
Yeah, most certainly he's going to go after the Mars if he gets the chance.
Discarding Grizzly Exchange.
That's what I would assume at least. Would you agree?
Yeah, so we'll see. Dave will probably give Gorlami another one of the Mars cards from the Curse of Disappearances at the end of this turn, but that Brash Grabber... Yeah, one of them will probably go, but the question is, does Gorlami want to go back into Brobnar? But Dave is actually able to kill off some of this Brobnar with his own Berserker Slams there, so... But the Thunderdell does splash 5. So, depending on what Dave gives him here, it could still be a huge disruption turn for Gorlami if he goes back into Brobnar. Dave is sequencing correctly here. It kind of looks like he's passing the turn, but you are supposed to ready, draw, and then the Curse of Disappearances fires. So he's kind of looking at everything he's got. Is giving him a Brobnar card, so...
Interesting.
This is juicy. This would be really tempting if you're Gorlami to just swing in with that Thunderdell and get 2 random discards from Dave, but...
Is there any chance that it's some sort of trap for Gorlami here? Is there any way in which those discards would benefit Dave?
Maybe. Dave might be trying to just get the deck cycled at this point. We know he's got some Equidon in the archive, so maybe he's just trying to get back to more of the Equidon. But maybe he just thought there's no way Gorlami's going to go back into Brobnar with 1 creature on board. He was wrong. We do see the Ornar Skullface coming down as well with a drop hit and a discard hit. But that will be 2 creatures destroyed, and because Splash Attack counts as getting destroyed in a fight, that will be 2 discarded cards.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just wondering if that... it is going to take options out of your hand when you start your turn. I'm wondering if that is some sort of hand-thinning maneuver for Dave. I'm just trying to figure out how the move works here. Is it possible that he calls Equidon? Maybe he's looking to get those cards out of his hand, so like you said, he can draw into more Equidon. They draw more cards, see more of the deck.
Oh man, it is possible. So we do see a Brobnar and a Mars card discarded. So if he is trying to get to Equidon, and that's all he has in hand as well is Mars and Brobnar, then letting those discards come through is doing exactly what you're saying. He's trying to get back to Equidon. Problem is, Gorlami has a Confidence Riot to ready and fight again to take out this Rickety Cybergiant and do another discard. So we are going to see the Tutor Bin Rilo get discarded again. I don't think Dave cares too much about that, and that's actually a pretty big discard for Dave. So Gorlami losing the In Here Somewhere, that's I think the second In Here Somewhere we've seen discarded for him without value. So which is really important. Dave has a Glimmer Spore in hand. That did not get discarded on that turn, so that Brawling Grounds might be gone after this turn.
See if the Archives gets pulled here. What's going on? Limited options on the cards left.
3-card hand feels pretty rough, pretty limited on the turn.
So it looks like we may have a target in there?
Yeah, target, Glimmer Spore, and the third one was a Mournful Barnburner. But the question is, if you're going to Glimmer Spore, it's going to put the Brawling Grounds into your archive. So do you pull the archives so that you know you can leave the Brawling Grounds in there without it? Like, because if he wants to take those other cards, he would give the Brawling Grounds back. So you might want to take those other cards first, so he doesn't have to give that back.
Yeah, it looks like we are seeing a discard. Look through a little bit of a peek here. Maybe, considering drawing that control card, seeing what's pipped. I'm blanking on the name of the card now. The one that puts it on the bottom, steals the.
Outnegotiate.
Outnegotiate. Yeah. So if we were correct and he had archived and outnegotiate before, possibly looking to see if the archives pull is good.
Especially so Dave, again, I believe this is an amber here.
Yeah.
So I think he's on 3. So 2 out negotiate, or just 1 out negotiate plus if it's like the Sandworm that he archives or whatever. He could get to check here. Gorlami's still not on check for key 1, so Gorlami doing a lot of disruption, but not really gaining headway. He really needs to start getting some momentum as far as the Amber generation.
Absolutely, yeah. So you've established this board presence and this disruption as Gorlami. What is your next step to convert it into keys?
Probably not having discarded all that Geistoid.
Okay.
So when you have like the 2 in here somewhere, so you can really start looping that and just kind of slowly build up into really big Geistoid turns. And you're gaining amber while you're doing it. So his third pot is Mars. I don't believe Gorlami has a key abduction, but he does still have, like, Mars can generate a lot of amber in this set. But if I remember, I think Gorlami's game plan was a little bit more board based, so I think he's just really trying to get it there.
Yeah, so we saw the Mars call, and then we saw another Equidon card.
Yeah, I missed what that was that got archived.
Not quite certain myself.
I don't think Dave's deck had an art project, but that's kind of what it looked like.
Yeah, we're seeing the target given up to the Gods of the Archives there. The archives that Gorlami is most certainly never going to pull.
Portal to Oblivion. I think that's 2 targets actually that he's given up to Gorlami. So that's a lot of Dave's kind of efficiency in archiving. I'm trying to think of what that Geistoid or Equidon card might have been.
Perhaps he's thinking that he can race Gorlami here. I can go faster than your disruption.
That is kind of how Dave described his deck. It just has a lot of cards that go fast. Gorlami is taking his archives.
Oh,
Giving
interesting.
Back 2 targets. See Dave. Oof.
Yeah, give me those. Give me those.
Well, yeah, you can see the other Mars in hand there. We'll see. Gorlami's got the deep probe though. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Going for Mars would be my guess here, because he knows he just gave back the 2 targets.
Well, I was most certainly wrong. I thought he was never going to pull that archives, but he did. So
we see 5 Mars creatures getting discarded. That is brutal for Dave, because that would have been a very big turn with that Rebel especially. So ordering the discard pile up a little bit here.
Yep, a key thing that, no pun intended, that a lot of players do miss, especially newer players. The active player gets to make all the decisions, including the discard order. So, yeah. That can be important for a lot of these Grim Reminders decks because you have the Mumets, which do off the top. So, certainly you want to bury some things that you don't want to see later.
On the flip side, there's also a Valuable creature, I'm trying to remember which one, that takes the bottom 3.
Yeah.
Shuffles those back in. So, yeah, much more important. And just kind of needs one of those muscle memory things, right? The more you can just go through the motions of it, the easier it gets. Okay, so Gorlami using his own target here to get back one of those in here somewhere.
Looks like we see room.
And oh wow, that one has 2 discard pips on it. So sadly, having to discard to Mars cards rather than use them. And we'll get the second in here somewhere.
Okay, probably looking to cycle those. Yep. Get a lot of that Geistoid efficiency.
Question is he? Yeah, he's going to draw 3, so he might leave those in the archive for quite a bit until he gets back to Haunted. You could just use them to get Haunted really quickly, but like they have so much more value doing the archive build.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially since when you have 2 of them, they can continue to archive each other.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know. He might. Oh, it was the. So one of the cards was Market Fluctuations that Dave has, which Gorlami just flipped. So Dave could play that Market Fluctuations for, I guess Dave hasn't flipped either, or Dave has flipped 2. So Dave only has 5 cards in discard. So it would hit discard for both of them, but again, just flat out discarding 3 random cards from your opponent is so good. So giving back the Brawling Grounds. And
start.
Yeah, we did pull the archives.
Grizzly exchange.
So we're seeing an Equidon turn.
Discard pile.
That's the one I was trying to
I
see
have
what
five.
card that actually is.
5 more become haunted. 1.
Do not actually know.
So it's
5.
discard the top 5. I know I remember seeing this. It's some kind of weird rare. I don't think it's put in a spin. That's discard from the top of your hand.
Chad, if you know what card was just played, if you want to help us out.
But what's really important is that discarded 5, which put Dave into Haunted. So now he's playing the Market Fluctuations to draw 3 for himself and discard 3 from Gorlami. So really flipping the tables there, getting the most value out of this.
Okay.
Okay.
And we see, did you catch, were there any Amber Pips?
I did not catch that. I do believe the Brawling Grounds was hit.
Okay. Grizzly Exchange. Okay.
Grizzly Exchange. Okay.
To be honest, I don't know if I've ever seen that card played, so.
I can't say that I have either.
What else does it do besides discard 5 cards? We didn't see anything else happen.
We didn't.
Oh, is that a Memorialize the Fallen that got discarded too? So some Amber control from Gorlami getting discarded, and then Dave able to stop the key. Gorlami was on check at the start of that turn, stopping the key with the out negotiate.
And I think, I can't really tell, is Dave on check himself?
I believe Dave is at 7 here. He did play the, what is it? He did play the Equidon board clear that gave Gorlami an extra 3 archives. But
absolutely,
he discarded 3 from hand, so basically that's just 1 full hand now that Gorlami's going to have. It's not Midyear Festivities. What's there?
Discarded that to avoid this problem.
De-escalation.
Okay, yeah. Curse of Disappearance is still out there too.
Yeah, Dave not keeping much of a board. Ooh, okay.
Yep, guys still had some capture. Yep.
So that's going to take Dave off check.
Yeah, it does look like they're slugging back and forth a little bit here.
Animating Force there getting discarded. It's the only card that scraps for an Amber, which makes it a really, really interesting card, especially with some other combos that I think we were seeing in Alliance. So we might get back to that tomorrow. There's the in here somewhere.
You know, he could Animating Force his own Curse of Disappearances, but
you know,
probably don't want to do that.
Doesn't do a whole lot. So this first one, ooh. Well, okay, so we're seeing those 5 cards discarded off of the first in here somewhere. If that does make him haunted, then that's a lot of good targets for him to hit with the second in here somewhere, which we know is archived. So it's gonna be an in here somewhere, and an in here somewhere.
Okay, just archiving 2 of them.
Gorlami is so ready to actually be using those cards because they all got discarded the first time through the deck.
Yep.
He is feeling that.
And we're definitely seeing a lot of guys to the bin, so...
Yeah, he's got plenty of targets next time he goes into that.
Definitely, if you can get really recursive with that Geistoid in the in here somewheres, you might not leave that house for a while. So
Dave's sitting on lots of Brobnar. Yeah, he doesn't have a way to ready and fight it, doesn't he? Oh, except for the Countryside Crusher. Does allow you to ready and fight.
So we're seeing Gorlami on 8 here. Does Dave have anything in hand here that could take him off of check?